Previously, the Cubix Ascenders dealt with the Night Watcher, and after having a fairly close fight, immediately found themselves in a fight with a treant, technically 3 treants, which they later found out to be 1 treant and effectively summons that he had used. After meeting with Quick Splash, he seemed to create some kind of a cure. He cured the Forest Father, and then conversations took place. You guys interacted with the Forest Father for a bit. He told you some about the Guardian, and then using his connection to the Forest, did a little bit of, I guess we could say, spying for you, and figured out of the members that are currently in the Gongili Temple, a few of them are Citharin's wife and presumably his daughter as well. You guys decided that the ritual that they were, whatever it is they're doing, assumed to be a ritual, needed to have a stop put to it, and we're able to figure out, again, from the Forest Father, that there isn't that much time. So you guys elected that the plan was made to go and disrupt the next day. From there, you guys had some unexpected guests. A Golden Grung and his seemingly bodyguard found, or I should say, yes, they found you guys at the entrance to Quick Splash's home after being a little bit, or after
standoffish.
Well, they actually weren't even standoffish. They originally were looking for Gurgle and his group. You guys effectively told them it wasn't you. They didn't seem to want to fight and left. From there, Gurgle decided to pursue them, figured out that they are allies, at one point loyal to who you guys now know after a conversation that followed with Gurgle, that they are loyal to House Maga and Gurgle's father. With that, you guys made a plan, the Golden Grung, to basically have him go through and put some false rumors out of where Gurgle is, so that you may have a point of entry back into Gongili.
And for the Golden One to extricate the VIPs.
Indeed. And in that plan, ideally, he was to set up a search party that would go out looking for Gurgle. He left earlier, and then just before you guys were actually set to leave for Gongili, you sent out your Grung bodyguard ahead of you as well to better prepare the way and ideally get you guys in unnoticed into the temple within Gongili.
I thought he was also informing the other nobles to send a liaison or come themselves to basically bear witness.
So Gurgle also did want him to basically spread rumor that ritual...
That was the red.
Yes, that is the red one, whose name I do not have pulled up right now. I need to pull that up. But yes, rumors were also set to be spread of a Golden Ascension, which typically cannot be done without the approval of everyone, and it is something that all the Golden Grung, or approval of all Golden Grung, I should say. And so his idea is to spread rumors so that they will at least send spies to validate whether or not it's true.
His name is Peb.
His name is Peb, speaking of the red bodyguard. So with that, you guys sent him the previous night so that he could start to spread some of the rumors, give him a little bit of time to take hold, and then effectively just went to a long rest. You guys do actually get to complete your long rest if anyone has not already long rested.
I'm a long rest.
With your long rest being completed, going into the morning of, you would...
I didn't touch it.
Might have been when I bumped it.
He did headbutt it.
It wasn't me. Oh.
You should turn that down, Nate. Turn it down or turn it off.
As a generalization.
Turn it down or turn it off. I don't care. Or just turn it off for now. So, waking up on the morning of your guys' we'll say operation. Is there anything you guys want to do before you actually head out to Gongili? Is the travel there is only a few hours. You guys are in early morning at this point. As the goal would be to get there at around 10 is when I believe you guys said you wanted to be there.
Well, my plan was to talk to Zephyr, but he's sleeping in.
Oh, okay.
Can I create a base for the... So, like, can I create the potion in a way, like, it's, like, complete just without the forbidden fruit and, like, add the forbidden fruit in, like, a lot less time?
No. Okay. The idea behind it is actually that
you'd mix it in.
Well, so
And
the
let
way
it
that it
ferment.
would actually work would you be fermenting the fruit in with the concoction that you have in order to create a healing salve.
And then also, can you send me the World Anvil over Discord? Because you sent it over email last time and I can't find it.
The note-taking thing?
Yeah. I don't have access to my notes.
I can, but not right now.
The
I
DM
might
said
be able to. Give me a
no.
second.
You can make the Packer door, right?
Yeah.
Then I suppose I would find Razu instead.
I mean, it's easy enough. You guys all stayed in a small little cave.
I was just gonna do some calisthenics.
I just... That can be solved later, Paul.
I just want you to think about it before you make your plan. I just don't want you to be like, yo, I find a door.
Wait, doesn't the hut have a door on it, I thought?
The hut that got exploded?
The hut
No,
is-
the mud hut under the water.
No, it's just like an open archway, and it's not even necessarily like a hut. It's almost more of like a mud dome that just has a hole in it for the entrance.
It also has a window on the left side.
No,
Tiny window.
no,
Trust.
no, it doesn't.
Why does it need that?
It's a
why
small
does it
little
need
mud
that
hut
tiny-
underground.
Because I
No,
was just...
no, there's no cuz. It doesn't.
It's underground. What's the point of a window?
Bro, air ventilation.
It's underground.
It's an
Okay, stopping with that, you're able to find Razu very easily. What would you like to discuss with him?
Hey, Razu, you still have the blessing of the Packer, right? Whatever it's called to open the door to his realm.
Presumably. We're in a weird dome, bro.
He's God. But I suppose that's fair. When we get into a isolated location with a door, of course, would you mind using it for me?
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Where?
An isolated location with a door.
So here?
I don't see a door, do you?
Depends on what counts as a door.
Depends on what counts as a door. Last time you used it on a wall and wasted it.
Fair.
You said it was like a U in the water. Didn't you also say there was like a hatch or something?
No.
Why would there be a hatch? It's
It's
underwater.
just, it's using, like,
How did
Oh,
they
it's
air
seal it?
pressure. It's air pressure.
It's just air pressure.
When
There's
the
a
frog
pond?
said they sealed it, how was it sealed?
Magically.
Okay.
They didn't seal it by blocking something.
My
There was
bad.
some kind of spell that was cast.
I assumed they just like
Or
locked a iron
Maybe it was
door
a
or something.
psychological seal. They said if you come out, we'll kill you. And they're standing right at the top of it.
That's fair too.
Splish Splash doesn't seem to elaborate. He simply said that he was sealed in his small little, what he would call his cave, his little home.
Alright, then I
By
guess
the way,
I'd be
Splish
ready.
Splash is not present
Is there
Didn't he
any
leave
more
to make a
Didn't
potion?
say that. He said that in the past.
previously.
So didn't he? Isn't he making a potion thing?
You made the potion.
already made
that
it for us.
happened. That happened
So he's
previously.
gone again.
How long does that potion last?
He's hiding.
The
He's
potion
waiting for us.
itself lasts for 8
He
hours.
said he would be close.
Alright, so
He also
then-
said that he was going to leave before you, as to effectively keep an eye out and try and look out for the other party. Ideally, the hunting party that would be sent after Gurgle.
What time is it?
Again, if you were listening, you're currently very early morning, as you guys
just
were
woke
looking to. It's like 2
Yeah,
to
I'm
3
saying
hours
we're
of
looking-
travel.
We're looking to get there at 10. And we're saying early morning, that could be 7, so we might need to keep going.
It's 6 o'clock. You guys have woken up at 6,
Okay.
around 6 o'clock.
I'm going to cast water breathing on everyone again. Last 24 hours.
Okay.
I'm going...
I literally can choose as many targets as I want.
I don't need your magic to stuff up my nose.
You said it would take weeks to make healing potions, right?
Yes.
Making a healing potion typically is about a 2-week
Imagine
process.
that terrible.
Then how is bro brewing in a day?
This isn't a healing potion.
It's not
this is
making
a
a
poison
healing potion.
resistance.
It's not even a poison resistance. It's a
Antidote?
concoction he specifically made to make so that you guys
I
can
thought frogs
function
breathe
underwater.
through
He
their
also,
butt.
like, if you recall as well, I said this last
false
week,
rumors.
but it will not make you immune to poison damage. It simply makes so you don't take damage from the water. The poison water of Gongili, you will be able to traverse through without just slowly dying.
If I'm immune to poison, am I immune to
Magic
poison
talking
damage?
frog.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Awesome. So I guess I'm
don't-
ready to go.
I think we have anything else, so I think, yeah, we take off.
Okay.
Onward.
So,
Can I make like a perception check as we're heading back for Grung?
yeah, make an active perception check. As you guys had set out in the morning, moving early,
16.
are you guys just trying to get to Gungili quickly? Are you moving stealthily? What's the plan?
I wouldn't really say quickly, but not necessarily stealthily. So like I don't know, like halfway point, like a passive stealth movement. I don't know if that's a thing.
No. You're just proceeding, or you're proceeding.
I would say
So you can proceed with stealth, which is going to cause you to
leaving.
move at half speed, or you can proceed at a normal travel pace.
I would say stealthy because they're heading out in the morning and we wouldn't want to be seen when they're in
But
their
we're just
thing.
coming back from killing the night hag. What we were tasked to do. There's not really any benefit in hiding.
Didn't like our group the one that saw Gurgle?
No, the red one is the one who's
The
spreading the
gold
rumors.
gung and no, the gold gung's the one telling them where he saw a gurgle.
And the red one
The
is
red
spreading the
one
rumor.
spreads-
Yeah, but I thought he was using our name as a failsafe.
He was going to use Zephyr as a
Said he was
failsafe.
gonna, yeah, he said he was gonna try not to do that technically.
But yeah, that was technically a last resort.
No, if you don't think we need to go stealthily, it was
I don't
It's
see
good.
any benefit to it.
Okay, so just effectively, you guys would be traveling back to Gungili at a normal pace. You said 16 perception.
Yes.
As you're traveling back to the village, you don't seem to see any additional any additional grung or large snakes or anything. Overall, the trek pack is fairly peaceful. You also, again, on your way, do not catch any sight of Quick Splash. He seems either very good at stealth or he is not currently in the area you guys are currently in. So, the first few hours of travel, just seemingly just uneventful. That said, getting about 30 minutes outside of the Gungili chief area to where you would have already entered the bounds by which they would call Gungili. However, Pib.
Peb.
Pib. It's Pib, like a bib, but a kid.
Oh, right.
Bib.
Right.
Pib comes and actually meets up with you guys. He seems to be moving at a very quick pace, like he's almost moving to intercept you all. As he kind of comes up to the in front of each of you.
Do you think that this might be
He's,
an ambush?
Almost assuredly.
I grab my sword.
Don't draw it, just have your hand on it.
Maybe we should let that messenger speak.
Pib kind of looking to you, Gurgle, as he does not speak common. Says, "We might need to change the plan just a little bit. Mainly, I don't think you can enter the village. Well, no, just proper. We need to change the route. Were you able to successfully? Can you traverse through the water with your friends at least? I know you can.
I was told not to go in the water.
There, drink this.
I drink it.
Okay. It tastes like swamp water. It does not taste good.
You just gave me some water. I think it was from the swamp.
That was the resistance.
Let's make you one with the swamp.
I am now one with the swamp.
What's the plan, Gogo?
With that, he drank it. Do you guys also drink? I'm going to assume that Zephyr and Tiku do drink it. I didn't mention that. They're both going to be here later. Do the two of you drink it or no?
I assume Gurgle informs us of the plan. That the plan has changed.
Well,
Wait, the plan changed?
We need to go in through the water. That's why we need to be one with the swamp.
Aren't the Grung native to the water? Won't they be in there?
Hold on.
Force?
Maybe this ritual is causing them to not hang out in the water as much.
Sitharin, Razu, Gurgle, I'm gonna be square with you guys. Y'all changed the plan. And I wasn't exactly 100% sure of the plan was to begin with.
That's fine.
As long as you don't ask for 7 barrels of bourbon, I think we'll be fine.
Why would I ask for 7 barrels of bourbon? I don't
I'm
like
just
alcohol.
saying, don't.
Clean living for this bull.
Don't, and we'll be fine.
Pib at this point, again to you, Gurgle. This is
What part of the water do we need to go in?
not terribly far from here. It's just
we simply must go a little bit, this will be to the west, and we'll enter through the lake, just to the northwest of the village chief's home. The temple entrance is not too far from the village chief's home, and with a little bit of luck, we should be able to go unnoticed. The reason we can't go into the village, the party, they're still, I guess you could say, getting ready. They'll be leaving soon this morning, but I believe that if you were to arrive, then either you would be conscripted to travel with them, or in the worst case scenario, perhaps hostilities, as it does seem they were not entirely fooled by your previous charade here.
What does conscripted mean?
He's technically speaking Grum.
I was gonna say, you don't
understand
sorry.
him.
I keep forgetting that you're...
Ribbit mean precious?
So
With that, he actually just starts to almost like gesture for you guys, because you guys were almost heading back southwest towards it, and he gestures for you guys to kind of just alter your course a bit, going again from where you guys are right now, almost due west rather than actually continuing to proceed south towards Gungilly proper.
So we couldn't swim in the water because it was poisonous, right?
Yes,
That's
you
what
technically could go in the water.
That's what the potion is
You would
for.
just be dying.
The potion that
Less
we drink that
poison,
lasts 8
more
hours.
acidic, I think.
Again, so the damage it would
acidic.
do is acid damage.
It's
It literally
corrosive.
burns away. Corrosive would be another good way to put it.
Then I will drink the potion.
I was gonna say that is the reason why we got it.
I know. I was just thinking if I'm I'm skeptical. All right, Haim's gonna turn on us. Pib's gonna be a villain because Paul didn't insight check him. Okay,
But the
we're all gonna die. This is a setup.
thing is the potion
Pib
came
didn't
from...
give you the potion. Quick Splash
Yeah,
gave
Quick
you
Splash
guys
gave
the
us the
potion.
potion.
No, I'm
Also-
saying like the gold grung
also-
and the red grung. He never insight checked like anything they
Also,
said.
important mechanic distinction, just so nobody gets confused. You don't actually get resistance to acid damage. You just don't take damage in water.
Yes.
This
that-
is immunity to the grung water only.
Exactly.
It's more of like, and so you actually see this as after Terrence drinks it. It's more of like
Don't
the
ask how the
mucus
mechanics work.
that he exudes. You start to sweat.
Oh, gross. I am covered in fur, my dude.
Yes, it would not be that
very
pleasant for you.
sticky.
Effectively, your sweat. What this potion actually does is it
Slimy
would turn
feathers?
your sweat into the same a slime-like substance that Gurgle exudes.
Gurgle.
Just like
Gurgle.
he's like walking so slow so he doesn't sweat. He's
Gurgle.
like, I have to make sure I don't exert myself in any way,
Gurgle.
so I don't.
Gurgle, there are some side effects to this potion you did not disclose to me.
I told you you're one with the swamp.
Okay, this isn't like swamp.
I didn't know being one with the swamp included being the swamp monster and emitting
I would.
ooze.
You know what? You know what? What did that grung actually say? What did he say to you?
You were there.
I don't speak grung.
Pib does not.
Let's
speak
have
common.
have to go in the
I thought he
water,
was talking about Quick
and you
Splash.
need the swamp fluid to go.
Why do
into
we
the
need to
water.
go through the water?
Because we need to find the temple's in the water.
Yes.
We
have to
need
enter
to
the water in the
literally-
first place.
So,
Milo.
are we going there directly to the temple right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Anyway.
Also,
let's go.
once you're in the water, you won't even notice the slime. It'll just be part of the swamp.
Your fur's going to get messed up either way, regardless.
It does look fairly gross, even for you as you kind of like look at yourself. It is like your fur is like starting to stick together.
Clumping.
It very much so gives off the feeling of it is
Wait,
like you have.
I'm gonna make, like, a
mucus
mohawk.
that's just all over your body.
Now with your skull sword, you look like just every other 70s rocker.
Anyway, can we get going, please? That would be appreciated.
Okay. So with that, assuming you guys do just elect to follow Pib.
At this point, since apparently it's important, I will stealth. However, I will do it very shittily. 4 with 2 2s.
You really don't
He's
like
just
to see
he's just
that
like
you're
he's
covered
just like
in.
stepping on branches all cautiously, and I'm just like,
I mean, we're going in.
It's more of like he like
is it
stepped
doing?
on a branch and then the mucus caused it to stick to his foot, and now she's kind of she's walking with
he's
this
like
crunch.
he's all like, and I'm just like,
People don't actually crunk. It's just, you have to think of logical ways it happens. So with that, being taken more to the west, which would be northwest of the Gongili tribal chief's home, you travel for about 20 minutes. So you get to the point where if you were traveling to Gongili proper, this is about the time that you would have encountered that almost village on the small lake. And you see what is very much so looks to be a continuation of the lake coming from the Gongili tribe home, or from that tribal area. The lake that it's on seems to effectively branch up going to the north. So no, you were proceeding on the ground, and he's taking you to the edge of this large lake. With that, as soon as you get to the edge of it, again, Pib turning to you, Gurgle, one thing to keep in mind is you got to watch out for the leeches. I'm sure you know, but do make sure to tell your friends. And yes, if you do get any on you, then I do your best to get them off quickly. And then just in case I have to split off at any moment, as I'm happy to be a distraction, and he reaches into a small pouch at his side, and then he pulls out what is he pulls out what you would actually know to be effectively a Gongili key, a Grung key, especially here in Gongili. It is the symbol of the different houses, and in this case, he pulls out the actual symbol of House Maga. So the actual, if I remember correctly, you have a flame. It's a flame. It's like a household with a flame and a hearth on the inside of it.
I was thinking more like you know the main character in Legaia, the flame primordial elemental lava that's like a flame and then it's got two flame hands.
It's very goofy. Honestly, I'm okay with that. We can swap that. We'll say it
like
looks
an actual fire elemental looking thing, you know?
Well, you have to keep in mind Maga was before that. But whatever the case is, I'm still fine with it. So it's a top heavy fire elemental with two larger fists is now the symbol of a House Maga. That's fine. So effectively what it is it's a key where that is the base of it, and especially in this case that actually works out, but the bottom part of it that would normally go to the legs instead goes into a small spike. After handing it over to you, and he says, as a quick reminder, just in case you don't remember, when you find the algae source that serves as the lock, you simply must pierce it with the key. And with that, it kind of like looks to each of you, and technically still in Grung, he says, "Yeah, good luck. We swim." And Pib just...
Did he inform us of the leeches?
There's big things in the water. Try to avoid them.
Do they like heat?
I mean, it's a swamp, it's hot.
But underwater isn't.
So fun leech fact, just for any of you nerds that want to know leeches, and I learned this recently. Burning leeches off is actually a bad idea. It causes them to regurgitate their fluids into your body, and you're more likely to get disease.
I'm saying I have an ability to make the water like extremely hot. Will that make the leeches more likely to attack or less likely to attack?
They probably won't go near you if it's too hot.
Is that correct?
Yes, leeches would not go towards...
I activate the pyramid to make the area within 15 feet of me 95 degrees.
Just in case.
Within 15 feet of him.
Just in case you want to.
95 degree water, by the way, not comfortable.
Oh, I know.
That would be very hot.
It's
Also,
like taking a shower is what
just
I figured.
because you're underwater
Very,
doesn't.
very hot one. Like the kind of
Very
shower that makes
hot
your
shower.
skin red.
Just
But
because.
you could do it.
That's
I'd rather
actually,
that than
that's actually
leeches.
true. Not true. Water probably wouldn't feel as bad in 95.
Whatever the case is,
But that's
it's hot water. At this point, Pib actually kind of like resurfaces. He goes, "Are we going?"
I would enter.
the leeches. The rumps. And I jump in.
Get in the water. In the water.
And again goes that sinks down. At this point, you guys all following Pib into this effectively north part of the Gongili Lake. The first thing that is very clear as you enter this water is even despite the potion that you drank, the water itself still very much so feels acidic. It is if you've ever touched any kind of like a real acid, it's like a very light acidic feeling to it, to where it does still slightly burn your skin. It's not to a point of damage, as you guys do have the potion that Quick Splash made. However, it is still very much so
That ain't hot enough.
uncomfortable and does hurt. With that being the case, another next thing you notice is sight line is very, very small.
Probably 10 feet.
It is roughly just about 10 feet, and it's not because of it's dark or anything like that. It is simply because the water itself is both dirty, and in addition to that, there is like different like vines and what appears to be like moss
So
and
like
almost
actual
just like
physical obstructions.
yes, it is actual, and the water itself just being extremely dirty, or not extremely dirty, but extremely murky in nature.
If I activate my ethereal sight, can I see through the muck?
Didn't we kill Murky?
As you kind of toggle your eye, over into the land in between, you can see. First thing you notice is you can see the blurs underwater almost seem more severe here. You don't know if it's because of the water or because as you look around, there's so many small forms of life whose essence is being pulled and changed between the two. It actually would make you even more blind under this water. And I would say that as you've been using it more and more, you can tell that this is the reason it's worse is because there is a lot of life in this water. You as soon as you do it, you're like, oh, we're really not alone under here.
I will deactivate.
With addition to that as well, as you guys are kind of swimming, you're maybe about 10 feet below the surface, and in that moment you're kind of like looking around, and as you look down, you also see what is much larger silhouettes. To the point that you get the impression that two things: one, this lake is actually quite deep, and then in addition to that, whatever's at the bottom of this lake, or the things at the bottom of this lake, are much larger than whatever the life forms that seem to be here closer to the surface are. With that, as you guys are now swimming underwater, did you have something?
I was just fun science fact again for swans.
We don't need fun science facts right now.
We need deep.
There's a
give you
lot
the-
of microorganisms in a lake like that, and that's why even if you weren't seeing big things, microorganisms would.
Algae itself is alive.
Yeah, there'd be so.
That is
much.
one of the reasons that it looks so alive,
it'd
and the
be,
land
like,
in between does
blinding.
not seem to actually help you get any better vision.
I just wanted to test.
That's fair. With that being said, Pib kind of being at the almost like at the front of you guys as a leading source, you guys staying fairly close to him. I'm gonna have each of you make it's gonna be both a survival and an athletics check. We'll do athletics first, and then we'll do a survival just to see.
So I can freely move underwater. Do I need to make the athletics check?
You do not need to make the athletics check.
Thank God.
Oh, okay. Then what are we? What else are we making?
Athletics and survival check.
That is a 19 on my survival.
Need to
Or
pull,
say one and then roll the other, or just roll both?
So how I usually
roll
do
your
it is-
athletics first.
I got a 23
25.
athletics.
So 25, 23 are both good. What we got, Gurgle? I would give you advantage on this, Gurgle.
He is
And
free to
then-
move.
no, you also move freely underwater.
Yeah,
don't you?
I don't get hindered by water.
Okay, so you roll a d20 and you roll a d20. These are for Tiku and for Zephyr.
Natural one.
Who did I say you were
Natural
rolling
No idea.
for? Natural
Why-
5?
why is D&D
That's
doing this?
probably going to be a double fail. Why are you guys sabotaging your teammates?
Never mind. It fixed.
They have advantage because we're the ones
As I went
Nope.
down, it was snapping.
Not how
back
that
at the
works.
top. I was hoping that you knew D&D. Oh, see, it's doing it again. Oh, no, it fixed again. I don't know what's
I think
causing
it's
it.
usually
I have
error.
Tiku and
It
Zephyr
probably
pulled up.
is, honestly.
By the way, I got a 7 on survival.
Wonderful.
Why
Okay.
is it doing that?
So Tiku was the 5. Tiku, she has a
got-
big plus. So Tiku got a 13, so it's still as much as she needed.
I got a 6.
Zephyr, however, does not have. He has no plus. He actually
So he
got a 1.
got a 1.
Zephyr actually like almost starts to
Zephyr blesses
fall
himself.
behind, swimming under. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't be enough. He actually would start to fall behind a bit in the water, and you guys noticing with the difference. And by the way, this, your breathing underwater does allow you guys to talk underwater, just in case you guys were curious. We did figure that out. But with that, you guys are able to kind of like pull back and assist Zephyr in keeping up with you and everything to the point that it does not
Hinder our journey.
hinder the journey in any sense. But what it will be is it will take him. What's his Constitution modifier? His Constitution modifier is 1. Okay, so it'll take him an hour upon resurfacing. He'll have level 1 exhaustion for 1 hour after getting out of the water, as it did not go quite as well.
Sorry, Tree.
Okay, so you got a 7 on survival.
Unfortunate.
What we got survival?
6.
19.
19.
17.
Good. This time we'll have the both of you roll, because I had them roll. Roll another d20 for Tiku and for Zephyr. Paul, you'll be Tiku, and then
John.
Be better than me, Tiku.
you'll be rolling for Zephyr.
16 for Tiku.
On the die, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you don't know her plus.
Dose.
Zephyr is
Zephyr, you need to roll for yourself. This is a bad day.
It wasn't just me.
He's got a 4. All right. Okay. So
We're already helping him, so does he need to navigate?
you said you got a 7 on your survival.
6.
6 on your survival. I actually would
got
Not
a
that that
7.
really matters.
think that. So you
What's the
don't,
difference
but for
between a
you,
7
as this
and a
is
6?
well, the native because you're native to this, and this is specifically for what this is for. I actually am going to give you advantage on it. So you go ahead and roll one more time and see if you beat it.
Do I get the 16?
No.
All right, 17. Actually,
He
that
got
works.
even better.
18. So 18.
Okay, so that is enough. The way that I'm going to interpret that is how you're traveling through the water, and especially with those that are. And this, what I'm going to do for this is Terrence actually is the main one who kind of like turns around, and this actually kind of makes sense too, as noticing that Zephyr is falling behind in the water, and you're like, all right, I can swim very easily, and you kind of go back and you start to help him and everything like that. With that though, as you're helping him, you're more focused on helping Terrence continue to keep up with the group than you are with the different life. No, it's not that. It's the different life forms that are around you and starting to enclose and
What
circulate
are light
around
forms? Oh,
Leeches.
you. Yes, life forms. I don't know what you heard.
Small
About.
fish.
sorry, I heard
Might have
light
said
forms.
No, not light forms.
And,
Life
I'm over here like,
forms.
I don't know what those are. I've been playing D&D for over 20 years. I don't know what a light form is.
Arm-sized
so-
leeches.
Does my heat bubble help at all in that regard?
Upon doing a little bit more research, no, it does not.
I
cool.
wouldn't have activated it at all then.
I mean,
Because Pib would have known. And that's more so who I was asking. when
I mean,
was asking.
technically, you guys were just asking him if hot water it would deter them, and if the water was hot enough. The answer is still yes. All right, so fail, and then
Just for the record,
Terrence.
95 is not hot enough to steer away a leech.
That's what I just said.
What Hiram
Oh,
just
okay.
said.
I'm just saying, by the time it would get uncomfortable for a
In
leech,
this
it'd be
world,
real
in this world, it is.
I already got it, dude. We're fine. Okay, so with that, you
your
guys are
character
traveling
thinks it's
underwater
working. I think
for
that's what's
not
important.
terribly long. It takes you about an additional 15 minutes to actually start to. As soon as you're able to tell, even just looking around with not that much visibility, you start to see the large wooden legs or braces for the different grung houses that you had seen on that lake within Gongili. Your Pib kind of directs you guys between a few of them, and coming to what you would assume would be the tribal leader's home, from both larger braces going down, but in addition to that, just is a bit larger than the other structures, even just being directly under it. And looking down as you guys kind of swim under it, you notice that looking under it, the large fur carpet that was in the room likely was actually over what is this larger hole in the bottom of the structure itself. As soon as Pib actually gets there, he kind of like looks up, seemingly almost like kind of orientates himself before kind of looking down in a direction, and kind of turns back to each of you. Technically again in Grung, but kind of assuming that Gurgle is translating for him. He says, "All right, well, the good news is we didn't seem to be seen, and it does appear that my master was at least mostly successful. I think they're still about, and what I can do is I plan on standing guard near the entrance, but if he kind of looks around for a little bit, and then after orienting himself, kind of like points down, just effectively just straight down into the water. He says, if we proceed straight in this direction for at least a little bit of time, we should come to the entrance,
And as long as you don't spend too time outside, we shouldn't have to worry about the Guardians. At this point, we do need to try and proceed at least a little bit cautiously. As it likely would affect how things go if we are spotted. Sure. I wish you the best of luck, and let's see how we can do. At this point, he's going down. If you guys choose to accept it and proceed cautiously, it's going to be a group stealth check, or you can just move forward.
Unless someone's got freaking.
Did I get a leech
Pass it out
attached to
trays.
me?
You don't know. You're still swimming.
I don't even know to look. I'm gonna go try and stealth.
Okay, so we're going for the group stealth check. So everyone's going to make a stealth check.
Jesus
I don't even
Christ.
know if it's worth it for me to even try.
I mean, it's always worth
To
it
be
to try.
fair,
5.
it's a whole lot worse than.
Oh, I easily could.
Holy shit.
Really? What's your dex mod?
+2. That is a 7.
We're caught.
He could get.
We're busted.
7. What'd you get?
22.
22. What'd you get, Gurgle?
I haven't rolled.
Actually, I guess that's a question.
What'd
So
you
I
get,
have-
Terrence?
Trinity's coming to roll his own dice. He's like, nah, this ain't
Did
happening.
you just call that I got a 6?
No, he said he got a 16. He rolled for himself because you guys have been rolling so bad.
What do you mean? 22 and I had disadvantage.
I have a question.
Tree should just put it in the
being
chat.
underwater, would we still have disadvantage from our armor?
No.
In that case, I got a 19.
Oh, 23?
It's 23, 19. Sorry, one more time. What'd you get?
18.
5.
You get a 5.
Gaming. Zephyr got a 16. What'd you get, Gurgle?
18.
18.
Dude, I'm a Chad.
Roll for Tiku.
I guess it was worth it to try.
Ooh! 18 on the die.
8.
Big!
All right, we made up for
I thought we had
maybe-
disadvantage because I was screwed
We
with
made
that.
up for the
Due to
Calvin.
the way that armor works, yeah, I would agree that underwater it did not. It probably should have given you disadvantage on athletics checks though, which would have given you disadvantage. It's fine.
Unless
though.
he's trying to go to the bottom.
I mean, sure, I have
That's
+9.
true. He's trying to
Not that
sink.
hard to succeed.
Let's roll one more time just to be sure.
Here you go.
I mean, it's fine. Even if
Cocked.
I can't see.
No one can see your dice.
Which one?
This is the one, but like it's definitely cocked. Oh.
I mean, it is. You're fine.
18.
Yeah, you're good. Okay, so as you guys swim down, you swim down a good like 80 feet, 100 feet. As you continue to get deeper, even like the pressure, your ears start to almost it almost starts to feel like you're getting a slight headache. Your ears start to pop and almost feel plugged. You feel like you almost need to pop your ears.
Can I cast shape water to pop my ears? Is that a thing? Like literally like moving the water outside of my ears just to allow them to pop for just like.
How many
You
of us
could,
got
but
swim
the
music?
pressure is what does it, and you wouldn't be getting rid of the pressure.
When you're diving, you have to pop your ears every 10 feet. You know that?
Yeah, I know that.
With that, as you guys are continuing to dive down, and you are popping your ears and things like that, it does get to the point where it is even being able to breathe underwater, like you're starting to get very, very deep.
Yeah.
And then you proceed to continue to go a little bit deeper to the point where even though you can breathe underwater, your chest starts to feel like it's like almost starting to get collapsed on. And then
Hey Google, how much further?
as soon as you get to the point, you guys get to the point where, especially those with you with not quite as high constitution, start to be like, I don't know if I can continue going down. You're just like starting to have that concern of, okay, I might severely start to have health benefit or health detriments if I continue to dive deeper. You see what appears to be you guys, again, not having much sightline, the water almost seems to clear up a little bit, like you've almost swam through whatever this like algae moss mesh is in the swamp water, and not to the point of clear, but to the point of like 40 feet of visibility. And also, despite how deep you are with the what typically would be obscuring everything, you're surprised at how not insanely dark it is. Typically at this point it would be just pitch black. You would not be able to see anything even without the obstacles in the way within the water. But the water almost seems like in a show where it's almost got like that light blue tint from the sun coming in. It's like a deeper shade of that. but it very much so
green?
gives off the interpretation of like a bioilluminated water. And as soon as you start to register that,
You ever seen
you
the
look and you
glowing
see that
algae?
funnily enough, as you look around and you see what is actually causing that is there's still a little bit of there's still stuff that's obscuring your vision a bit, but rather than being just moss that's floating in the water, it instead very much so seems like a light blue glowing algae. And there's just like almost like little patches of it. And at first you get the impression that it's like little patches of like just moss or little algae patches. But after inspecting it just a little bit more, as you guys are getting a little bit closer to the entrance of what you assume to be the temple, you notice they seem to be almost like pulsating. They're almost like little mini sponges that are in odd different shapes. Large most of the time. It almost gives off like a mushroom idea, where the top of it is a little bit more bulbous down to a point. The top of it being that sponge-like material that's glowing light blue, and they seem to be just moving. Moving around. And funnily enough, as Gurgle says that, Pib also says to you that you want to do your absolute best to avoid those, as if they come into contact with you, they will attempt to fuse with you, and then effectively they are parasites. They'll fuse with you. They work to grow into your skin and effectively bond with you and feed off of you.
What the fuck is up with these woods? Everything's trying to kill us.
Everything's trying
like
to
almost like a
bond
jungle.
with us.
Pib at this point, again, reaches
This
to
is
the
the
pouch at his
Australia
side,
of this world.
and he pulls out another bag and opens up the bag, and some kind of, effectively some kind of what appears to be dust starts to bleed out of the bag, and he's almost got like a little puddle in front of him, and he almost like puts his fingers in it and starts to almost like spread it and push it through the water, and these light blue algae, jellyfish-like creatures all seem to almost like start to move away and give you more of a wide berth. Your vision almost like darkening a little bit as they push a little bit away. With that, as you're looking down now, you see now what appears to be the temple that they were talking about. The structure itself seems heavily covered in the blue, this blue glowing like material. It's almost like they have completely fused, or these jellyfish have almost started to live or made a home on the outside of what is quite a large structure. You only have about 40 feet of vision, but the structure kind of starts about 30 feet from you. And then for at least 10 feet going off, you can see the structure just continues to grow. And the way that it actually looks, it almost looks like the face of a grung coming up. You would assume coming up from the ground, almost like modeled off of a grung, but it just kind of like looks like a grung looking up.
Is the mouth its entrance?
No, actually. The mouth is currently there. It very much so seems to be open, but it's like a stone structure where it's kind of hollowed out, from where it's hollowed out but has a back to it. So it very much so looks like a stone sculpture with a mouth currently open. One of the eyes is, again, like sculpted. The other eye seems to almost be just like an amalgamation of... It very much so, again, gives off the interpretation of like a moss or an algae-like cover. But rather than the blue, like lifelike algae that seems to be covering the vast majority of the structure, on that eye itself, it looks to be much more of like a deep green, almost black algae. Pib at this point turns to you, Gurgle, and says, "You guys are doing quite well. However, it does seem we have a little bit of a problem." And as he kind of like looks off, you kind of find yourself looking in the direction he is, and you see a bunch of that blue-like algae seems to almost like and move, giving you the impression of something large moving through the water.
Is a snake? A gator? It is their new pet, and he almost seems to be somehow tracking this thing as Pib's looking around the water. And he points down to the eye and he says, just go. I don't know if it has quite noticed us yet. I think it simply knows something's here. If you move quick enough, you should be fine, and I will stand out here, and perhaps I'll act as a messenger for you if anything goes wrong. I'll tell you if they are onto you from the outside, and I'll see if I can't maybe get this thing away or off of your scent. But for now, go.
Does he have more of that blue
Time to
dust?
swim down to the eye.
We need more of that blue dust to clear out the entrance.
No, we need to go.
How the fuck are we supposed to clear out the entrance?
Can we not talk underwater? Just
No,
then?
no, you can. Everyone can talk
Everyone can
underwater.
go.
The part of the water breathing, it allows you to function permanently underwater.
Okay, I'm taking Zephyr with me because I still don't think he can swim.
Zephyr is at this point, this especially because like having the level 1 exhaustion for a little bit, he would be quite tired at this point. So you guys kind of continue to swim down. You get to the entrance.
I am holding him like a rifle.
All right. As you're swimming down, almost looking like a spear fisherman holding a spear, just the spear being a
Humanoid.
He's just like this. He just lays out.
I will let Zephyr decide how he wants to interpret that. As Tiku is also swimming down with you. But with that,
cast shape water, and I want to just like disperse the creatures in front of the eye. See if that works.
okay. So again, in front of the eye itself, it seems to be more of like a black moss, and getting up close to it,
I thought you said
it is.
a large amalgamation of the blue moss.
No. So everywhere that is the case, except for what would be the left eye in this case. The left eye seems much more standard moss, or like that dark green, almost what you would typically find at the bottom, or like in a swamp if you were to scoop up some of the moss and algae off of the
Totally thought it was
of the
like
edge.
just, like, surrounded by blue moss.
No. In fact, kind of what he was doing when he was pushing it away is in the area directly around you, they kind of moved away. And these things are also not so close together that you can't make your way between them. It's just they're frequent enough that it seemingly almost like lights up this dark area of the water underneath the lake.
You said we were looking at an eye?
Guys, this is a really tough swim.
You're not even.
Sorry, you said we were looking at an eye.
By the way, I'm holding you like.
figure out
Do
why.
not listen to the description of the temple at all.
By the way, I'm carrying you,
breath for a while, and
Bits and pieces.
and I'm holding you like a rifle.
Stuck in the tree.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you
chill
heard
for a
that.
moment.
I just imagine as soon as he grabs you, you just lay out like this, and then he's like pushing you through the wall.
Sadly, your intellects can't help you here.
With that,
Aerodynamic.
Gurgle, you being the first one to kind of get to the eye, or to the what you would assume to be the entrance, which is one of the eyes of this temple, and it is modeled after a grung. The left eye it again has that moss-like feature, but then almost like where the pupil would typically be, there is what appears to be like a red bulb. It kind of almost seems to have like flower petals that are all come pointed or wrapped to a point. It's like a bulb of a flower instead of an actual bloomed one. It again has like moss and almost like string like vines that have started to wrap and grow around it. But this is what you would know to be a grung lock. It is taken from the swamp, and rather than using I guess science, for lack of a better word, to create mechanisms, they instead will take a known flower within the Dryson woods that its vines will grow and almost work as like a sealing agent in the way that it seals, similar to how it will grow through concrete, but rather than growing through things, it seems to go over them, and it works as a makeshift lock that seals extremely strongly, as its roots are nearly unbreakable, but the bulb itself, upon breaking, will almost loosen and lax the entire grip of everything else.
But I forgot about my knife.
Wait, so are we supposed to break the bulb to enter?
Is the shrine connected to like the chief's house? I thought like when you
No,
described
you guys
it, they
are
were connected.
way below the chief's house. Again, you guys have swam so deep that for those of you with not as high constitution, like your chest hurts, you have a headache, it's hard to breathe despite being able to breathe underwater just because the pressure's so high at this point. You guys are at this point, I would say a couple 100 feet underwater. To the point that normally would also be just pitch black, but these blue-like algae seem to be providing some kind of light source. With that, Gurgle seems to produce this small, weird spiked key that he was given by Pib, and he just takes it and just like right into the top of this red bulb, just kind of. The bulb itself seems to almost like break inwards, and then rather than almost blooming like a flower, seems to just kind of crumple in on itself. As it does crumple in, the moss and the vines like that seem to be growing from the eye, just all of them seem to not not crumble or break or anything. They almost instead, it's like someone took scissors and cut where it was taut, and they just kind of, and then they just kind of seem a bit loose, and you just grab it and kind of pull it away. It still takes a little bit of strength as you kind of like pull, and it rips and pulls off a little bit, and it reveals what is effectively just, it actually is just a hollowed out eye that you're able to just swim into. What is that?
At this point, I do want to activate my eye again, as I can see through walls, and I can see individuals on the other side of said walls. I want to see if there's any individuals waiting for us in a ambush-esque pattern or something of the like, or just how many people are inside of this structure.
So there is a limit to how far you can see in terms of.
I don't exactly know what that limit is.
You don't know even yourself as you kind of like as you look at it. The looking into this temple, you don't seem to sense any life coming from inside it, at least as far as you can currently see. That said,
walls that I can see, can I guesstimate?
So you guys are going into a hollowed out eye that's maybe about the size of this table. So you're almost swimming into a small, almost like a cave. Is what it gives you the feeling of.
When the Tree Father saw them by the shrine,
now we're really good.
How did it see them?
There might be trees underwater.
Are they the same shrine?
You have no idea.
Didn't he describe it to us?
He told you that he saw people in the shrine. He described the people.
And he also told us where the shrine was, which is this
Well,
shrine that
if
we're
it's
entering right now.
if it's this shrine and he's a tree and he can see what trees see.
Underwater trees exist.
I never told you how he used his magic at all.
Fair.
Also, just because it's underwater doesn't necessarily mean it's underwater.
Just because it's underwater.
I was just saying.
The answer is you have no idea. As Razu is at the
I have
edge
no
of
idea, and
water
Razu
swamp,
has just
doesn't
thought
mean
we
it's
should have asked bro for more details. Cause
If it makes you feel any better, I thought that. I didn't think it important enough to ask.
I thought it important enough to know if they were at the same shrine.
Stop.
We do.
You assume so. It is. You were told the position of the shrine, and this is that area. So with that, I assume you guys are just entering in. Is there anything else you're looking to do?
If I can't see anybody, then I see no problem with it, other than looking for traps.
By the way, the grunter like traps.
I guess, yeah, I might as well look for traps.
Okay.
Who's got
Make
the best?
a perception check
would
with
that be?
disadvantage.
Who's got the best perception? Shouldn't somebody help
As
him?
to why?
Low sightline and your eyes currently.
Then help
active.
him with traps.
Can I deactivate my eye if it's really hard to see?
You could do that. You would still have disadvantages though because it's still not.
I can see I have dark vision, is what I meant to say, but yes.
So the obstructions are still there. The algae gave you like the low light. However, there is still obstructed vision. Like you
So
can
the algae
still.
murky water.
Yes, it is. It is still.
Okay.
It is still murky water, and currently you guys are still underwater as you guys are inspecting.
21.
That said, you're freaking on it as you're looking about, and 21.
15 and a 16.
As you guys start to swim into this tunnel-like entrance to this Grung temple, you do notice about 10 feet in, not necessarily what you would normally think of as a trap, but you notice something that is lightly glowing. You could have passed it off for some of the blue algae, which is still providing light in here, as it is seemingly attached to the walls in some points, still providing a little bit of like low light in this, we'll say, tunnel entrance. But there is something that's growing a little bit of like a deeper blue. As you kind of like swim up a little bit closer to it, not quite to it, you notice that there seems to be a small rune that is engraved in the side of the stone that is currently glowing like a deep blue.
Hey, Zephyr. You might want to get your ass over here.
Okay. What's
Struggling
what
to
is it
swim.
you see?
I'll go ahead and swim over.
As Terrence
Will I
and
ask you for
Zephyr,
anything other than magical shit?
I mean, maybe something about books
Political
or history.
shit?
I didn't hear what you said.
Maybe something about books, history, math,
Underwater?
science,
You also like
hydrodynamics.
Do you even know that
How
word?
much pressure are we under currently?
Does our world even know that word?
as he
I would need something
as
to
he
write
points
on.
it out to you, you do notice this same blue, glowing blue sigil on the wall.
I just find it funny that he didn't ask the person who deals with grunts.
I asked the person who deals with magic. This is clearly magic.
I light a fireball underwater.
What's the rune say, Grogo?
It's not what it says, it's what it does. That's all I care about.
What does the rune do, Gogo?
I can start casting Identify, but it's going to take a moment.
Don't you have to touch it to identify?
Yes, that's part of it.
That
Or
might sense it all.
I guess I could just try to ascertain.
Yeah,
if it's
you can make an
Arcana.
Arcana check, see if you can like just at a glance know what this might be.
Guidance.
What was guidance basically? It's Arcana, right?
Yes.
24.
24. Exactly what it does, you couldn't get without like an identify. Like, however, you would know that this is effectively a proximity set off sigil. It is some kind of a spell that upon getting close enough to it, which you guys are currently a little bit out of it, it's more accurate to say that it has created a veil within this tunnel that as soon as you pass through it, it will activate whatever the effect
It
is.
appears to be either a trap or an alarm. I would guess most likely an alarm.
Is it like a wall, or is it like a bubble?
It's a wall.
So you could misty step past it, huh?
Unless it's triggered by magic.
But you have to be in the proximity.
Do you want me to tear down the
Does
wall?
anyone have a dispel magic?
I do, but I only have so much magic in a day.
Back in the fighting
You-
pits when
you
I was
disable
fighting a
magic
wizard and I
You can
needed to
attempt to.
dispel something,
It's the same.
I just
it's the
punch him
same
in the
thing,
head
right?
really
This is
hard.
much
like,
harder.
Just like scratching the rune in a
It is
specific place.
much harder
Um,
than if you don't use like a dispel magic.
Yeah, to give some context, if you what's it called, Arcane Lock?
Yeah.
Arcane lock is to
Magic.
unlock
That's to
magical.
unlock a mundane
That's specific. Well, that's
No,
specifically
arcane
to.
lock
knock.
magically locks something. You're thinking of knock, which magically unlocks something.
Increases the check by 10 if you use Arcane Lock to lock something.
So if it
In a
was
very
like
similar
15 trap,
fashion.
it would be a 25 trap or something.
Yes, and a trap would work in a very similar fashion. An arcane trap, if you were to try and disable it, would, depending on the trigger.
Whatever the normal trap's DC is, it's an extra 10. On top.
I would probably make it vary depending on what kind of trap it is and what the trigger is. It'd be 5 to 10. I'd actually say 5 to 15 depending on how severe the trap is.
Can I identify whether it's a trap, whether it's a normal trap or a magic trap? Am I able to identify that by spotting it?
You, with him pointing out the rune and then pointing out the veil, I would say that you're able to very quickly ascertain that this is a.
just in general. Can just people in general,
If-
if they find the trap, whether it's magic or non-magic, just in a general sense, just for future reference, so I don't have to ask the question. Can they know if it's a trap?
So the answer is if you can ascertain that it is a trap, then you can ascertain if it's a magical or a normal trap.
So did
Throw a
he
rock
find
at it?
out if it's a trap with his perception?
No.
Again,
you guys do not.
We
currently
only
know.
know if it's.
You
that
simply
either
know it's a
an
glowing
alarm
rune
or
that
a
seems to
trap.
have a
He
veil
didn't-
that
he
is just in
didn't-
front of you, and he knows that if you move forward, it'll trigger the veil. If it's a trap or not, like the effect of it, you don't know. So you have not determined it is a trap.
We
It
don't
is
know if
simply
it's a
something that
warning
will
or not.
activate if you continue to swim forward through this tunnel entrance.
I mean, I can do an investigation, I guess.
Well, I'm just trying to find out if I should try to disarm it, which will attempt to trigger it, or if. Well, actually, no. If I attempt to disarm it and it's a trap, it'll disarm.
It will
as long as I pass a check. If I attempt to
explode.
disarm it and it's not a trap, unless I don't pass through it. The reason I ask this question is I can attempt to disarm traps with Mage Hand. That's a specific thing about Arcane Trickster.
So I'm pretty sure this counts as a trap.
The answer is if you
But
try
the
to
thing
disarm
is,
a
if
trap.
you try to disarm an alarm with Arcane Trickster's Magic Hand, does magic passing through an alert spell count? I don't think it does.
Depends on
I
the.
mean-
So like if
if
you
it's
have
the
the
alarm
alert
spell,
if you have the-
anything that passes through it will instantly trigger it.
even magic.
Yes. It's literally set as like a detection method if anything was to pass through it.
Interesting.
In fact, it would even be set up. Think of it like a tripwire, like a magical tripwire. You could even throw stuff through it to trigger it.
Interesting. Okay. Well,
So-
I mean,
You could
Regardless-
still
Get it?
disarm it though.
but if I attempt to disarm it without dispelling it, that's the problem. Is we have
You
we
have a
to-
chance of failing.
No. If you attempt to disarm, you can disarm the alert spell.
No, if it's a spell, that can't
Yeah,
be
the
disarmed.
only way to do it is to disarm to
to
dispel it.
to dispel magic.
You'd either have to if it's a spell, you have to dispel it. If it's a trap, then I can try.
But alarm is so low level, I assume Zephyr would be able to recognize it, right?
Can I do a survival
Depends on
check
what
to
it's
see
tied
how
into.
long ago this trap was set up?
Well, we don't know if it's a trap. That's the
Again,
problem.
yeah,
that we're
you
We
having.
also
also
don't know
don't
if
even
it's
know
a
if this is the only one.
Well,
If I disarm
regardless,
this
can
one
I-
and the
can I
next
do
one,
some
won't
kind
be
of
able to
check?
dispel the thing.
I understand.
To
That's
see
why I
if this
said
was set up
it's
by
kind of
someone that
it's
went
kind of-
in
it's
and
a
is
risk either
still
way.
in,
What's your
or if
your
this
vote?
was
I
set
can
up
try
a
to
long
disarm
time
it, or
ago
we can
to
dispel it.
get intruders. away.
Magic man.
The answer is no. You would not be able to do it.
I'm trying
Is
to
it-
ask him.
I don't
I-
think he's talking to the DM.
I mean, if I'm not familiar enough with the alarm spell to be able to see it offhand. So, but if it is an alarm, we don't want to trigger it this early,
Wouldn't
especially.
dispelling it count as triggering it because they would lose connection to the spell?
No, because they don't hold concentration on it. It doesn't require
Okay, so we're sitting here
active.
for 10 minutes while you identify it.
I mean, if we want to.
Unless touching it is what activates it.
Do you have to touch it? Do you have to
Wait,
touch
do you want me to
identify
touch it?
Technically do. I don't know.
It's part of the spells that you touch it.
What if
Yeah.
Aerith touches it? Isn't it like a...
That's still someone touching it.
Is there
Fair.
any way to identify if it's the alarm spell without setting it off?
Can I touch it? I can touch it and you won't set off the alarm.
The answer is there's a few different triggers that you can put for an alarm spell. You'd have to identify it, but in order to identify it, you'd have to touch it. So as long as touching it isn't the trigger, then yes. If touching it is the trigger, then
Then we're doomed. And there's
So
no way that we
then
could
you have to
avoided
guess
setting
and
it
just
off.
try and decide
So
what it is.
And if
wouldn't-
it's a trap
I think
and you
it's
swim
just-
close to
I
it,
think
then
it's
you're
just
going to
safe.
hit.
Hold
Just
up,
to
wouldn't that mean if you're
dispel
setting
it.
up a
But
thing,
here's-
you would always set it up as touching it activates it? So that people can do
I
this?
cast dispel magic.
Thank you.
Okay. Casting
Fifth
Dispel
level.
Magic is you. Yeah, I believe all your spells are cast at 5th level.
Yes.
As you do, the rune just goes dark.
Let's hope that's not two more.
Do you want to identify? Can you identify after it's dispelled?
No.
Like-
No, because there's no magic.
Because it's a magic trap.
At this point, it is something that someone carved into the wall. That's it.
I'm going to continue forward.
There's two spells that you can set up
Okay.
in a magical nature. It would be either an alert spell, something that alerts you, or it would be literally the spell Arcane Trap. I'm pretty sure.
Can I look and see if it was set up recently now that I can look at it closer?
It's carved into the stone. So no, I didn't know how recently it was. It's got mold and
Arcane
moss growing on it, but that
Yeah,
could
but
still
I'm
be
saying like,
Arcane Trap. just
if
blows
someone
up
carves
when it's
something in a wall, in stone, like I feel
in
like
some cases, I would
a
say
lot of the
yes.
time
However,
it-
you're underground where mold and algae seems to
You're
be growing
underwater.
very. it
which
grows
is also
very
fair, which would
rapidly.
increase corrosion, which is why I'm saying like,
The answer is no.
oh.
The answer to your question
I don't
is
know how
no.
magic
You have no idea.
runes work.
We're swimming on.
It has been disabled, or it has been dispelled, I should say. You guys continue to swim and kill Star Wars.
One moment.
It's the phone.
What the fuck?
The phone that is streaming is getting a call.
Is that
Grandma's calling?
is that
I wonder if that
copyrighted?
like kills the video. I assume it does.
No, we still have video.
Weird.
Can you hear
We
that?
are still alive.
I don't know. That was weird. Okay, so continuing to swim down this, it's not terribly long,
Copyright strike.
but rather than swimming back forward, you almost like swim down for a bit. And then it similar to Quick Splash's entrance, it kind of loops back up, and after it loops back up, before opening up into a cave or anything, the water seems to stop, and you have about 10 feet before you can see a ledge above you is where you guys kind of come up to the edge of the water. At this point, the stone is still effectively smooth stone. In fact, it'd be even more slippery currently. How do you want to try and get the rest of the distance up this hole?
Are you keeping the same stealth check as before, or do you want us to roll a new one? Okay.
I'll let you know if you roll a new one.
I wait until they start asking. How are we gonna do this? And then I just climb up and then
I'm checking for tracks.
We all remember you can climb walls.
Okay,
Easily enough.
I'm checking for like tracks, any signs of anyone being here remotely recently.
There's not even remotely any signs of tracks.
Like out of the water?
Nope. This is, again, the sides of the wall. So in here, there isn't as much like moss and algae that's grown, apart from like just coming off of the water.
True.
The edges of the water just seem almost like smooth and slimy. Almost similar to the liquid, which you guys are all technically excreting right now. That said, Gurgle is able to very quickly kind of crawl up to the top. You, Gurgle, crawling up to the top. There is at the end, as soon as you kind of peek up, it is just a small hallway that goes forward to just a door that is actually currently cracked open. You can see a little bit of light that's actually bleeding through it. It's like the door was left slightly ajar.
Are we by the door?
No.
Pay attention, dude.
So you're
You
in
guys
like
were
a little
swimming,
hole.
you guys came up,
And
then
we're,
the
like,
water
looking out
ended,
the
and then there was 10 feet up before you hit a ledge. He just climbed up the wall, because he can climb walls, and then looking down it,
Yeah, I was just wondering if you assumed like we went up or something.
he just
wet.
turned back and told you all shush, and then dropped you guys down a rope.
I can
And
climb
at
on
this
my surface
point,
because of suction cups.
At this point, you guys would all, using the rope with just like a little bit of time, doesn't take long at all. You guys are able to all climb up to the top of it and kind of moving over to the door itself. I'm kind of maintaining the stealth you guys had. I'll have you re-roll if not. What is your guys' marching order for how you want to do this?
I'll be close to the front with my perception check.
So I assume Gurgle's at the front based on that?
I assume so because he was the first one up the
I'll be
thing. If he
third.
lets me go first, I'll go first.
I'll be third, I guess. After those two.
The tunnel is not incredibly wide, by the way. It is,
I'm
one might
carrying
say,
Zephyr
5
still.
feet wide.
Where's the minis? Because I usually set up the minis just to make it
Beautiful.
I don't know where Michaela
Okay.
put them, actually. Oh, they're all right there.
In the door, can I check to see if they if like someone set up something that like a hair or something that would like break if the door is opened completely?
You can. You make a perception check.
Is this you?
There's people in here, alright? I know there's somebody in here, dude. 15.
15?
Zephyr.
The door doesn't seem overly tampered with. It's surprising that the door is currently open, as you'd think in a temple scenario like this, especially with the growth that was on the entrance. You'd think that this door would be shut.
Are we going through the door?
With that being the case, as Razu's whispering to Gurgle, as he's like starting to pee, he's starting to like slowly push the door open. Gurgle kind of like stops and he's like, and then he continues to push the door open. Pushing the door open, before I do, as you kind of toggle your eye over, you cannot see through the door. In fact, as you toggle over to the land in between, you can see in the hallway you're in, you can see your fellow partners. However, as you look at the door, it's like it just stops. It's just black. And even as Gurgle kind of like starts to peek it open and you look through with a crack where you can see it again, when you're in the land in between, it's like it doesn't exist. It's almost like it's blocked out to the point. And at first you're like, okay, that's weird. Maybe there's nothing there. And you look to the left of it where you're looking through the stone, where you're technically looking through the wall, and you can see maybe like 20 feet that's likely through the stone. You can see that same like that blur, that almost like blinding blur.
Whatever you do not use the stones to go to the lands in between. You will die.
With that, Gurgle, as you're kind of like slowly opening through this door.
Aaron, don't tell me how to live my life.
The room right in front of you, or the room on the other side of this door, is it's like a circle with the edge of the circle just kind of opened up. There seems to be off to the left of the door. There's just a pile of it almost looks like adventuring gear. You actually see a couple crates. 2 of the crates are currently opened. One of them is open. Currently has some clothing that's kind of flipped over to the side. There's 2 large barrels that seem to be full of some kind of green substance. You actually would be familiar with this green substance. It is a grung food source. That you can take the algae and effectively
So
blend it and cook
green.
it into this almost like slop. is how I would describe it. With that said, there's the pile of what appears to be
Soylent
adventuring
Green
equipment.
is people.
There's a table that very clearly does not look to be a mainstay here. It's just a circle table, wooden. There's 2 stools that have haphazardly been put next to it, and then a sitting chair. There's a book on the table that's currently open, and then some papers that are kind of scrambled. There's a cup and then a plate with what appears to be the remnants of food, now dried and attached to the plate. Before I finish describing, what's up?
I'm pretty sure Tiku is going to want to take some of the grung lettuce, is what I am assuming it is.
That's probably true. We'll get to that in a second. Just beyond that table, though, there is a much more throne-like chair. It's technically back-facing to you. There's like a throne-like chair in front of a another large table. This one's square, and this looks a little bit more like it belongs here. There seems to be a large stone tablet on it with 2 books that are currently propped up, both open to pages. And on the large stone that's on this table, it seems to have 3 gemstones. One of which is glowing. It is the one on the right. And then 2 gemstones which are currently dim. All 3 of them are emeralds, but the one on the right is almost like glowing like a light green with almost like a faint hum. And then the other 2 are just completely dark. Just in front of that, you can, even just from here, you can see that there is just what appears to almost looks like a pit. And you can hear the sound of almost not rushing water, but like consistent flowing water. You get the impression that pit likely goes down into some kind of water. At that point, it kind of opens up into a larger room. You can see 2 doors on the far ends of the room. And then the only other thing you notice is that next to those 2 doors on the far end of the room, both doors are shut, by the way, as this one was cracked. There seems to be 2 large sarcophagi that are almost like mounted into the wall. Very clearly could be opened, but they have like algae and vines that are almost like wrapped up, signifying that if they have been opened or if they can be open, they haven't been in a long time.
Is it just 2 that I can see from this angle?
Yeah, so you can't see the full extent. So you have the circle room into a larger room that opens up. You would recognize
frogs.
These sarcophagi as they're a bit shorter, a bit more stout on the top. Very much so you would know that these are sarcophagi dedicated to golden grung. So you were actually
specifically House of Logi, I would guess.
What was the lighting in here?
There is torches. So there's torches that are mounted
Are they
just
lit?
periodically all throughout this. Yes, they're all lit, and they seem, even at a quick glance for you, being more familiar with how grung typically operate, the torches are a little bit off-putting to you because they're not ever burning, they're not magical. They're just normal torches that seem to be mounted. And there's not even like holsters in the walls. It is almost like someone has taken these torches and used adventurer means to almost like just mount them throughout the room.
Okay, so
It very much so looks like adventurers have come in here with this first setup, and almost like this has been like a base of operations is kind of the impression that you get.
so if they're normal,
Lastly,
6 of them.
there is a creature sitting in the larger like throne-like table, looking at the 3 gems. Whatever the creature is currently seems to be looking at the book on the right, almost reading, and then has almost like a purple cape that is kind of flowing off the sides, and then you can just see the top of the head. The top of the head is bold, seems to have a couple warts on it, almost gives you like a troll-like impression, but the slime that's exuding from it gives you a grung impression. What's up?
So even if he opens the door, I assume more, I still can't see in whatsoever with my eye.
With the eye that sees in the land between, yes, the inside of this temple doesn't seem to exist in the land in between. What that entails, you have no idea. However,
Can I make like a I don't know, like an
Any
insight
kind of
check? Basically, if I entered this room looking in the in lands between, would anything bad happen, or would it just be like me wearing the eye patch where it's just dark?
you have no idea. You haven't had this eye for that long. You haven't experimented.
You have
that
to do
much.
it to find out.
I guess we'll experiment.
Well, I'm gonna turn to Guru. We're still holding Zephyr like a rifle.
So as you turn to Gurgle, he does hold like a shh out.
Friend or foe? as I aim the Zephyr.
Fireball.
Put me down. Are you sure? Yeah. Okay, I put him down and I pull out my sword and my boomerang.
Okay, sword drawn, boomerang in offhand. Gurgle, you're technically at the front. At this point, I'm going to say you have like this much of a crack in the door, so you just like kind of stuck your head forward. And I'll say you kind of like pulled the door back to the spot you had it before, and you kind of like turn back and almost like regroup with your group in the hallway. Floor is your guys'.
There's something in there. I think I can get behind them.
What is something?
I'm going to Crimson Right.
So just keep in mind, you can do that. Your Crimson Right does burn. It is very visible.
No, we already decided that wasn't
No,
the
no,
case.
no, it doesn't.
His
It has
blade
no
just
light.
like gains like red runes, and that's where the fire damage comes from. We already said that. It's not like
It has
Yes, because
no
it doesn't exhibit
noticeable
light.
difference.
Okay, never. Yeah, no, I'll give it to you. I would still say it has like almost like a molten glow.
Yeah.
If you've ever seen like depictions of lava in an extremely dark room, it's not lighting everything up. There's almost like a black molten glow.
Would that affect things' ability to see me?
I would say that if it was looking at you, yes, it wouldn't affect like your stealth in the terms of
So-
how you roll.
So, for instance, if they passed my check,
That's
of
how they
stealth,
see you, is they see your scythe.
Yeah, it's like they would see your weapon before they would see you. Mechanically, it's not going to make a difference.
You're still gonna
Okay,
roll
so,
stealth the same.
Okay, mechanically, it's
What
good.
damage type are you crimsoning?
You got fire.
We're gonna do fire.
Okay.
Fire just seems like a better.
I think
Fire
get in the
seems to
room.
go to.
I don't know if
It's
a good idea
fire
to
or
just
cold, and I
run
feel
with
like
guns blazing.
fire's better.
Everything's resistant to cold here.
Exactly.
I don't know if we should just
Ooh,
run in guns
baby.
blazing yet. I can actually get in there without setting anything off yet.
And the rest of us?
I'll send you a message
Do
in
you
your
have
head.
any idea what the creature is?
Looks like a frog troll.
How big is it? I thought it was a medium-sized creature because that's how you describe the throne.
It's filling out the throne. You would assume it's a medium-sized creature.
How big is the throne? Like a normal chair, or is it a big throne?
No, it's small-sized.
Okay.
Most of the stuff in so, quick clarification for you guys. Almost everything in here, as I describe it, I'll do my best to describe it this way, is smaller in scale. So
it's
like the
drum-sized.
sarcophagi, the sarcophagi that I was describing, like 5 feet tall,
Oh, okay.
to the point that like most humans wouldn't even be able to fit in the sarcophagi unless they were like crumpled.
In your head.
I made
Stand by the door.
the.
Except for the chair and the wooden table that almost seem like adventure-like. The chair in front of you, that's like
The stools?
yes.
Okay.
The stools and the table itself, those are more so normal sized.
But the throne is smaller.
Yes, the throne and even the table in front of it, despite it being fairly large, is like lower to the ground.
I don't know where that's
So,
I
so
made-
just to make sure I understand, the throne is back to the door.
Yes.
Okay.
Back away and is facing the pit.
Okay.
Also the larger room. So it's like it opens up into a larger room, but there's a hole and then a small walkway on both sides of it.
Frog Coliseum with a giant water pit in the middle.
Kind of.
made a
Gurgle.
piercing.
It's a big like gladiator throne on the.
Gurgle.
Except for it's a
looking
circle into a rectangle. So circle opens up
what's
into
the
a
signal?
rectangle room.
And the pit is in the
What's the
rectangle?
signal?
It's in the in-between. As the circle transitions into
I don't
it,
need a
there's
signal. I
a
can
pit
just
in the middle of
send
it.
a message
How,
to
how
you.
big is that gap
Yeah,
when it
but
transitions?
when do you
Like,
want us
the
to go
walls,
in?
are they like 15 feet
It's
apart?
like 5 feet. 5 feet, 2 5
Either
foot
I will
paths,
yell
about a
go
15
if I
foot,
get caught,
entrance in total.
Or I will
So
send you a
5 foot
message
path,
and
5
say
foot hole,
hostile.
5 foot path.
That means come.
That just takes a lot
Sorry,
more
I'm just
time.
trying to
Wait, okay, so
than
let me
saying go.
clarify this.
made
All
the
right,
piercing
so
vision.
you're gonna go in, you're gonna sneak in, you're gonna determine if the guy's hostile or not. If he's not hostile, you're gonna send a message. If you're caught, you're gonna scream. And
So
if he's
the terrible
hostile, you're
drawing-
gonna let us know, and then we're
The
gonna
doors right
come
here.
in.
Those are looking in.
uh,
So 2 paths
just
that go
a
over the
sword
hole,
just swinging and
that's
a
when it opens up the
boomerang's
door.
a ringing.
Correct.
The hole itself
Love it.
looks to be like a
Alright. Anybody got a
20
problem
foot
with that
hole,
plan?
like
Okay, so
diameter.
it's 5 feet, 20 feet.
If you get caught and you scream, do we also come in, sword just swinging, even if he's not hostile?
No,
No,
that's
that's
think by
on
the
the
time you get to
table.
me,
The throne is
we'll have
looking
to
at a
determine
table
whether he's
that has
If you're
stone
screaming, I'm
that
not
has 3
coming to
emeralds in
you.
it, 2 of which are dark, one of which is glowing.
And like, is it like ingrained in the table or is it just on the table?
Their stone is on the table.
In both
Okay.
cases, you're coming in.
Terrence, I'll tell you
I
when to
made
go.
the piercing video game, if you
Okay.
didn't, so just so you know.
I might as well try this now. So with the gap, I want to
Also,
just try and like pass my eye
Stay away
into
from the
the
big hole in the
blackness.
middle.
Okay. As
I don't know
you
why.
pass your eye through, It is very similar to wearing the eye patch. It's just like, it's not that there's a broken realm or anything. It's more like there's nothing there.
Okay. In that case, I do want to just keep my eye
Covered.
etherealized.
Okay. One other thing that's worth noting, so this is one different, I'd actually say, that you're able to test out real quick as well. So you look into it, it's like there's nothing there, but then also you like kind of put your hand in, as like a peek to look at your hand, because normally you'd be able to see it. It does black out as well.
Okay.
It's like the land in between doesn't exist within this temple somehow. How that would work, you have no idea.
Would things that go into the ethereal realm exist, or would they
You have
just
no
disappear?
idea.
I recommend against trying it.
You're
Okay,
welcome
would you
to
just
try and find out.
disappear?
Are you guys done with the questions?
All right, we're good.
All right.
I'm good.
The plan is just to catch you guys up because you guys were chatting. I'm going invisible. If I say hostile, run it. If I get attacked on screen, run it. If I message you and say hostile, run it. Anything else, just run until I tell you.
I thought message was still like loud when you initially cast it.
It's you're whispering. It literally says it's a whisper.
Oh, okay.
So it's not loud, but it is audible.
But message would break your invisibility.
Okay.
Yes.
It would, absolutely.
Okay.
When I go through the door,
You're not going through the
You're
door
not
yet.
going through the door yet.
I
Hold
said
that thought.
when I go through the
Hold
door.
that
We don't know what's
because
going
you
to
don't know how you're gonna go through the door.
After
For all you know, there won't be
whatever
a door
events
by the
happen.
time you go.
Yeah, by the time you think about what's going to happen, events
It
might
might
have
have changed.
changed, and so your plan might get thrown out the window.
My quick thing for you, because I think this is what you're doing. You're trying to so optimally prepare yourself for combat if you're going through the door. You don't do that. You literally, in your sense, you'd be like,
No, I'm
"Okay,
saying
wanna
I was
see
going
how
to
it
pluck a
ends."
feather
Invisible?
and set it on the door so that if someone goes through the door, the feather will be disrupted and I will know something.
Again, so example here, and then we're gonna go off of this. But example of why we don't need to talk about that early on. Is because if he calls for combat, Razu's not gonna stop and be like, "Let me put this feather on here real quick before I go help him deal with whatever's on the other side of the door."
People go charging through the door.
I'm going to build a character specifically to do that.
I dare you. Okay, make a stealth check.
That
You
you
have
miss your
advantage,
first
you are
turn
invisible.
of every combat.
I
would
marked
do
the
that in
spell.
a
It's
heartbeat.
26.
26. Okay, and then you're kind of. There's not even like a. It's just like a.
Completely silent.
Completely silent, and he kind of brings the door back to a crack to where you guys can still slightly hear on the inside. Getting to the other side of the door, you do notice that right on the other side of the door, you did not seemingly trigger this, but there was a small bucket. If you would have fully opened the door, to where if you would have just hit it, not like a super intense trap, just like if you swing the door open, you're gonna hit it and it would likely fall and make some noise.
Splashed.
No, not even that. It's like an empty bucket that if you just hit, it's like the bucket would roll and just make noise. With that, you're in the room.
I start making my way towards the creature.
Okay, you kind of make your way around the table.
Peek at the table just real quick for any like obvious plans.
Looking at the table, you very quickly are able to determine that the page that it's open up to, this is a journal. And it seems to almost be like a log, like a quick glance, and it's like seemingly notes on almost like excursion notes. Again, very much so gives the impression of like adventurers have set up shop here.
Any specific quick things that I can pick out?
Do you wanna-
I'll just spend like 20, 30 seconds tops.
Okay, so you stop
And
there
I'll,
and
I'll
start to.
glance through the page real quick and see if I can ascertain what generally they were doing at this page.
Did you
of
turn
the-
on
Okay,
base
so at the
level
first
thoughts
page,
before you
the
did
page
this?
that you're currently looking at, without flipping any pages or anything like that, seems to be notes on what they're referring to as corridor number 1. Or sorry, not corridor number 1 because it's flip pages. This would be corridor number 3. The notes on corridor 3 is it's effectively a small map. It seems to almost like gives you it's like a winding pathway. They've kind of drawn into a winding pathway into almost like a diamond room. It's like this, but if the top circled. Like Cusco's hat. It kind of curves at the top, and then there's a couple things inside, but they're poorly drawn, hard to tell exactly what's inside. And then there's just a couple notes on it of effectively the impression that you get. It's kind of haphazard, but you're able to quickly put it together and it seems to read along the lines of, "We believe we've found the statue, but we don't know how to activate it." That's pretty much all you're able to get from that page, that quick glance. With that said, you kind of
Did we transfer the orb tree, or do you still have it?
Which
I
one?
thought I asked for it, but I'm not 100% sure last session.
Well, at that point, we're going to say
cube?
Zephyr has it then.
Well, I'm asking because I remember asking you for the orb.
The key
The
was given to you. Did you give it to
the
him, or do
tree
you have
father?
it?
The tree father gave us.
Did you transfer the key?
I think
I
he
don't
just
think
put
so.
in the dimension.
I can't remember if he he
You
might
just
not
put
have
it in.
We're
the
going to move
dimension
forward to the
he
impression that
has.
he has it,
that's
unless
I
he
still have
discovers
it.
something
That's
else.
fine.
Didn't you put it in the pocket dimension?
No.
That would
I-
still count
oh,
as him having it. even
But I
if
put
he
it on myself.
So.
So-
And there's not anything really else on there worth
Not on
noting.
that first page.
No,
Would
no,
you
no,
like
on
to-
the table, just in general.
Oh no!
besides-
So
besides just
again,
three
it's like the
gems.
remnants of food. It's like
Okay.
they had a meal here, not terribly recently, from a quick glance.
Okay, then I'm gonna move up to the creature.
Okay. As you move over to the creature and you get a little bit more of a better sight line, very much so this is a grung, but it gives you the impression, kind of like how the crocodile had streamingly started to fuse with other creatures. This almost looks like a troll grung. Its skin is more so tight. It's a bit more dry. It's got warts. While it does have the kind of like the bigger bulbous eyes, to the side of the eye, there's like a large wart.
Some grungs are toads.
This
So
very
is it-
much so
is it
is like a toad-like grung.
Is it as a toad-like grung, or is it like an actually deformed grung?
No, it is like
I
a
think I could
very.
probably tell the difference.
It's like an extreme case, but it's a toad-like grung.
Okay.
You do
It
not get
doesn't
the impression
actually
that it's.
feel deformed, like it's fused with any
No, it just seems like this is like.
an ugly.
Yeah,
ugly
it's
toad-like
like
grung. I got it.
Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's like that kind of thing in grung style, and the way that is its skin, like its head is like slightly grown to the right, a little bit larger, and that's where one of the warts come off. Its right eye being a little bit more bulbous, and it seems to almost be leaking. Think like when cats have when cats are sick and one of the eyes.
Quasimodo.
Yeah, and the eye seems to be almost like leaking a yellow-like liquid rather than what would typically be tears.
I assume I know this yellow-like liquid.
It is
From earlier in the forest.
you do actually. That is the one thing that gives you a little bit of an indicator of maybe he's a little bit off because you're familiar with this app. That said, the other eye looks a little bit more normal. It's mainly the right side of his body. Now that you get a little bit closer and you realize that you thought at first that was the whole interpretation of him, but as you start to round a little bit more, you can see a bit better. You notice that it's more so like his right side is deforming somehow. With that said, he's currently looking at a book. The pages are blank on both books, and while you were expecting to see someone either reading or focused very intently, his arm is currently on the table. He's slightly slouched, and there is a bubble that's kind of just like protruding from his mouth. Worth noting, this isn't like your cartoon with like the snot bubble. This is like he literally has like a liquid bubble that he seems to be breathing into, and it almost looks like it's circulating the air inside. Like he's breathing in his own. It's like almost like his own version of an oxygen mask that's done in a bubble in front of his face that seems to be purifying whatever he's breathing. But he is definitely unconscious and seems to be sleeping. He is very clearly breathing, like slight snore, just like a little bit of a.
I look for any quick signs of like recent travel.
Okay, make a investigation check.
I cast message. Like, Gurgle, everything going okay?
You do not hear anything.
Apparently, I don't hear anything.
You get no response. Do with that what you will.
Is that the signal?
What'd you get?
Oh, he hasn't screamed yet.
I assume his invisibility's still
Okay.
working though, right?
Did
I
you
mean, it seems to be. None of you guys are currently looking inside.
would you
Well,
have
'cause we were
explained
seeing
to
him
us?
enter the door.
Would you have,
Well, you saw the door kind of, yep, and then he kind of shut it back, and then you guys just haven't heard from him since then. Give me your investigation first.
I think it's a 20 actually. If I have
Very
a
nice.
+1.
What's up, Zephyr?
Oh, right. I was thinking I need to be able to see him, but no, I just have to be able to point.
You need to be able
his
to point in
direction.
direction. Yes.
Yeah, as long as it has a clear path to travel, it can travel around.
Technically, you haven't seen in the room, but based on how he described it, you feel like he should have made contact. So he's either not responding,
Or
or
it's
it's
far-
not working.
Or it's. I mean, I guess hypothetically speaking, I don't know how big the room is.
Okay.
If it's
Are
bigger
you
than
trying to be
120 feet.
stealthy as well?
I'm just slowly peeking in so I can get like one eye to like look in.
Okay, do still go ahead and make a stealth check. For you are able to find signs of recent passage. Also, getting a little bit closer as well to the side of the table, you're able to very clearly see that pit drops down into what appears to be almost like a whirlpool. That's the sound of the water as well. It is quite quite literally a spinning whirlpool of water. It's not super turbulent, but it is constantly moving
I
water.
also kind of want to investigate the books too to see it, to try to ascertain specifically if there's any magical nature to the books.
They are currently blank pages unless you actually want to touch them. 4? Okay, so what we're gonna say is for this, as you're continuing to look, the signs of travel that you can see, the two almost 5-foot paths on the right and left, both of them are actually traveled to the point you can see light footsteps, almost like they were a little bit wet and they've kind of got the outlines of their footprints to both the doors in the edges. Both the doors seem like there's been multiple separate paths. Actually, it's hard.
No. Can I try to ascertain how many people recently were
Survival check.
Just different types of traps.
I got you. Make a survival check. And as you're doing this, you hear a as the door squeaks a little bit as you kind of.
All you see is an eye.
How deep is the room? How far away would he effectively be from the?
From
Sarah
you
could
right
be
now,
like,
maybe 30
Oh, I
feet,
gotta get some WD-40 on.
20, 30 feet.
How do you quietly open this door?
Hold on. I need to read my mage
Doesn't
hand
make
real
any
quick. My arcane
sense.
trick for mage hand.
Well,
30
first
feet
I need
range.
your survival check.
That is an 11.
An 11.
An 11.
You're able to tell there's at least 3. That's all you're able to get. You're able to make out 3 separate versions of tracks. With that said, as you're investigating that,
3 separate either shoes or 3
yeah,
separate,
3 separate,
creatures.
separate creatures, not shoes, to be precise. With that, as you're figuring that out, and you look back at the door and you hear it, and Zephyr kind of looks in. You do not see Gurgle. You do know he went invisible, but you're all right, what's going on? And at that moment, for you, Gurgle, the toad-like grung, the bubble seems to, he just kind of and inhales it, and just. He immediately stands up, and at this point as well, he actually does not fill out the chair that bit well, as he stands on it, and he's barely a foot above it.
I quickly stealthily brush as if a small gust of air came through and
I also
and
move
brushed
away from the door.
Do you shut it, or do you leave it
No, I
cracked?
just leave it.
Okay, so you just you look in, you don't see him, and then you see a creature kind of, and you're just and just immediately move back. Make a.
I'm just on his table to maybe brush. Ruffle
I mean, it's going to be a deception. I was going to say a bluff check, but I don't know what I would turn a bluff check into. It's going to be a deception.
To make him think he's
I got it. Make a deception
questions,
check. That's what I'm going to go with.
Oh yeah, we on it today, dude. We got the stealth on point. It's well over 20. I'll tell you that.
I actually need to know the total. He rolled quite well himself.
Oh, my heck. I don't know why my thing is.
I can pull you up.
All right. So you said deception?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, actually, I guess it's not well over 20.
Oh shit.
It's 18.
You have +0 to deception.
Apparently, I thought it was the same as my persuasion, but apparently it's not.
He actually. So how this actually plays out is he stands up, and he's starts to look around. He looks back to the back door, and then as you're going through, you kind of swish, and there's a bit of almost dust on the table in front of him on the moss, and he kind of blows up, and he kind of looks and starts to look around the room, and within a moment you're able to tell that he can't see you, but then he actually calls out and he goes, "I know someone's here. Show yourself so that we may have conversation." He's just, at this point, he's just perched up on the chair, standing on the chair, and just.
Do we hear the talking outside?
You do not, actually.
Okay.
Oh, so we can't hear him.
No.
Never mind. I don't do that.
Well, I mean, he's 30 feet away and he's just talking normally, right? Well, I guess he's behind whatever.
We need to be in the room. But we don't know that.
We don't know that.
I'm just gonna sit there and wait until he psychs himself out.
I think I woke up.
What do you guys do?
I can't hear you.
I think I woke up a toad thing.
You think you what?
One of the grung. I think I woke him up. I'm just staying quiet.
How?
Is that the signal?
A D8.
Did you see Gurgle?
No. I
Wait, do you
I
think?
saw the wrong.
Do you think Gurgle's
Said
dead?
he would scream.
Gurgle's like super
looking for you
sneaky when he
for-
No
wants to
one didn't
be.
make any noise. How did you wake him up?
For
Like,
a couple minutes.
have
at
you
least.
seen him when he stealths? He like vanishes.
No, I haven't seen him when he stealths, and I
door
think
that
that's kind of the point.
We could
Did
not
it?
hear
Oh,
it because we were
I can
outside.
tell.
Is it-
Exactly.
But should we
I
go
can't
in?
see him even when I'm
No,
trying
that's
to
true.
find him.
Should we go in?
Oh, okay. Well,
Like when he pushed the door open,
if he
he like
specified
heard
that-
like a,
It was a small creak.
and you two heard it. No one else did.
Okay.
Do
What do you
we?
mean there was a small creak?
Do we?
That door was silent as death.
I'm getting
I
nervous.
don't know what to tell you.
Zephyr,
I was.
Just
I mean, at least maybe I successfully diverted his attention.
getting a little
Even
anxious
though I
here.
failed the deception.
At this point,
I currently got you like Kronk next to the wall, and you're just like,
I'm actually just like sitting like right next to the table, like just.
I
dead
can't
in
even
front of the
find
table.
Gurgle when I know he's
he's
there.
very intently like.
at this point, I do want to place my ear up against the door.
As the door is slightly open, as you kind of place your ear up next to the door, you actually hear like the, and then you
Lean
like
back away.
periodically you hear like a, I know you're here.
I lean away and I say,
It's like one of those video games where the guard's on alert.
Effectively,
He
yes.
hears the noise and he's like, "Oh no, that's not normal." And then he sits there for like 10 minutes and he's like,
There's
"Maybe
someone
I am
prowling
maybe
around
there isn't
here.
anybody here."
and I hear
Straight up Splinter Cell.
Must have been the
behind
wind.
me. Basically, is it a one-way sound barrier or is it a two-way sound barrier?
With a little bit of quick experimentation, it is seemingly completely cut off.
Okay.
Upon going through the threshold of the door, sound just ends.
Do you?
I basically like lean away and I just say in a normal volume, "Yeah, they can't hear us in there. Sound is cut off."
Wait. Did you hear anything?
I heard someone looking.
I cast
around for
thaumaturgy.
someone.
Shoot! That's one of the signs.
Just test
No.
it.
That's
Did
one
you
of the
not hear
signs.
me?
He's been.
I'm rolling
seen.
for him. I'm letting my guy
you
can
put
is
your ear
continuing
piece
to
in
look. So given enough time, I'm rolling new checks for him.
All
to try
right,
and find Gurgle.
I'm gonna bonus action, activate my boots.
That's not the sign.
Yeah, if he gets detected.
No, that was him.
No, that was Gurgle. If Gurgle gets detected,
Currently,
we go
he's
in.
Just looking.
But Gurgle
He's
isn't
alone.
been detected.
No, it's when he screams.
He's alone.
But we can't hear him if he screams.
Oh my gosh! What if he's screaming right now? I
Calm
rush in.
down, Terrence. I just listened. He wasn't screaming.
He just like stopped. He's like, no, wait.
What I'm
But,
gonna do is I'm
but
gonna say
maybe
about that.
they killed Gurgle and then he'd no longer be screaming.
I rush in.
That would have been the most silent.
He's obviously
Do you-
cut off. I'm
So
just
people
gonna
are trying to stop you. Do you rush in still?
I'm conflicted. I got people that are stopping me. I got Zephyr saying he's probably
I don't
already
think
dead
Zephyr
or dying.
actually said that. Did he, or is that Trinity?
All right, Terrence
That's
is going
true,
in
dude.
anyway. I'm just gonna open the door. I'm gonna step inside.
Okay, as you just move forward and you just open the door, and the toad-like grung on the chair just pivots and looks back towards the door.
And here
As
comes the
you're-
bull running through.
As you run through the door as well.
I
he-
stay hidden.
Tico is like
You're,
at the
you're in
back
like a
of the group.
5-foot hallway.
Oh,
very,
oh,
very
oh, is it?
difficult to stay hidden when
Oh.
the door open.
I like silently do the avatar.
I'm gonna go ahead and throw my boomerang at him.
What?
Why?
I literally just said I was going in for diplomacy.
Why?
No one's screaming, Terrence.
We couldn't hear the screams.
I told you I could hear the screams and there weren't any.
Well,
was
as
there.
you-
I like to think
So
that he's
what-
yelling at him as he throws the boomerang.
So how that actually plays out as well,
I
just so you
intercept
know.
him at all.
As you walk through the door, Terrence kind of like comes over your shoulder and throws this boomerang. As the creature is saying, I knew some. As it
And
kinda,
then he's like turning around. He's like, I didn't say it. Throw it.
what'd you get to hit?
That was a 12.
That hits.
Oh no!
Stop trying to
He's got
kill
one HP
everyone.
too, just
It clocks him on the head.
Terrence, no!
All right, we get disadvantage on any
7.
persuasion checks we make against
7
this guy.
damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gets knocked out. As he just like, as he's like, I knew, and boomerang just poof, off the side of the chair.
What the fuck?
Can I hear him? Is he in the room or is he on
Yeah,
the
like you guys both just walked into the room. You two are in the room.
Looking in.
The grung is on the ground bleeding. It cut into the side of his head, like
God,
split
you're a
one of the
dumbass.
larger warts on his head. Just got cut in half, and he is now just
What?
bleeding.
How many times did I
I
say
summon
not to attack?
Aerith.
But Zephyr was saying he
and then
could have
next
been
turn
dead
cast
already.
Cure Wounds.
So
I
you want to
told
enter
you
into the
he
room as well,
hadn't
then?
No, you just said he wasn't screaming.
I'll enter at this point.
Okay.
Tico's gonna.
So
enter as
one thing
well.
I'll say that you get as you do, as you summon
I
Aerith,
didn't.
your spell goes off, and then you walk through the threshold, and Aerith and seems to
Oh,
disappear
shoot.
as she tries to fly through.
Oh,
and
shoot,
as you
did I-
summon her again, she appears in the room.
Where's Zephyr?
At that moment, she also communicates to you, as she's kind of flapping in the room, looks back to the door, and she says, "That's a doorway that I can't cross. I don't know why."
Did I mess up?
Extremely.
You guys are the worst.
So,
Not so. I don't
Oh shit! Who said that?
fried frog legs are a delicacy. So, do I do it?
Level
No.
1 Cure Wounds.
Okay. He was not dead, but as you cure wounds, he kind of like starts to come to as Aerith's kind of like
Nine
perched on him. How much HP?
9.
9 HP.
9 HP.
You healed more than he dealt.
Yeah, he's max health again. He kind of just like he stands up and he starts to look around again. He's like kind of like postured up. Seems
Hey, I'm gonna walk up to him. Hey, I just want to
as
say
soon as you
I'm
walk up to him,
sorry.
he's like walking back, and he starts to walk towards the path on that small like 5-foot pathway.
Hey, no, get back! I'm trying to apologize.
At this point, he like points at you and says,
Terrence,
Hurt!
at the time.
"Hurt! I will call for them. I'll call for the other intruders."
Call for who? Oh.
Other
Other
intruders?
intruders?
Are you a mercenary?
Stops. Kind of confused.
Who do you work for?
Are you not their friends?
I drop
Who's
it.
friends?
Grungs are friends, not food.
He kind of looks at each again, seemingly taking gauge of each of you. He just goes, "What's this confused? I think." At this point, he kind of like walks and no longer seemingly super afraid of you, walks past you and jumps up on the chair again. And he doesn't sit
sorry.
down. He just continues to stand on it,
Well-
but now like turns to where he's like almost to the back of the chair, how kids will stand on it. But instead of like grabbing it, he's instead just kind of hands propped at his sides and he says, "I am what? I am the carekeeper of our great temple.
How long
have
have you
been
been here?
yes."
You almost put him in a permanent retirement, Terrence. By
Yes,
the way,
that was quite rude.
the other
I
intruders,
said I'm
are they having to be
sorry.
Females.
Probably more than
I don't
that.
know what that means.
Two
Two people
more
who look
softer
like
looking
me.
versions of him.
Longer hair, probably.
He like looking
This
at you.
type of skin.
His left eye that isn't like as bulbous, leaking that the yellow liquid, starts to squint. So he's kind of like,
I feel uncomfortable.
he jumps off the chair and walks over to you,
Oh, I'm very uncomfortable.
kind of like looking up at you, and he goes, "Yes, yes."
And it's snake.
Walks back over to the chair again, kind of crawls up the side of it. Puts his arms to the side. Of
I drop invisibility standing right in front of the table.
it. So for you, he seems less. He almost seems more brazen now, and he looks at you and he goes, "I knew it."
Did you know?
Again with the same confidence that he said yes to how long has he been here. He goes, "Yes." I was watching her for a while. Yes, I know. Just because I couldn't see you doesn't mean I didn't know you were here.
You said your name was what?
I don't know.
What?
What?
Do you know?
Points at his head
Is it
toward
there?
the words.
Do you know this key?
Are you not like worried the fact that
He looks
the
at
two
it
other
and he
intruders were your-
like
most likely your relatives?
We already knew that.
Yeah, but like they're still here.
We already knew that.
It's been over a day.
as soon as you pull that out, he kind of hands on his side.
She's been here for multiple
He
days.
takes him and he kind of puts his hands together and he props him up
Yeah,
on
this
the
is weird.
chair behind him. He goes,
Oh,
Yes?
you
What do you want to do
actually
about it?
are a challenger. Oh, you are.
and he just gets like a big smile on his face and he says, you are some of the, and he looks at one of the books, and as he looks at the books, you guys notice that your names start to on the pages, and he goes,
The fuck?
Yes. Wonderful, wonderful. You are approved.
I look for Liliana and Zastaria.
I imagine
They
the
do
others
not
were not.
The names.
No, they forced their way in.
They left there, and he gestures to the pile of the adventuring equipment and the table, and he says,
They're junk all over the place.
So why didn't you throw it in the hole? What's in the hole?
I think the hole is for those who fail.
he like stares at you for an uncomfortably long amount of time, and then he like flexes his arm, and it's tiny. He's like,
I couldn't pick that up if I wanted to.
You know,
I'll show you.
I can show you.
He jumps down and he walks over to one of the stools and he grabs it and he's like, and tips it over.
Oh, that
And
is
then grabs
some,
it and he's like,
Oh, that is some
like-
terrible form. Keep her back straight.
he moves it like a solid like 2 inches. Like he is unbelievably weak.
Keep her back straight. You want to
What's
get your
in the
elbows
hole?
in tight.
At this point, he's like, he starts to try and pick up the stool.
No, don't do that. You're gonna hurt
even
yourself. That's bad
worse.
technique. You're gonna hurt
Hey,
your
pick
back.
up the stool.
You pick up the stool and you ready it back on its feet. And he goes,
Yes. Yes.
I'm gonna.
I'm
come-
going to be disturbed.
You're actually
It must
here.
at least be proper.
he again runs back over to the chair, kind of ignoring you guys until he gets on the chair, and then sits up again.
We're here to
Or stands
cleanse
up.
the
I'm
forest.
gonna walk over to the stool.
Do you
And I'm
want help cleaning up?
We're actually.
He looks.
He says, I don't know what you would do with it though.
What's in the hole?
We're here to cleanse the forest.
And he like just kind of like looks behind him.
Yes. I don't care about the forest.
The guardian.
Who's dead?
The guardian that your artifact is supposed to cleanse.
I am the temple watcher.
Yeah.
Are you the guardian?
I
Do you
like-
know the father?
I run over to the. I run over to the.
What
to
is this
the-
challenge that we've been
I am
approved
glad
for?
to see people like you. It makes me realize how truly sane I am.
I run over to the. I run over to the journal, and then I grab the journal, I bring it back, and I point at the artifact. It's here.
Your journal
No, the journal on the table.
does not have an artifact in there.
They talked about it. They didn't actually have a depiction.
No, they
Okay.
simply said
Well,
they
then-
found
then
it.
Then I take the book, and then in like a blank spot, I like scribble the artifact.
I thought they
Okay.
said they found a statue, not
It was a statue. That's why I was a little bit confused. You were saying artifact. They said we found the statue, but we don't know how to activate it.
Oh, well then I still draw the artifact, and I said this is in here.
Okay. While you're drawing that, was it?
So my eye, you said, emits a blue glow up to 15 feet of dim light. Is that still activated in here, even though I can't see shit?
Yes. Yes, it would be.
Also, why are the snake people here?
So as you're looking at the thing and you ask him, he goes,
Yes. This is the reward for committed.
and then as soon as you ask about the state, he like just stops his sentence and he says,
The intruders. You know about them.
We did.
Grung are not friends with the Uranti.
Correct. And they should not be welcome here. As says the book.
and he points to one of the books that's currently blank, the one on the left specifically.
He says, and yet they were still able to activate one of the trials. It confuses me.
I grabbed my book,
So what are these trials?
the book that appeared.
That's what
on
Tico has been trying to ask for, like.
It's not a book. So there's two books in front of him, and one of the books your guys' name's populated in.
Ha!
They
You
had
ignored you
approval
too?
from the chief. Would that allow them to activate the trial?
No, because then they would show.
And he again points to the books, and then he points to the one on the right where your names are before he responds. What's up?
So what are these trials?
He says,
Well, that plays into this. You have been acknowledged as contenders There would be trials to try and attempt to win the awards. And then he points to the book on the left. He says, "These are the victors. As you can see, there are none."
Is this how you guys got into the death games last time?
Basically.
I was kidnapped while unconscious.
So basically,
Okay,
if they
we're off
walked
topic
up
here.
and was like,
With
yo, you
that
want to win?
being the case,
I want to learn more.
the
about
answer
this.
to your question is they change. Trials are set for each of you. And I don't mean individually, I mean like the temple knows.
So the temple is killing the intruders by giving them an impossible challenge.
And you know the symbol?
Yes, that is with the rewards.
Do the losers die?
With the rewards.
Of course.
Oh, no.
It is
I
in the
was-
treasury.
The key. I was shown in the key.
That is what is showed. That is your. Think of it like your ticket. That is what acknowledges you in the book. And again, he points to the book that
The
has
house
your guys' names in it.
marker was destroyed.
It doesn't matter. It seems you have been blessed by one of the progenitors. Your entry has been approved.
What about my entry?
You're with him.
He again points it. He says, "Are one of these you?" And just points to all your guys' names in the book.
But why
it
does
in
it
common?
permit entry?
So,
Is it in
What
common,
happens
or is it
if-
in a different
So,
language that we
so
can understand?
technically, each name is in whatever language you prefer most.
why would we?
So for you, it's in your language that you would prefer most. For you, it's in Grung.
Why would we?
I don't know what everyone's preferred languages are
Why,
right off.
why would we?
Celestial.
Why would we? Why would we need?
Primordial.
Worth noting, all
I
of
can
them
read yours.
are in Celestial. No.
I can read yours.
Well, yes, you can, because all of them are Celestial for you. And all of them would be Primordial for you in that. And
I
all of them would be Grung for him.
So
can't speak
if we
primordial.
Mine is
activate
probably
or if we enter the trials while they're in the trials, does it not
Where do you see?
potentially put us against each other?
They are not taking the steps properly. I hope they are lost within the depths in the changing halls, but I don't know. I've not seen them in a
but
bit.
we might actually find them if we go.
It is possible, if the temple deems it so.
So, what's in the hole?
I need to clarify something about the book.
I think the temple wants us to
So
stop
is the
them
book
from winning this trial.
is the book just like a ledger type thing that just has
Very
our
much
names
so.
in it?
So then there's two blank ones. So the way that he had pointed it out, the book on the right seems to show contenders, so people who have been approved to try it, and the book on the left shows victors. The victors page is blank. The contenders page populated for you guys. And again, to explain what this is, all of your names are shown in your preferred language, but I don't mean like yours is in Celestial, yours is in Grung. Like for you, you look at it, it's all Grung. For you, you look at it, it's all Celestial. It's like it appears in the language that you like.
Now, other question: is there any other information? Just names? That's it.
Currently, it is just names on this.
I did not
this
realize-
entry ledger, we'll call it.
I did not realize
These
your name
books,
was
while
spelled
being
like that.
somewhat like normal in pages, are fused to the table too, right? The stone-like table.
Upon further inspection, yes, they are very much so. At first, it looked like they were just two books next to the stone that has the 3 emeralds in it, but now looking at it, it's more of like it's one object. The books still seemingly made out of what appeared to be almost like
They
normal
look like
wooden,
books, as in
bun-
the same structure as a book, but they're like.
but they're
fused
like
apart.
forced opened to a specific page, and looking at it a little bit more clearly, it's unlikely that you could turn pages. It's more of like a stone sculpture of a book that seems to populate with the words on it.
more like tablets.
Yes, much more like tablets formulated to look like a book.
So I want to investigate this book, and basically what I mean by that is the next level I was actually going to swap out one of my invocations with Eyes of the Runekeeper, which allows me to read all writing. And so I was curious if I could investigate and learn from this book to basically gain that effect now.
All right.
Make an Arcana check.
Can I have advantage and guidance?
No, because you're trying to learn something that he doesn't know.
Okay. Can I have guidance?
Sure.
Like, while it is an Arcana check, due to the nature of what you're doing, he would have to specifically know how to do that.
And I don't even know how to do that. So,
Well,
10.
You get an idea.
well, if we're going into a trial, I think it's time for lunch.
I agree.
Did this thing with the liquid, it started happening?
You should cook some for our friend too here.
He kind of like looks to the right, like he's trying to see himself, and he's like,
The sticky tears?
Ow! Yes. I've been sick for a bit.
So your by the way, your name, the Watcher,
Wart.
the Wart,
Warts.
plural.
Warts, the Watcher. Okay. So Warts.
I don't know exactly.
What do you like to eat? Tiku's gonna make some food. Kind of as an apology for him boomeranging you.
He moves over to the one. He jumps down again, and he moves over to one of the barrels. And goes,
They were stealing my food.
he just plops his hand in. Think like honey, Pooh Bear and honey. And he just, and he just puts his whole hand in his mouth, and pops it out, and he's like, delicious. runs back over to the table, runs back over to the chair again, and stands on it. Puts his hands on the back of it.
So you gonna tell me about the soul? What's with the hole, man? Tell me it's in the hole.
So he likes mush.
So we don't have to go into the right door because the right door is
You can jump
activated.
in and find out. I don't know what's on the other side.
So you don't know what's in the hole.
The temple decides who goes in the hole.
Like they choose to go in the hole and then it decides to
Razzle.
in the hole, or do you just spawn
Why
in
would
the hole?
anyone want to go in
Razor.
the hole?
It's She-Balba. You get sacrificed to it.
Does Okan survive Shibaba?
No.
The stars
Reference?
are not
No,
in
stop.
position for distribution.
Stop! You can't even see the stars. We're at a temple. It's underwater.
In El Dorado that they sacrificed.
Stop!
So, is there a loser's book?
He looks at the book that currently has your name on it. He says,
Losers don't matter. They simply disappear.
How many people have failed the trial?
A lot.
at this point, he actually gets like the broadest smile you've seen. He says,
Probably a lot.
All of them.
Okay, so this is time sensitive.
Have you ever taken the trial?
No.
No.
I heard.
I am the Watcher. I cannot partake.
We were told by the Forest Guardian that they're close to solving this trial thing. We've got to go stop them. I'm pretty
He
sure.
looks at the gemstones on the table and he says,
Indeed. They are. But how?
Alright, let's go.
I walk up
They're
Hold
using.
the phone, you
to the pathway.
crazy,
They're
crazy,
using.
impatient
They're
bird
using.
chicken.
They're using bad magic. That's why your eyes. That's why you got sick.
Yeah, Razi, you better listen to Tiku.
That's why we're here
We
at
might
the
end
Forest
up as
Guardian
dinner
sent us.
tonight.
Well, perhaps I root for you to finish first. But no one
Oh, Tiku
finishes.
wouldn't cook Razzie.
and he almost seems a little bit
Tell you
disappointed
guys.
with that one.
I've seen her pluck a chicken.
I'll.
When?
Very efficient.
When? You
At
know,
this
good
point,
chicken?
he's like kind of like looking at you, being a little bit closer, and he goes,
You're so worried about my disease. Look at his feathers. I'm pretty sure your bird is dying.
He's not dying.
Rock solid.
He just got a little bit of the frog juice to let outsiders swim through our waters.
Do I get bonus to armor class?
Tiku is going to taste a little bit of the ground goop to see what his taste buds are like.
and you taste it. It tastes like moss. It's not great.
It's grung lettuce.
It's like imagine moss with the texture of mucus.
Ew.
Ooh, ooh.
So Tiku is like, no. Sorry, I'm kidding.
Not bad. It has a weird, like, interesting texture. Like,
At this point, he actually responds to
I
me.
have a couple
It's
of
wonderful. It gets stuck in your throat. You flavor it for
Like human snot.
If she cooks with that, I'm not eating it.
It's like human snot is what you
I
call
mean, like with enough seasoning, it'll be good.
Human star
enough
with seasoning don't
poison
taste
tastes
good.
Never seen
Oh,
a human
have you
babies? They
tried
do it all the
it?
time. They're like,
With no
they're always
seasoning.
licking it.
Seasoning is poison taste.
It's gotta
At this
taste
point,
pretty
he
good.
again, this seems to almost be like an address rather than talking to one of you specifically, which is mainly what he's been doing. He almost like addressed and says,
Well then, challengers, Whenever you are ready.
And he gestures down the
after
hall,
lunch.
or down into the larger room to the 2 doors. And says,
I would prefer to have my last meal.
he not actually missing a beat. He just continues and he says,
The trials await you. Take a door at your convenience. There is no rush.
I look around for any symbols
Yo, Cesarian.
of
I
my
like this
family.
grung.
Like evidence that
door
maybe
work?
my family was here.
You actually find one very quickly. The tombstone,
down, guys.
just to the right, or just to the left of the right door, has House Maga symbol.
So these
on it.
aren't these are
Wait.
not House of Loki chiefs in the walls here.
He kind of looks around.
These
He
are
goes,
challengers that have finished.
Your answers will be found in the temple.
You said nobody ever finished.
He just looks forward and goes,
The temple always answers.
Well, good thing.
Apparently now it's in the figured all.
I pressed the digitation. I light a fire in my hand as if I'm going to cast a firebolt, and then I pressed the digitation it into a 5-foot symbol of my house.
I said, because I am the sole survivor of House Maga.
kind of like looks up at it,
Now that had some flair.
squints again, his left eye trying to see it. Just,
Do I remember?
I feel like occasionally his eye just like kind of like rolls in the back of it's in the back, like just completely backwards.
yeah, it's probably accurate.
It comes back.
Comes back.
Specifically, the larger bulbous one.
Does a full a full rotation in his head.
Similar to Mad Dog movie.
This point,
Well, for now, I must observe. I wish you the best of luck.
and he turns, and then
It doesn't
sits
matter
down.
which door you go into. It's illusion of choice, isn't it?
While she's cooking, I put
He just seemed to stop acknowledging you guys with that. He turns around, he sits down, and then he almost like blowing a bubble gum. As that same bubble seems.
Do you guys want
And
to try
starts
both
to have
doors at once,
something,
like their part of
something
it, or do we
circulating.
all go
I
through
think
the same door?
we gotta wait for lunch.
Was it?
You said that I could use
It's
arcane
almost done.
specifically with my own magic based on.
What are you making
constitution,
anyways,
so
Tico?
It's almost done.
14.
Not behind.
while she cooks, I
Tico,
put the
what are you
Packers
making?
mark on the doll.
The right door.
Tico, I don't like the what you're doing
You don't
with
have
your
to draw
face.
anything. You just
He's
put it
right,
on.
So just
You
you
did
like
say
put your
it's
hand in the
magic.
room.
No,
You're actually right.
Fucking
It's delicious.
As you go to put your hand and you go to impart the Packer's door, the symbol does not appear.
This is not the Packer's domain. He would also get pissed at you for summoning him here.
Well, we wouldn't be going into his room. You wouldn't be coming out.
With what's happening, with him not being able to do the Packer, with what you guys have experiencing, you specifically, Zephyr, with your studies, are pretty confident in this that you're in a
Extra-dimensional.
pocket dimension.
And no extra.
You are in a
travel can
unique
happen between
dimension that seems to be housed within this
So we
stone grung temple.
exit
We're in
the
like a
door, we
Packer-
close it, and then
Packer
put it on the
dimension kind of thing.
exterior door.
Guys, I bet you my grandpa freaking made this.
Your grandpa can make
Avatar
extra
Roku?
dimensional spaces.
Roku,
Stop.
not Roku.
While Tiku's cooking, I just spend the entire
R-O-K-O,
time
not
investigating this
R-O-K-U.
book.
Okay. What are you cooking, by the way?
And that's what I was
We're
wondering.
going ham, yeah.
Tiku
doing
just kept on moving her like what is or kind of eyebrows, but they're more like wrinkles.
There's scales, excuse me.
I didn't know.
What are we cooking?
I didn't know you had any ham with you.
But you don't have hair.
Crocodile meat with the brown yellow sap as a dressing on top. Like, we're going steak style with crocodile meat and drizzling the nice sap on top.
Are you putting like a side of his
Quick
slop
reminder,
next to it?
just so you remember, using two separate things adds the check together.
Yep.
So it makes it
Okay.
much harder.
We're doing it. We're going now.
All right.
I don't know if I trust this.
We skinned it nice and
I'm
beautiful.
not-
It's regular crocodile meat. It's not the poisoned variety.
Oh man, I like the poison one.
I insight that.
I'm gonna go ahead and eat a bowl.
I mean, I gotta know what she rolls first.
I will only
Well,
eat it
no,
if
we have
it
to
is
decide
not-
first.
Yeah, we should decide before.
Yeah,
This is-
well, I do roll, but they
Yeah, but-
decide before.
No, but it's kind of unfair if she rolls like, oh, I rolled a 28.
No, she can't say it.
I can't
She can't
say
say
what
it.
I got.
No,
And then we're
100
like, yeah, that's high enough. Let's
yeah.
let's
I
accept.
can't say what I rolled.
That's
Yeah.
kind of
Right.
that's kind of bullshit.
Zephyr's going
yeah,
to try
I
it
can't tell you what I roll until
this
after.
time.
So you're not using any ingredients from inside the bubble.
Well, no, the crocodile's from the, but it's not the poisoned variety. No,
But
it's like a regular hunted.
Zephyr's going to
crocodile.
try it.
So it was from inside the bubble, though.
She collected some meat and
Yeah.
she got some that was like
It was from the
usable
Grongbilly
and
village.
some that was like questionable. She got like 2
I'm not eating
No,
any
no,
creature
it's-
inside the bubble.
No,
It's
she
from
got
the Grung
given
village.
crocodile meat
Yeah,
as like
it's
a
from the
resource
Grung
from the Grung
village.
village. From
So
her,
Well, then
knows
how
where
do
it
you know
came
that
from.
they didn't get it from inside?
she doesn't.
I know. I don't know. I know that they didn't get. They got it from the dome, obviously,
Oh, okay. Just,
or whatever.
Just
maybe
roll it.
not, But I know
Okay.
it's not
Well,
the poison variety because I
So-
have
so
some of the
Theron's
poison
not
variety.
She would
How do you
assume
know
so.
it's not poison if you
She's
just
assuming
take
so,
I
and
have some of the
Kiku has
other
told you that
meats.
she does not think it is.
I have some of
This
the other
question,
meat.
this
Terrence
got
is
a lot
eating.
of questions.
Zephyr is eating. Tiku's obviously
I mean,
eating.
I'm just gonna ask him to purify first.
That doesn't actually matter though.
Yeah.
In terms of this, that doesn't matter. So we got 3 that are actually eating it non-purified. Then, what are you doing?
Sure.
What is it?
I'll eat it.
What horrible.
You're no.
Oh yeah, no.
Oh, we got
20.
dirty 20.
There's no way that passes 2 checks back to back.
It's
They're
regular
mine.
crocodile. Yeah, no,
Some
If
of
it's-
her
if
some
it's
of
like-
her checks are only DC
If it's
7.
like 11 and then like a 10, then you add them together, that's like a 22.
It might not be
That
bad.
thing also only happens if it's 5 below.
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's still a high chance it could be 5 below. If you add 2 checks together, I don't know how hard these cooking checks are.
Here we go.
Some of her DCs are like 7 or 5.
You
Pardon me.
said 20 total, yeah?
As I take a bite, I'm like, Riveron helped me.
River unhealthy.
I mean, it's fairly taste. The tree sap, the tree sap like dressing, definitely makes it a bit bitter. It is definitely like a bitter steak, which is
there
not the
a way-
best thing you guys have ever had, but considering the resources, it's actually quite good. There's no effect.
I like it.
I guess him to the ground too.
With a scoop of his slop. taste to it.
Wait a minute. Sorry, you said this was the crocodile meat you got from the Gongili village.
Yes.
No, I apologize. There would be an effect then. So you guys
Intelligence
would-
reduced by 10.
those that consumed would have temporary resistance to bludgeoning damage.
Oh, sweet.
Pagu?
Temporary being 8 hours, by the way.
So can she pass like half of the check? Does that work? Or is
No.
it just like the whole dish is either a fail or a success?
No, it's all either a fail or success.
Is there like tiers to success or tiers to fail?
Yes.
So like there's a no effect, there's a fail, there's a positive, and then is there like
There's an
extra
extreme.
positive,
There's an
yeah,
extreme
there's
positive and
extra
an extreme
positive and
fail.
extra negative. Yes.
Does a 1 automatically fail no matter what, and a 20 automatically succeed no matter what?
It doesn't work. That's not how it works with checks.
Yeah, checks are different. So no.
Okay.
If I roll a 1, I get a 10.
What is
which could
temporary
fail
bludgeoning
still,
damage?
But it depends on what I cook with.
Technically, it's one other effect, but you don't know what the tree sap does yet, and you would not know the effect offhand.
I do not know. It's a mystery. I only had 1 dose of that, so we'll see.
It tastes very exotic, Tiku.
I was kind of going for the most. We made it for some of our guests. I had to adjust it slightly. Plus, the steak is delicious.
Do you have any pepper?
Yep.
No, that is not pepper.
She
I
pulls
like
out
to think
the
that she
hag
doesn't
ash.
even like give you a vial. You just ask for it, and she just like sprinkles it on your steak.
The hag ash.
She doesn't.
Be the hag.
Don't even question it.
like I just think it's pepper.
It is a little
I don't
bit
know
hag
any
ash. I don't know if that does anything. It would be
It
absolutely
doesn't
pepper.
taste
Yeah.
like pepper. It tastes like a very, very
kinda
strong
smoky.
pepper.
It's kind of smoky.
It would be tiny, a bit amount, but yeah. So I don't know. I don't think it
It's
needs
not
to have
enough
any
to- it's
effect
not
or
enough.
anything. Yeah, it would just be like a tiny bit.
All right.
Okay, so with that, the grung, the toad-like grung, is again sleeping with this larger bubble that it seems to be breathing through.
Tika walks up to the
Past
table.
that, the room is
lifts it right
yours.
up,
Alright, in the
squeezes it
future,
over on the
when I
table,
say we're on a stealth
and then
mission, that
slaps
does
the
not
girl.
mean run into the room and
pop
boomerang
the
just
bubble.
before we
What
go.
are you doing? Sorry.
Look, okay, they
I
were
grab
psyching me
Rome's
up.
portion,
All right,
to put
We
the
were
girl
psyching you down.
But
for Mr. Worth.
some of you were.
listen,
Bring it over to the table. And then
Look,
stretch a pie,
But here's
get
the
it,
thing,
and then
Gurgle.
put it
We
on the
couldn't
table.
hear you, and when we figured
could.
that
And
out,
then I go over to
we
the
didn't
girl
know if
and
you were
slap the
screaming or
girl.
dead yet.
I told you that he
You
hadn't
wouldn't
been.
have to stretch.
At that time, what if he was screaming before you listened?
Oh yeah, and then I go.
10 seconds.
She was. It's probably really loud. As you slap him, he does kind of.
I made you food.
Looks at you.
I put the food right in front of his face. Right in front of that big eye.
He looks at it. He looks at the page.
You haven't even started.
No wonder I told you I'd make it food.
I'll walk to the
Eat.
door.
He looks at the bowl. He like takes the bowl. Looks at it, he says,
What is this?
Just try it.
It's an alligator.
pulls it out of your like broth and dripping with the yellow liquid. He goes, like a little bit of a longer tongue. And effectively, rather than savoring it at all, just seems to drop the whole steak, the whole thing, and then like the small bowl you give him, just like.
He eats the same way as my daughter. Just telling you.
He thinks for a moment and goes, and then he like seems disappointed and goes,
It doesn't stay in your throat.
and sits down and blows the bubble again and seems to be unconscious.
Do you think you would like gum?
I think we can go now.
Do you think you would like gum?
For you, Gurgle, as food is being made and you have some of the purified crocodile meat, and you're just kind of like taking a quick assessment, you notice that each of the different coffins in here are different symbols that you start to recognize. You already recognize the the symbol of House Maga. You also notice that there is a symbol for Gongili. And then you see two additional
which
symbols.
would also be the house symbol for House Ologi, I guess.
Yes. Yes, I meant to say Elogi. I don't know why I said Gongili.
Well, I mean,
technically,
it probably would also be the city symbol.
Yeah, currently it would be one and the same as Gongili is the acting. Oh, Gongili, I did it again. Elogi is the acting tribal family within Gongili. There we go.
They've always been the acting.
By the way, my muscles feel very tight after eating this. Is that normal?
Or they'll recruit whoever is the acting.
I can show
I
you
think
some
you're just letting your
stretches.
stress get to you.
Hey Zephyr, do you want me to show you some stretches? I can show you some
two
stretches.
coffins that have
I'm
House
totally
Elogi
loose as a
on.
bear.
There's
Remember,
4 coffins
yeah.
in this main room.
And
2 of them have
lose
House
the bear.
Elogi, and 1 of them is House Maga. The other one you don't seem to recognize.
This
but
one's
it
called
appears to be
Downward
like a,
Dog.
You know,
Bush.
bear
Well, like grass.
physics.
Okay.
Anatomy?
Right.
Yes.
With that, what's your guys' plan?
Can I roughly tell the
They have
age
very
of
good
them?
meat.
Are they
Well,
like different?
Are you ready to go
Do
through
they
the
look
door?
like? I don't know. Maybe I probably
Yeah.
don't work this well, but
Though,
Would I-
can
would I
I
be
not be
able
the
to
first one
do
through the
it?
door?
Just have to get
Like,
to
Last time I was
the
first
door.
one through the
Let's
door,
start
I
having
messed
some of the
up,
Conversations.
this
So
one's like
relax
100
and
years
then
old.
knocked out
Just
somebody that
move.
wasn't supposed to be knocked out.
We can do a couple.
Almost killed
Is that how
him.
that
You were
works?
actually third through the door when that happened.
The
Oh, so I guess I
I
should be
heard your
first then,
question.
huh?
Give me a second. I just don't want so many conversations to be going on. The
What was that,
answer
Terrence?
is no. All the coffins seem
Made roughly
very
around the
close
same
to the like
Or roughly
same
the same
make.
material.
Some of the coffins are like breaking a little bit, but in a way where it's like very clear that they're similar in age. At least the coffins themselves.
time. Or at least like to the untrained eye, there's no way you could tell. Unless
Indeed.
You're like a stonework mason or something like that.
Since it probably doesn't matter, pick a door at random.
So there's
Alright.
2 doors. It's right and left.
Okay.
So what I was trying to
Wait,
what I
wait a
was
minute.
trying to tell.
We have Minotaur, so Minotaur rule of turning, right?
What I was trying to
What?
say is technically they split up. This last group. I don't know if there's any benefit to that.
I don't know either. So let's
Chiku,
pick a door.
Chiku is not splitting up. Nope.
We could
nope.
do 3 and 3. We could do 6 and 1. But I just don't know
Chiku
why
claims
they split up.
Razu and
The temple knows.
6 and 1. That math adds up.
6
in one door.
Hey, Razu.
6 in 1, not 6 and 1.
If you're willing, we can exit, close the door, place the rune.
Is it important to do it before?
Yes.
I still don't think that will work. Because you're walking into the dead magic zone. It's still not going to work.
It's worth trying.
Considering when you put your ear against the door, then you could
Why
hear
No, I put my
Why
ear past
is
the
it
door.
paramount that you
The
need
door
to
was
meet?
open.
the doorway.
Why is it paramount that you need to meet the badger goat?
Badger goat.
To get rid of this.
Dude, you were playing the game.
Yes.
Told you not to draw those
And
cards.
you lost the game.
I mean,
So
technically, before he lost, he got a bunch of money. So,
Yeah, I'm just saying, walk up to a dude after you lose the game and be like, yo, unlose me the game.
Oh,
I was
Tico
willing to
totally
trade for it.
forgot. You got a
Trade what?
curse ring, huh?
I did.
Tico totally forgot, dude.
He did draw a card and get a cursed ring on the last
Have
end
you
of
ever
last session.
considered human finger stew?
Actually, if you put them into a little bit of wood
Are you
flour
going to do
on
it
the
or not?
outside,
okay, so
I'll attempt.
they make it like good.
A little bit for the sake of brevity, it does not work.
Okay.
Are you talking about the
Whatever
Insidious
it is,
finger?
and so again, with Zephyr being
No,
pretty confident
no.
this is a pocket dimension, the door going into the pocket dimension is
That's our
seemingly
financier, no.
more so like to signify that you're entering into the room. But in terms of magic, it does not seem to function like the door. The swing of the door doesn't seem to matter at all in this particular case. It's the threshold.
I mean, I just
And-
think
Well,
about,
I was just saying, like,
well,
if you close
I
the
think
door, then the threshold is splitting the door in half.
But
It
I
is
think
true,
about
but
it
when
like
you
this.
open it up, the door is going into a domain that doesn't exist.
But I think about
in
it like
terms of
But
actually being
when
able
we
to
open the
connect.
door, we're not opening the door, we're opening the Packer's door.
no. But you gotta think about it. You gotta think about it like this: if you have the Packer's door already put on it,
We can think about
If
it.
you have
We can
a-
think about it later. For now, the answer is unfortunately it would not work.
the easiest way for me is
The
to if you have
Packer!
to- if you try to put the Packer's door on a dimensional door, it's not gonna work.
That is a great example. Is if you tried. That's a really
But
good
he's
example.
saying
It's
that
like
that's
someone
the
cast
reason the
dimension
dimension.
door, which spawns a door, and you tried to put it on that.
Duh,
The door
this
going
is
into
somebody
this
else's
is
domain.
more like a
Packer
dimension door that
doesn't-
takes you into a
That's
pocket
not cool, bro.
I was merely testing to see if it worked. There was no need to get so freaked out.
All right.
mean-
The
I guess-
Packer's kind of a moody dude.
Well, me and Terrence are going down this door. So
I mean,
Do the right.
We've
Which
spawned
door
in,
did you choose?
we
The
spawned in
left.
worst
Okay.
case scenario.
Do the left.
That's necessarily the problem. The problem
You
is
guys
it just
spawned him in worse scenarios.
Yes,
and
we're-
you guys have a death wish.
we're dead.
Dude, he has a temper. One time, I would. Oh, wait.
Yeah, the only reason he didn't.
Going in the
The only reason he didn't
Right,
get mad
I
is
got
because
it,
we
sorry.
gave them all
I was
cards.
a little distracted.
Terrence, open the door.
I open the door.
Which one?
Left one.
Left.
Left one. Okay.
He's
So-
he's the Minotaur. He gets to descend. This is all. This is his zone.
Opening the left door, it opens up into like a semi-winding hallway. It just kind of like loops twice as you guys kind of follow it down a little bit before coming to.
Terrence,
Yeah.
how familiar are you with labyrinths?
First off, I think that's a little racist. But very.
With that, as you follow this for
story
not
there, I
terribly
know it.
long, it's only like 20 feet before it kind of like loops, and then you come to an additional door. This door is actually shut this time, and it seems to have some kind of writing across the top of it.
What to say, Zephyr?
Sorry, what?
Is the hallway regular, or is it just?
It's winding.
Why? Can you not
It's not
read?
like
No, it's not moving. It is simply.
It's like a snake's path.
I understand. I was asking if this was straight like.
It was
Goblet of
straight
Fire.
moving.
Are the
Straight
words
Goblet of Fire Harry Pottering this.
are the words in common or
Their words are in grung, so you can read it.
I actually do place a feather right at the start of the door that we went through the first door.
All right.
There's a feather on the floor.
He
That's
plucks
actually not a
a
good idea.
sticky
In case they
feather
come back.
on the door.
Who'll come back?
Does the mucus help
Yeah,
it
that's-
stick?
I would say yes, actually.
Didn't they go down the other door?
Yes. What if they return?
The writing on the door is
Correct.
actually very
Knowledge.
simple. It simply
I put
says,
it in the corner.
"Welcome, welcome challengers. The first trial awaits. May those of keen mind and sound body find everlasting peace.
Keen mind, sound body.
Is
Apparently,
everlasting
you gotta
peace
be a little
death?
bit physical and have a little bit of brain. Seems like an obstacle course.
Sounds perfect for me.
With that, I assume
Tico's good.
So Terrence being at the front, I assume you just kind of open the door, or do you guys do anything with it?
I do just open the door.
Depends if I can use magic.
Just working more on it.
So does anyone want to consider eternal peace being
Opening up
death?
the door, the room itself is actually fairly simple. There's the first thing that greets you immediately. It's like 20 feet, but it's by far the first thing you notice. There's an obelisk in the middle of the room. Goes from the floor to the ceiling being about 20 feet tall. Again, there seems to be a little bit of writing on the obelisk, and then the room right around the obelisk almost seems to T. So it's like the room itself is like a cross. Looking past the obelisk, there is a what appears to be a dresser. A little bit fairly wide. Two doors are both currently shut on the. It's like just a two-door dresser. Both doors are currently shut, and just to the right and to the left of it, there is coffins.
Hold on, wait.
Or sarcophagi is probably a better word. Again, they're a little bit shorter. Wait. And then kind of like looking in the room a little bit, or where the room goes sideways on the cross, there's two bookshelves that are just full of books. There's an additional sarcophagi on next to both of those books. And then there's a table, or sorry, not a table. It's more of like a, think like dresser height, but it's just like wood. There's no drawers on it or anything. On one side, there seems to be a plethora of different like almost like knives, little hand axes, looking a little bit, for what it's worth, a little bit rusty. But an assortment. And then on the other table, there's an assortment of vials that seem to be in varying shapes and sizes. Some of them seem almost like broken, like not like in pieces, but like there's pieces kind of chipped off. There's like a hole in the glass. And then on the wall behind it, on the wall behind the vials specifically, there is, it almost looks like a whiteboard, just a blank, almost like a more better said like gray parchment. It's like leather that's on the back of it. Lastly, the only other thing that you notice is the dresser that is on the far end from you guys where you entered. There's like a small compartment near the bottom of it, or it's like a shelf, better said, not quite to the floor, maybe about a foot off the ground, that juts out maybe about 2-3 feet. And on that, there is a large container, roughly about this big, that seems to that looks to be full of some kind of a liquid. And then there's a large quill right next to it. Other than that, the shelf is empty.
So
What's that?
is it a dresser or a wardrobe?
There's both.
Yeah. So well,
Is it an armoire?
You said a dresser, and a dresser's like drawer,
No,
drawer,
there's
and then
a
there's a
dresser.
wardrobe.
Sarcophagi.
what you're saying is a wardrobe.
Dresser.
Wardrobe.
Okay. And then I'm going to walk up to the vial alchemy looking station.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk up to the knives.
All right, so Terrence and Razu being the first two in, just immediately go. Those again are right next to bookshelves. And you see there's a lot of books. Both of you kind of like look. Like, nope. You looking at this assortment of effectively small weaponry. And again, so just so you know contextually, this is more of like we're talking like cutlery size, not like knives and like hand axes, but like knife, like in like miniature hand axe, almost like more so in design.
More like a novelty
That one?
item.
Yeah.
Terrence, that one's for Kiku.
For you,
Clearly, these are set up for individual people.
for you, looking at these different vials, the liquids that they seem to be full of are like even at a quick glance for you, seemingly boring. You see what seems to be swamp water. You can see what very clearly is that same saplite liquid that technically all of you are exuding right now. You see in one of the valves, there's some, I guess this would be less boring. There's some kind, there, what appears to be blood, a little bit coagulated. Looks like it's been in there for a little bit.
I grab a drop and like give my blade a drop.
I'm gonna pick Tiku up and
Can I
put her
track
on the
any?
table with the knives.
Does not seem to track currently.
This man's gonna become a freaking vampire.
What am I doing here with the
Been by a
knives?
vampire in full.
Ooh, this is
He's
not
already a
bad.
blood hunter.
As you guys are looking at, I assume at this point everyone is kind of entering into the room and starting to inspect. You being the person who can read this right offhand, the obelisk does have words on it.
Goblet of fire.
No.
I'm actually going to say something about the obelisk, but if it's got words on it, then.
I mean,
go ahead
do
first.
you want to say first or you want to read it first?
I'll read it first.
Okay. It says, in fields of silence, they lie in rows, in chambers deep where no wind blows, guardians of secrets long turned to dust, where spring tales of iron and rust.
Whoa, that was a lot.
The what? No.
Gurgle, can you repeat that?
Slowly.
Do you have Discord on that tree? Or no?
Yes, I can have
Okay,
this.
I'm just going to put this in the D&D
I
Beyond.
got it. Just
We have
give
the
it to
group
me.
chat Discord.
I'm just putting it in. Well, he doesn't have. He's on his work computer. He doesn't have access to it. I'm just gonna put it in
You can
D&D
just
Beyond.
look at Kalos.
Nope, we have a message thing. I'm sending it to the
Honestly-
D&D Beyond chat, and I'm just gonna put it in there for what it says. This is the wrong one.
Like phone messaging?
No, it's not a server. It's a. It's where you put
The items?
Do I actually? Maybe we don't have one. Okay, never mind. Tigu.
Yeah, we do.
It's not pulling up for some reason.
I
It
can
is what it
send
is.
the message.
It is what it is. In fields of silence, they lie in rows.
You can send it to like the
Chill.
Discord chat we
We
made.
don't have access to Discord. He's on his work computer. Or are you saying that you have access to Discord? Is that what you were trying to say?
I do, but I also.
I also
I
have
just
access to
sent a
Discord.
message to it.
But I don't have whatever thing you're sending it to.
All right, I'll
It's right
I'll do
here.
the Discord because I think most people have access to it and you can just read
It's
it.
this
That's
group
actually
chat.
probably better.
Portal scars. You're right there.
I mean, I also have
Oh,
it written right now.
I
In
mean,
a DM.
that's your Discord, Kayla.
Okay, got it.
Oh, yeah. That's what you're talking about. You're talking about this thing. Yeah. Got it.
Oh, you just sent it to us.
I think we have.
You have the group chat.
There it is. I found it. Yeah, there it is. I couldn't find it. That is what it says. With that, what are you guys doing?
I try to create the same lost mucus the frog.
Tico is admiring the knives heard about this.
Station.
There's not an alchemy station. There's vials that have liquid in them.
Tico is
I
admiring.
try to make the thing the frog was eating.
Assuming
So in this room, it's not full of moss or anything like that.
So I have swamp water, some kind of blood, and that's it.
Effectively, yes.
That's just the
And mucus.
Take them and I put them in my.
Why are you whispering? And not even whispering into the mic.
We need to have two people hold a book and a weapon, a rusted weapon, and stand in the coffins on the other side of the room.
The coffins are, worth noting, the coffins are in that same way, like seemingly wrapped with vines and stuff, to where they're almost like sealed shut.
Do they have keyholes?
Nope.
What do the coffins?
You
like,
could open them. It's just that they seemingly haven't been opened in a long time. That's the only thing. I
are
was
the
trying to-
coffins like vampire coffin or like Egyptian coffin?
That doesn't necessarily matter.
It's just like a sarcophagi. It's just
So it's like you could see a face on it though.
Oh, so this is like a catacomb.
no. So I guess in your way that you're saying it is vampire coffins.
I was thinking like whispering tales of iron rust, like maybe they were like holding shit or something. Oh.
One other thing that I'll say, because technically you guys haven't said how you're exploring in the room. As you kind of read that on the obelisk, I'll say Zephyr, you walked up a little bit forward to the quill and the large thing. The large container seems to be full of ink, and the quill does not look like a normal quill. The base of it seems to be emerald, where the actual quill, the stencil part of it, I guess I would say.
Grab the quill.
Just grabbing the quill. It's bottom heavy. It would not actually be good for writing. It'd be hard to it doesn't seem like it'd be that good for writing.
I write a letter.
As you write a letter, it doesn't seem to do anything.
Wait,
But-
get a question.
That said, I will say that you would be familiar enough with the ink to know that is some kind of magical ink. It does not appear to be normal ink.
I'm just trying to see how it reacts with the paper. Like I dip it and try.
As soon as you dip
Yeah.
it and then you write, it literally writes in the air. And you make a single letter,
I'm saying there
and like
aren't
you kind of like
rows
a little
there.
bit surprised, stop,
That's because
So
that's
the only thing-
deeper.
and the ink
only
falls to
thing
the
that would
floor.
be- The only thing that would be in rows would be like the books.
We need to go
All right,
deeper.
so quick overview. Obelisk in the middle. A wardrobe. Oh,
What does the
There's a map.
obelisk
never
look
mind. There's
like?
a map apparently.
An obelisk.
I wonder why there's a map.
Okay, I'm just saying like obelisks look different. Not every obelisk.
Oh, great. Perfect. Thank you. Tiku.
So really quick, role play moment here.
Tiku's gonna walk.
from right here.
Tiku's gonna put her hands behind her back, kind of like the grunk the warts guy was. Look,
He had
trying
his
to
hands
stand
to
up.
his sides.
Puts
Yeah.
it to the sides. Walk up to the books.
Maybe it won't happen this week.
Stares at them for like 2 minutes,
I assume this is not a chest. It's the book with the quill in it.
and then
Yes,
says,
I apologize. That it was the closest thing that I had.
"Why do humans
These are the
You know,
two-
actually, just give me the chest. It's misleading.
put so many symbols
In
on
hindsight.
books?"
You talking about words?
What is
These
this
are two
word?
coffins.
So there's
Yes,
4
it was.
coffins. There's 2 coffins up there.
They're words. They spell out things. That's how you give information to others.
Why don't you just talk to them?
Because if you can't talk to them,
What
say if I wanted to give you a message halfway across the world, I would do it in a book or a letter.
What
Why would
if
you
you
need to
wanted
send
to
them
talk
away?
to people after you die?
That too.
That seems kind of creepy, actually.
Tell your next
Okay, I'm actually
generation.
gonna open one of the things and see if there's any writings inside, or any symbols.
Is you go over to the coffin and
Or
try
on the
to.
outside too.
So you guys.
So
use
again, it has
these
symbols on
letters or
it.
symbols.
I'll say that you
Talk to
recognize.
people after you die.
I'll say that you recognize a couple of them. 2 of the symbols that you in House Slickskin
So these
and
are
House
dead people words.
Muckdwell. It's again 2 fairly prominent houses, not like they've never been like major leaders, but they both have their own like sub villages. When you were within Gongili, specifically House Slickskin was one of the prominent households. They would effectively, if you were to give a pecking order, they'd be like under Maga and Alogi, so like third in the chain, I guess you could say. There does not seem to be writing on them, and upon like a quick try of like pulling at it, it does seem to be sealed. That said, upon touching the coffin, as soon as you kind of touch it, and you're like kind of pull on it a little bit, inspecting it, you're just like, you hear a as the door would shut. And in almost in the same moment, each of you would hear, "It has begun. Good luck." And then, again, similar to when you were in the first room, you start to hear that like swirling water.
Can I open the wardrobe?
You thinking about that? Let's see if I can get some.
I'll be back. I gotta run to the restroom.
Zephyr, can I open the wardrobe? Is it magical?
I think the point of it right now is to do things as fast as possible.
You gotta.
The time for talking is over.
You gotta.
Narnia!
I open the wardrobe.
You just like quickly walk over and just open up the wardrobe. It's empty. There's nothing in here.
Check for a false bag.
Guys, center the room. We put the right stuff
Investigation
in
check to
the
solve it.
wardrobe
No.
to get to the next room.
Check for a false
I
bag.
said investigation check to solve it.
There you go. There's your water sound too.
Guys. In fields of silence, as they lie in rows, books. In chambers deep, where no wind blows, books. Guarding the secrets, long turned to dust, books. Whispering tales of fire and rust, books.
So
I
check
know.
The answer is books.
That's
Do
what
any
I'm
of you
trying
guys,
to figure out.
as a quick thing, do any of you guys want to look at the books, or is anyone doing more than just looking at the books?
I would.
Can I read the books?
Tiku can't read.
I would have grabbed the book and started reading it,
Canon.
or at least looked at it. The most
does not know
interesting
how to
book,
read.
of course. Obviously, the red one.
As you guys go to each of the shelves, it first off, so I'm gonna kind of say that you guys are at opposite shelves. Actually, technically you are. as you go to grab a book on each of the shelves, for you, Rozzy, as you kind of like look at the books and you're like,
They're all.
I want this book right. Like you think I want to grab this book, and you just grab a book right in front of you. Kind of confused, you open up the book, and the book is a picture, and it seems to only be one picture. And as you quickly flip through it, it is just the same picture over and over and over.
I flipped through it really fast to see if it moves.
It does not. The picture seems to be an individual holding a quill, just kind of writing in front of him.
I grabbed a different book.
As you put it back and you open up another book on this bookshelf, is the same picture. That said, you on the other side, opening up a book, again, a picture book, and again, you also find yourself almost weirdly drawn to a specific book.
Is it red?
As you open it up, no, none of the books are red actually. Opening up the book in a very similar fashion, it is a picture book with just a single picture.
Are the books different? The one that he grabbed first, the one he grabbed.
Yes, the picture is different. The picture that you
no. I mean,
found.
visually, does the book look different?
They do look a little bit different. It just not extremely, but there is a little bit of a different design to them. The picture on your book is the obelisk, and you can see like the writing, not to the point that it's visible.
Obelisk is in the pillar?
Yeah.
Okay.
Either one could be an accurate description, but you can see the writing that you can very clearly make out, but then there's writing underneath it as well. Worth noting on the writing underneath it, it seems only half done.
So,
So we only have half the message. Google, what does this say?
So the picture is like, it's like squiggles. Like you can't read it. It seems more so like a depiction.
What is the details of my picture? It's a guy with quill.
It's almost like he seems like he's in the middle of writing something.
I go check the third book.
In fact, one might say it's about halfway done.
I go check the third
What
book.
is? Can I see?
There's only two bookcases. There's two bookcases, and then that's the wardrobe.
Can I see the motion of him writing something?
Mm-hmm.
So he's got a quill. He's got an obelisk.
Technically, Zephyr has the quill.
No, he needs the picture.
He has the quill.
Oh, he has an individual with a quill that seems to be half done writing something, and then he has a picture of the obelisk
He's half done writing something
that has
in
something half written.
Hey, real quick.
It's more of like depiction. You can't tell what it's writing. It's like
what
he's
it's
writing
on.
Grab two. They'll be the same
He
thing.
just seems to almost just be writing in the air.
I'm gonna do wheeled books.
And then the other one just
I can go and confirm that that's what he got.
Yeah, as you go through and you look at
And I go look at his books and it's the same thing. It doesn't
as
matter.
you
Wait, he sees the same thing I see?
Yes, you see the same
From
thing.
the same bookshelf. Okay.
Everyone grab
I will say that as you're kind of going through and you're quickly kind of going back and forth, you do notice there is something new on the obelisk as well.
check more wording.
Did you check on it?
I go check the quill.
There seems to be a single letter on the obelisk, the bottom left.
I checked the quill thing.
The letter. Is it the letter
Z.
Zephyr wrote?
Yes.
Yes? Yeah, that's what I thought.
I checked the quill.
Zephyr has the quill. He's holding the quill.
And writing the quill on the thing writes onto the pillar.
The quill from Zephyr.
We're gonna say Zephyr hands you the quill.
Take good things, it's catacombs.
Catacombs or Telecata Ami.
I walk over to the book and write.
I think they're catacombs
I
too.
think Tergo's up my nose.
Virgo is like books, and you see
it's
on
not
the
a book.
obelisk as you do that, especially after you kind of like pointed it out. I'll say that you kind of just standing in between the bookcase and the obelisk, see books appear underneath it. Technically, Z books appear on the obelisk. So you just write in the air with the quill, by the way, and it appears on the obelisk. That said, as soon as the Z books appears on it, it seems to almost like and fade from the obelisk. It seems almost like burn up in green letters.
Does it ding red?
And you hear like the swirl of the water, just kind of.
Get faster.
No, it's actually almost like it halts. In a moment, you're just like, well, that was anticlimactic. As you wrote the word, roll me a d4.
We're doomed.
You fucking die.
Four. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
All right. So with that, Gurgle, as you kind of look at it, you're like, "What is that?" You hear an additional sound to that. You hear like a, and all of you actually hear that sound as you kind of like, wait, and you all quickly glance at each of the coffins as all 4 coffins just
Oh no.
roll initiative.
Bruh!
Oh no.
Bruh!
My man.
What's the number to beat?
Dude,
Oh. Terrible.
we're over. It's over.
Game's over, man.
yeah.
Game's over.
It's over!
We're screwed.
All right, the number to beat
I
is
will roll for Zephyr.
15.
Zephyr beat you. Beat that. Yes.
All right, these are technically grung skeletons, but I don't have short skeletons.
Did anyone else beat it?
They have size. It's not bludgeoning damage. Shit.
Did anyone else beat a 15?
No.
We're fucked. It's Joker.
So Zephyr was up here by the small little table.
Gurgle would be next to Zephyr.
Tiku! You know what? That's fine. Because Tiku didn't specifically say where she was.
She was by the bookshelf. She was about to pick it up.
Okay, I'll put you over here.
That's also a bookshelf, isn't it? I mean, the
Yeah,
one that she was
there's-
at.
Counts as large and overbearing. That's what we're going to go with here. Alright, so Zephyr beat a 15.
Oh,
Anybody
sorry.
else?
I got a 23.
Cool.
Oh.
So Zephyr and Terrence. You hear the Gurgle seems to finish a word, and then I guess Terrence says, "We're dead," and you hear as these coffins seem to almost like crack open, and a weird, seeming better said skeletal version of the grung seem to come out. And the reason I
Imagine-
say skeletal version is it's not like they are the skeleton of a grung, where like the bulbous nature, it's like the full bulbous form of a grung, just as a skeleton.
Like if their whole skin was skeleton.
Yes, that is what they look at as these.
I'm gonna bonus action rage and with my sword kill it.
Okay, go ahead.
Imagine if the reason we failed this is because Zephyr put a Z on the book. And because he wrote Z books, we failed.
We're
21
not
to hit.
writing books
21.
again.
What's your damage?
For the first
Don't think
swing,
this
that's
is
gonna
that
be
kind of
8
puzzle.
radiant
All
I
right.
think if you fail, you have to
7,
fight, and if you fight, you still win
and 13 slashing. And then
It's kind of like a
swinging on my
fail-safe.
second.
for these kinds of things.
Maybe, maybe not.
Is reckless attack on both
I mean,
attacks?
Yes.
Okay.
It last year.
Technically, you can choose. You can choose to only reckless attack your second attack.
No. Reckless. So then that's almost a crit. 19. So 29 to hit.
29 hits. Man down.
For an additional 13 slashing.
Nice.
Plus 2.
You get a gold tree.
Oh, shoot. Add 8 damage to that. I forgot I was raging.
True.
Yeah, it's plus 4 on each attack.
Okay.
Both
Yep.
attacks.
The radiant aspect of it.
Fully into barbarian, you get more damage on the rage.
The radiant aspect of it, as you actually find, as you find purchase with your sword, seems just normally effective, I guess, as you carve into the stone. But as you carve through the stone, the radiance, like the light almost from the cut, seems to almost like sear and burn with one might say, or from the skeleton. Sorry, didn't mean to say stone. The radiant seems very effective. It seems to almost like sear and burn it with a greater intensity.
Praise
Zephyr,
be to kill him.
what are you doing?
I don't know. Figuring out what's in that.
All
We're being
right, catch
attacked
him
by
up.
skeleton frogs.
I really need to use the restroom. I will be right back.
We're being attacked by skeleton frogs.
What if they're frog skeletons?
You rolled high on initiative.
Basically, 4 enemies, super spread out.
We answered the riddle with books, but you wrote Z, so I'm gonna equally blame you because I wrote the books.
Right.
You wrote Z with the quill.
Oh, I just wrote a letter.
Yeah, which it put the
Which
Z on the
they
obelisk.
put Z on the obelisk, and then I wrote books, so it guessed Z books was the answer. And so if books was the answer, then you scammed us. But if books was not the answer, then I scammed us.
I don't think books is the answer.
Catacombs
It's gotta be
does
Terracotta Army.
Catacombs
No, it
does
can't.
make
That's
sense.
not even canon in this world.
Also,
Terracotta Army literally fits perfectly.
Yes, but it is not canon. That's based off of a historical.
Can you see what? In fields of silence, they lie in rows.
It's a lot different reading it and hearing it, Nate.
Yeah.
you can take my phone if you want. I have it open.
I got it from. He has it.
We also were thinking catacombs.
I mean, I thought books was a really good answer too. Personally, books was what I
Books
thought.
isn't bad.
Books is what I thought it was.
God, the Terracotta Army.
I said
What are you doing,
books.
Zephyr?
Again,
Again,
Terracotta Army. That's
imagine
lovely.
if the reason we failed is because he wrote a Z at the beginning.
That would be hilarious.
Hiram wouldn't do that.
What are we doing, Zephyr?
Bull crap, dude.
So, how many bad guys we got
4.
over here? 4?
He wrote something.
Have we attacked any of them?
Terrence just hit the one right next to him.
Marked one. This one is maybe not extremely hurt, but at least hurt.
So
He did some good damage.
These guys don't have a whole lot of health, and I'm assuming.
I did not say it's bloodied.
Yeah.
He did get solid hit though.
I don't
Radiant
know.
damage is also super effective.
What's the damage we're looking at? Like, how much damage did he
He
do?
did roughly 30.
Okay.
A little bit more because his radiant seemed to be very effective.
So let me rephrase 35.
He did 45 damage.
Right?
Wait, to 1?
Hmm?
And it's fine?
It's,
is
it's
not
not
bloody.
fine. It's just not.
If they have
dead.
100 health, he's just shy of the bloody
What does
mark.
their weapons
Very
look like?
close. What?
What does
What
their
weapons are
weapon
they
look
wielding?
like?
They don't actually have weapons. I just don't have skeletons that don't have
They
weapons.
do bludgeoning damage.
Their fingers are very sharp.
They do. That could do anything.
Disease
Piercing, slashing.
Typically, anything that uses claws is slashing.
Guess I'm just gonna cast Fireball.
Disease.
Okay. Are you shooting the same one Terrence did?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do agree that it's a good guess, but no.
27.
27 definitely hits.
I'm joking, by the way, Cam. It's funny how close Terracotta Army fits.
Listen, there's a lot of things that fit,
16.
but there's only
16
one answer.
damage. Now it is bloodied.
A good one, but I don't know.
Yeah, I assume you're doing lightning, yeah?
That in
Yeah.
Chambers
Okay.
Inward, no one
Please,
blows.
it was
So I
lightning.
didn't think books was there.
Classic.
Because books don't necessarily.
Doesn't seem overly effective, but as the fire hits, especially striking where his
What
radiant
building
did,
has wind?
it's more like the blast from the fire
What
damage
building
does
has
the damage,
wind? What
less
library
the
have you ever been in that has
less like it's
wind?
actually
Chambers.
igniting or anything like that.
There's
With that
Dwarven
being the
chamber?
case, it is their turn.
A cave?
Books are not necessarily in chambers.
You wrote a letter.
That's not necessarily
You
true.
wrote a word.
I think catacombs does kind of work.
I think catacombs are better than
But also, I do think it does.
No,
work.
actually, you guys are
books
evenly
don't
split,
so there's
specifically have anything to do with that.
An ancient
There are
book would
books with
be
iron and
an ancient
dragon.
book would be down.
That's a broad
Again,
answer.
also they're not necessarily.
I think we got 2 wrong
If I
guesses.
move it though,
Yeah, I'm saying
A
like
book.
I don't
a
think
book,
books
What
is
I'm
a
saying
wrong
is a book
answer,
could
but it
be
needs to be more specific.
Tree.
not necessarily.
you should move the camera this way, so I don't have to move it.
I think it's just that we both
I
we
do
both
that-
we both
got it.
wrote on it. I think it's just one wrong.
Because if I do it this way,
It's just we
now I
both
can actually just
contributed to the wrong
move the
guess,
stuff,
right?
which is nice. All right,
I don't think it's too wrong. Too
Gurgle,
separate
this is for
wrong
you
guesses.
first. By the way, Terrence, if you would like, it does
We only
move
get
out
two
of your
wrong
opportunity
guesses,
attack
is what he's
range.
saying.
No, I think. No.
No,
Oh,
I
you
think
think
it's just
Direct
one
was on
wrong
a-
answer.
No.
Books.
we're-
No,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
it's,
I couldn't
I
remember.
just don't think it's two separate
23.
wrong answers.
23 definitely hits.
Does your radiant damage
I
reset
think it's just
each
one
round?
total.
I believe it's on.
I'm actually gonna go see if it's per turn or per round.
Or yours was a wrong answer,
'Kay.
and then mine.
Both of you guys are
That's
flanked,
what he was saying.
was
so they
also
have
wrong
advantage
answer.
on both of you guys.
Turn,
What happened?
so I can add it
Why
again
do
on
they have
this turn.
advantage?
Nice.
Why do they have advantage?
For a minimum of 1.
Still two,
'cause
though.
they're flanking.
I know.
There's 2 flanking me and 2 flanking him. Okay.
So 17 slashing and 1 radiant.
Sad. Okay, it's looking rough, but it's still good. By the way, as a quick reminder, that's the one that's looking rough.
Yep.
Gurgle, we got a 23 to hit. Whoa, advantage saving me twice. I just rolled 2 nat 1s with advantage on separate rolls. Next one is a 21. It's 23 and 21. And I'm just gonna roll to hit for you as well. 15?
I misses.
Hey, they missed the good person. To miss.
With advantage.
22.
That hits.
Okay. So Gurgle, you got 2 hits on you first. First hit. It's 9 bludgeoning damage. Or sorry, slashing damage. This is slashing for sure. The next is 8 slashing damage. And
What?
for you,
Our resistance to bludgeoning. Sadness.
If you have 9,
5. Sorry, 4 for you.
it doesn't matter, right?
What do you mean?
I'm gonna take 4. I'm gonna take 4.
You're currently resistant to bludgeoning damage.
It's 9 and 8. No matter which one you have, you took
It'd
4
still
and
be
4.
4.
It actually got higher damage on you though. You take 13 damage.
How much?
13. That is the end of their turn, so it is your guys' turn.
No. I don't take 4 and 4. I take 9 and 4.
You would take
Yes.
8 and 4.
No, he's right.
I'm gonna move up. I'm gonna bonus action. I'm gonna
No,
hex the one closest to
because
me. And
He
will
rolled
make
the
an
damages
attack.
too close together, so
Let me.
I will be using my.
Don't talk over though.
I will be using my offhand, so that way I'm not rolling at disadvantage, just slightly less damage. Cool. Because 2-weapon fighting, you technically attack with your offhand.
Yeah, that's right.
I would say yeah.
Okay.
I would say that means you can't use 2-weapon fighting. So if you were to have another weapon, you wouldn't be able to, but that's fine.
That is definitely gonna hit with a 29 and a 22.
Yep. Both accounts, both
And
hit.
then I'll be.
Wait, it's player turn, right?
Yes, it is your guys' player turn. He just told me what he was doing first.
Oh, I should say.
Which one? You're hitting the weak one?
Yes, he's eating the one that's low.
20 slashing damage.
Oh, babe.
18 cold damage.
That is enough. As you cleave through this one, it's just taking your scimitar. I was gonna call it a falchion, freaking Ford. As you take your scimitar and just like cleave through it. There's something unique about when you break this one though. As you take your scimitar and you cut through it, kind of expecting the skeleton to almost like fall, like break in half, like you know with the normal skeleton. As you, it like seemingly splits and it's about to fall onto the ground and break and just, and seems to almost fade.
I look back at the coffin it spawned from. Is it closed?
As you look back at the coffin, it.
Son of a bitch.
The coffin closed.
Yeah.
Somebody should
Seemingly
hit-
almost in response to that skeleton dying, the coffin.
I was gonna say that I wanted to hit the one that was weak so that I could get a reset on my Great Weapon Master, but
Got quicker on the uptick.
I was gonna say that
I'll
to
go
try to
now.
interrupt you because I heard you going for a weak one, but whatever.
I'll go low, you go high.
So
Who's
one
gonna
thing-
run up?
I'm hitting.
Quick note as well.
You're also in melee range.
If we are having multiple conversations, because that might happen in combat, and I think it's unavoidable because I'm talking to someone, you guys are discussing what you're doing. Do this.
Oh yeah, just maybe right going.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that's why I asked.
Razu,
You're also
I'm coming in
Yeah,
low.
that's good.
You're also in melee range of 2 skeletons. You would have had to take 2 opportunity attacks to do that.
I
Okay.
didn't particularly know, but
I'm hitting. The,
I mean, look.
I didn't
I'm hitting the
know
one
which
next to
one to
me.
hit.
You are here.
I already rolled on
Okay.
all my rolls.
You want to wait for someone to help you flank it?
I don't need to. I can reckless attack.
True.
I already reckless attacked. It answered your question. So I net 20'd. I did 68 damage.
Very
and
nice.
20 of it's fire.
Instantly bludgeons it, or bloodies it. Sorry.
And I
Or
bonus
is-
action. I bonus action with fire before I hit.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what that was. So sorry. One more time with the fire damage. 20. You said.
20 fire damage.
Okay.
The rest of it would be slashing.
All right.
Razu, I'm coming in low.
And I'm
I'll
gonna
let her
come
go
and
first.
flank underneath.
This one?
The one
Pretty
next
sure
to
she's
Razu,
running
yeah.
under its feet to get to a flanking.
She is. You are not actually a small creature, are you?
I am. But he's medium.
She has to be two
Yeah,
sizes.
he has to be
You have
two
to be two
sizes. You
sizes.
could not move through his
Can I
square.
run around him?
You would take an opportunity attack.
You would from that guy because you'd be moving into his range, and then out of it.
If we can move at the same time, I could move one step to the.
Again, she would still
You have to be on opposite sides. So you either would have to take an attack of opportunity to flank that thing.
range of this guy, so
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
He's technically attacking Zephyr.
There you go. That's better. Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, then it would. I just was like.
You cannot flank that skeleton without provoking an attack of opportunity. If you want, though, you could flank this one on the left. Because you're down here, so you could go around not provoking an attack of opportunity and get to here and flank that guy.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that then.
Okay.
I'm going low.
As she says it to you and then runs up and works with Zephyr.
I mean, I can move into a
Rasu's
square.
also in range.
I can also just move into a separate square, hit it.
She was saying that to go under Razu's legs.
So roll your two hits. Where are you going?
I'm going to be hitting the same one she is, but I'm letting her roll damage first.
Where do you want to end?
I'm gonna try.
He
'Cause you
could
can move
take
it-
a step forward and take a step
I'm just
back.
gonna
in
go
the
in
flank.
Zephyr space and then walk back right where I am.
Okay.
I'm going to.
You guys can still.
I'm gonna go in and I'm going for a trip attack. So I'm gonna be like trying to slide and then like slice the legs. That's
Is
what
that a
I'm going for.
maneuver, or are you actually
Yes.
using your action to trip?
Yes, that's my maneuver.
All right. Okay. So as you're
But-
running, rather than running around, you like try and slide into him.
Slice in between the legs.
Okay.
I believe he has to make a dexterity saving throw.
I have to hit first. The low one is 13.
13 misses.
So one of them is.
I don't think you can
Roll your
your
to hits.
superiority die if you
Razu.
miss as well. So
Roll your two hits.
yeah,
It's
you
on
only
hit, yeah.
you consume
It
it on
is on
hit.
hit, but it's fine.
You just roll your hits so we know what they are.
9.
Okay.
9 points of damage.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'm going to.
And wait, I'm not done.
I guess I should have done this before, but oh well.
And then I'm like, ah, shit, I forgot to activate you, bleed. Come on. Let's see. Okay, we'll do it later.
And then I'm going to grab my hand axe out and try to smash it in his foot. That's my bonus action.
I didn't do this first attack. I didn't intend to, but I'm willing to.
Well, the
to
trip
not.
attack is. Oh wait, I had advantage because I
You
flanked.
do have advantage because you were
Oh, so I
flanking.
maybe didn't miss the second
Can
one.
I do Great Weapon Master
Okay.
if I have advantage, and then I have to say I don't if I have advantage, and then if I don't have advantage,
In the future,
I don't.
yes, but no, because you didn't
On
say
that
it
attack,
before.
no, but on the second attack, I am going to use it. So because I haven't rolled second
Second
attack.
hit is to hit is 20.
That is gonna hit.
First one's
And then
27.
16
No
damage.
Great Weapon Master.
16 damage. You said.
Yeah, so it was 8 and 16. No,
Yes.
9 and 16. It was 9 and 16.
Oh yeah, I wrote down 9.
Okay, so
So 16.
And then the reaction to hit is a lot. 21.
It's gonna hit.
Yeah, and then
And your trip attack, it's a dex save, right?
oh yeah, the trip attack, which is when on the first hit technically, but
By the way, Terrence, it's also your turn right now.
He's just waiting.
a strength saving throw.
That is fair.
It's a
so-
strength saving throw, harm.
Dex save.
Strength.
12.
He is prone.
Alright, so first
Chop
one.
his legs.
Can I just say I chopped his legs off? He's a
I'm gonna say yeah. You take his feet off.
I'm running over.
I take his feet off. From the legs down, from the
So
shin
he's doing the
down.
legs. I'm going for the
Technically,
upper body.
Razu attacked him.
Yeah, no,
it's
Razu's fine.
it's fine.
27
Yeah.
first, 22 second.
Yes. You go ahead and roll damage. Your second one is Great Weapon Master,
Yep.
not your first. And then
22
22 hits.
for. For 20 slashing and 4 radiant.
Okay.
And a second, 28 to hit for another 4 radiant and 14.
Does it do radiant twice in the same turn? I thought it was only.
Oh, sorry. I just,
It's just one
Yeah,
attack
but,
per turn.
Okay.
I was just grabbing my dice and rolling it.
I mean, that's fair.
Okay, so we're gonna start with 10 fire damage.
You don't need to split the fire damage.
Okay. So that's going to be... $48 total.
48. That's enough. With a combination attack between Razu and Terrence and Tiku, as Tiku goes under it, splits it. Razu kind of going into Zephyr's square, takes it and like stabs into it and almost like pulls it off the ground as Terrence just comes in with his sword and just and just like cuts it into 3 pieces. Normally what would leave a pile of bones scattered across the floor, but in a similar fashion it and that coffin.
Okay, then I Great Weapon Master attack the other one.
Can I say
Yeah,
through
okay.
my hand axe at the other one?
You do not have
unless you
advantage on this
die?
attack.
I was technically gonna throw my
no
hand
way
axe
that
at
I
him,
can?
but can I hit the other one instead?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you
The
do? You would not have advantage on the second one.
total damage for that hit is 13.
we kill that one to maneuver
You said 17?
13
Zephyr
is the
could
total
take a step,
damage
and
on
then you could take a step
the
to get
guy
advantage.
that was by
Yes,
Razu.
If
Okay.
Zephyr does.
So can I communicate with you to step around it so we can get advantage?
That's fine.
Zephyr and Razu flank the other guy.
Great Weapon Master. Just to be clear, when I have advantage, I will always be using Great Weapon Master. If I don't have advantage, I will not, unless they say otherwise.
Probably going to change flanking rules with how we're doing this.
Okay, and then that's going to be
Flanking just the normal +2 to a hit.
20 to hit.
20 to hit does hit. Google already went, so they would be next.
To be fair, I did prone the first guy with my maneuvering attack, so everybody got
I mean, it's
advantage.
true, and I'm not even going to change it right now. I'm just in the future. Unless it's a large creature, you just pretty much this would enable you guys to always have advantage. And that makes it feel not special at all. I don't like that.
29 damage.
29 damage. I might just do no flanking, to be honest, but we'll see. 29.
that, or you make it so the turns can't be intermingled.
Or that. That would also work. Maybe we'll try that. Especially because this does end up a little bit chaotic with moving different things. So it'd be intermingled turns with just whoever knows what they're doing would just go first.
I'm done.
What your guys' turn is over. I was just thinking about that. Okay, for now, seemingly ignoring Razu and the people next to it, it's going to turn to hit you, and then the other one is going to go
Sorry,
forward.
I still have a turn.
Oh yeah, you have not gone yet. I apologize.
Yeah, I just don't want to burn anything big. I'm just gonna.
It is bloodied for what it's worth.
It's melee range of me.
It is.
I'm just gonna firebolt it.
All right.
A lot.
All right.
26. And my.
Did they whack me again?
Nope.
They're
not
about.
yet.
They're
It's about to.
probably.
He's rolling his. He's doing the last turn.
14.
14 damage.
Thunder damage this time.
All right.
I want them to feel it in their bones.
It does seem to start like it's like vibrating.
I'm trying to disrupt their
Their skelepathy.
Skelepathy. Yeah.
Okay. They do not have advantage anymore. So first we got Gurgle.
Telepathically.
That is a
Telepathically talk to me through this.
26.
telepathy.
Is that a crit?
Yes, it is.
Silver bar.
The other thing it rolled was a 19, so 25.
So
You roll again.
You roll
and then,
again and take
then
the
you take
lowest
the
of the
lowest
take the
three.
lowest of the 3.
Well,
Silver bar.
No, that's only if it's
He
rolling with
attacked-
advantage.
No, he attacked twice. So he crit
Oh.
the first one, and then he 19.
Oh, that's what you're saying.
That means you need to roll one more time for the second attack.
Yeah, so the first one still
So you
hits.
still hit.
No, these
You still get a
creatures
crit.
these creatures only have one attack.
Why were you
Well,
willing
then
to
the
die?
19 still hit.
Why were you willing to die then?
Because there's
Oh,
two
okay.
skeletons.
So mine.
Yeah, so it's a 19,
hit.
which is a 25, which hits you. It's just not a
Yeah.
crit. And then for you, it's 16.
That is my armor class.
For the purpose
Okay.
Eh.
of
Gurgle.
my skill,
And you are not raged.
You know what,
So you,
that's
you are taking
scary.
full damage from this. That is 14 slashing. Wow, that's so low. You take 7 slashing. Woo.
Good choice.
Did you hear your damage, Gurgle? 14? Okay. That's you guys again.
I boop the bloodied guy.
Go ahead and roll.
I forgot this riddle.
15.
No.
More than I rolled last time. So the second one's a hit.
Yes.
That is 28 damage.
Still up.
Can Tiku run to the coffin before he dies and see if there's something inside of it?
It's all your movement to get there. Okay. As you run up to the coffin and you quickly look inside it, there's words on the back of the coffin.
What does it say?
It's a single phrase that says, clad once in flesh.
Was there what coffin is he?
I technically gave you the wrong one. You looked at that one. It's technically... That's what it says.
Which one am I looking at?
Wait a second.
Wait, and she turned it
You never
around?
told me what it
You
said.
did not open it. You attempted to open it, which closed this door. The coffins did not open until you wrote, and then all of them popped.
But that one didn't
Hey.
open at all. Like,
No,
what
it cracked as soon as you wrote on the thing. But at that point, you had moved to the obelisk. When you were investigating it, though, you couldn't open it.
Tiko's
That's what
gonna
I
use her
was-
action
Yeah, so
to run to another
it-
coffin.
I said it, but if
That's
you
fine.
didn't miss it, it seemed almost like
answer
magically
the question.
sealed.
Tiko's gonna use her action to run to another coffin.
Can I?
That was closed, right?
Yes.
The only other one
that's open is this one.
Can I make it to that coffin?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Wait,
I have
your
40.
boots are active. You could. The answer is yes, you can, but either direction, you're going to provoke an attack of opportunity.
Fine.
Okay. Easy enough. Running over to it. Okay, I'm actually going to give the correct phrase this time. You know what? No, that's going to make it harder. I'm just going to give it to you in.
Rotate 'em.
I'm just going to give it to you in order. It's fine. It'll make it too confusing if you have to unscramble it too. It says, now Baron Stark.
You're fighting
Now
it, right?
Baron Stark.
Now Bear and Stark.
Does a 20 any
So the next line of the riddle is clad once in flesh, now Baron Stark.
Does a 20 and
Bears
21
and
hit?
You
Bears.
that's not an action. You just moved over. Bear B-A
So-
B-A-R-E.
Baron Stark.
Looking into it. Is there any runes or inscriptions? Or
So that the now Baron
the
Stark,
now
that
Baron
is
Stark.
the word you saw, yeah. Or phrase you say. No, similar to the
book.
similar to the book. It's
Okay.
these words seem to be to be fair as well. The obelisk is also that way.
We need to let him hit this thing so I can determine if I need to hit the other one.
20
Well,
and
for
21
now,
hit.
Razu hit this one. Tiku has now used her movement. He made it to this one. He still has plenty of movement. He's fast as hell
Wait,
right
Raju's hitting the one that's attacking him,
now. Razu already hit it.
but he's attacking the one that's hitting him.
Yes.
So he didn't hit the one that hit. Okay.
The one that you're next to hasn't been hit.
It's as
He hit it for like 40 damage.
like 60 damage.
60 damage.
You did hit that one. I did that damage to that one. Heal. That thing's not bloodied. This one's bloodied.
Raju's the only one that's hit that one.
Yes.
Tiku will
I
run
did
up.
27 points of damage, assuming a 20 hits. 61.
It does. I'm just adding them together. It's 95.
88?
You wanna give me up?
61 plus 27 is 88.
I don't think I actually
I
did
heard
it for
different
61
rolls.
damage.
You didn't do 61 damage?
No, I did more than that.
How much
No,
did
you
you
did 60. He did 6. No, you
52
did
plus
60.
20 fire.
You
72.
yeah, you did more.
I
So
went
that'd be
to-
99 damage.
That's
I'm
still next to the quill and everything, right?
I breathe on his ass.
While you were gone in the restroom, because he was using the quill, you technically gave him the quill.
Oh.
Because you weren't here to say otherwise. And then, just, you know, if she didn't tell you, what spawned these was he took the quill and wrote in the air the word books. It appeared on the obelisk and then seemed to almost like burn into the obelisk.
But it was with the letter Z, so it like was combined.
The answer is skeleton.
By the way, the fire burned green.
Book.
It was Z books.
Z books is all one.
Like the books
The,
is how it was pronounced.
the answer is skeleton.
Okay, so that's your action dash. Okay, so that's technically the end of your turn. You already went. I calculated both of your damage.
20?
Oh wait, yeah, no, you did it last turn. 20 does hit.
I don't have any hits.
He's dead.
That's when she runs up.
More than 20.
Yep.
You have 1 HP.
I already guessed their HP pool.
This coffin. Yeah, as you run up to it, you see the word as you hear like a like the whip, and then the coffin right as you see the word.
So, like, the door's closing?
It just closed.
I'm gonna attempt to pry it open, prevent it from closing. And since I'm raging, I
Stronger than the next.
got my athletics check. I do get advantage.
You can attempt to do so, yeah.
He's gonna break the magic with force. This is a barbarian game.
25.
I open the door. What about the god standing in front of me? What about him?
Yeah, no, I just as it like you grab it and, and like holding on to it, you gurgle in a moment, kind of like look over, and you're like, it doesn't work. The magic, and then the door to the coffin just and just snaps. The skeleton still appears in the coffin. It's just laid against
If
the
it could
bed.
have an expression, it'd probably be like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, it's just that the front of the coffin is now just broken.
This is like
You're the only one who has an action left.
in the Baldur's Gate. If you're a barbarian,
I'm next to.
It is not bloody. I made a mistake because I added his damage to your skeleton. That was my mistake.
Make a check, and then if you succeed, the barbarian just rips it off.
But
My magic coffin is broken.
Gurgle, the answer is skeleton. I cast Firebolt. $16?
16 does not hit.
I miss. Okay, that's it.
Okay, that brings us to their turn. It is still attacking
You're
you.
sure it's skeleton, or you
Oh.
think it's skeleton?
It's almost
skeleton.
positively skeleton.
Or dead people.
It's a 20 to hit total.
It's skeleton specific.
Do I want to burn a shield on this one? There's no way he hits low again, right? I'm gonna
There's
shield.
almost guaranteed
Shield?
a he hits low.
I'm gonna
again.
shield, so he misses.
Okay, it was 9.
Because I thought for sure there was
Okay,
books.
that's
I thought
the end
books
of
was
its
a pretty
turn.
good
It's
guess.
the only ones
No,
left.
It's definitely skeletons.
It's definitely small.
It's your guys' turn again. You have
You-
one more skeleton up.
Google, right skeletons.
I hit it.
Right fucking skeletons.
No. I gotta whack it.
Can Tiku try to like, cause he's right behind you, right? Can Tiku like frisk him for those? For the quill?
Yoink the quill.
Yeah.
17.
Yeah.
It would be an action to do so. It's also an action to write on the thing.
Tiku's gonna frisk him. Grab the quill. Hand it to
Zephyr.
Zephyr.
Oh, I'll allow that. That's your action.
I write skeletons.
What's your to hit?
That was well over 20.
Okay, what's your damage?
27. 7 fire.
Convenient for you to come to me.
Tiku says.
As you hit it, and the skeleton, like it's substantial hit as it hits the part where it hits the bone, just seems to almost like break.
You got it.
And with that, as you're like getting ready to take your next hit, and Zephyr just kind of grabs a quill and writes something in the air, and the skeleton almost immediately just and seems to fade away.
Does the wardrobe
Yes,
open
Gurgle. I'm
to
sorry.
Narnia?
Even the skeleton in front of me in that coffin.
That actually stayed. It is very non-sentient, but that does stay there. Technically, as that one disappears.
Oh shit!
It just takes the abuse.
23.
I mean, yeah.
Whispering tales of iron and rust.
Minimum damage.
My man, look at the next
12.
lines.
Slashing
Glad
and 1
once in
radiant.
flesh, now better than stuff.
Iron and rust is blood, Paul. Is how
Yeah.
that works. It's referring to blood.
That's why I was saying terracotta
Effectively,
army.
as he writes that, as he writes skeleton and it disappears, you guys hear like a like something almost like hitting the floor sound, and you guys like start to look towards the wardrobe, and then the sound is almost overcome by as Terrence just starts to chop this skeleton in this coffin.
Terrence,
he just
stop it.
it just gets broken apart.
Terrence,
He has defaced
That's
the magic
sacrilegious.
and destroyed the everything about it. That
Kellenvor
whole
would not
thing-
be okay with you.
Kellenvor does
messing
not
with the
like
dead.
undead.
He's not undead anymore. He's just dead.
Yeah, because I deaded him.
He's
But
stop.
does it count as undead if it's a god that brought it back to life?
Stop
Yes.
defiling the corpse.
I'm not defiling it. I'm re-deading the undead.
Does that make me undead?
I was so right. Terracotta army.
With that,
I was on undead the whole time, but I couldn't quite figure out like how to mesh it.
What?
I thought it was something undead related. I just
Yeah.
couldn't quite figure it out.
Is that catacombs?
with that, you being the closest, Zephyr, as you look at the wardrobe, the back of the wardrobe now almost has like a Muriel that spawns in it. The Muriel that spawns in it is a picture, actually. It seems to be a picture of a grung who has a flag, who seems to be standing on the edge of like almost like a small.
Are you saying mural?
What did I say?
Muriel.
Oh, yes, I meant to say.
I heard mural.
Mural.
Oh.
I probably said that. I meant to say mural, but it's a grung standing on what appears to be almost like a peninsula in the middle of a lake with kind of a flag held out with a large group of grung that are seemingly, they look like weary and tired, but also almost like cheering. It's like, looks like almost like they've had a long journey and they're cheering for this grung that has this flag out standing in the middle of this peninsula. With that said, as you look, the sound of like the duk, as you look at the bottom of the wardrobe, there seems to be an emerald that has spawned at the bottom of it. As you reach down and you pick it up, as soon as you pick it up, it seems to light up and get some color and just like starts to shine, and then you hear like duk, as
opens.
this door pops.
I'm gonna walk up and I'm gonna hold the door open just in case.
Oh, instead of Kiro again. Theron runs back to the door, just kind of holds it open. What do you guys do?
There isn't anything else in the wardrobe, right?
As you look inside the wardrobe, and you just
We'll just hop in. Start patting the walls.
as you hop in and start to investigate.
I'm gonna start casting Identify.
Go for it.
Well,
you
it's gonna be
find
10 minutes.
Narnia?
So if we wait 10 minutes, then
If you guys want to wait 10 minutes,
I actually pop out the door.
Oh, that's pretty good. Considering you have no bonuses, 15.
15. And you're just like, you're going in it, you're confident there's something here, and you spend 10 minutes investigating this wardrobe. And then Zephyr at the end of it, like as you start to get, and you like towards the bottom of it, near the base of this mural, you find this like small, where the wood is, you like kind of like pry it back, and you find like a small, almost like jet. And you're just like, wait, this is like the core. As you identify it, and you learn that the wardrobe itself is the source of the magic spell that's actually on this room. The spell is summon skeletons, lesser form of summon lesser demon. And the nature of the spell is actually every time you input a word wrong, the skeletons will spawn. And as soon as you get them right, the spell will reward you.
I think
Every
I don't
time you get
understand this
the
magic
word
shit.
right?
No, as soon as you guess the word
Okay.
right.
I was like, wait. So if you leave the room and come back in, that would be a different riddle, then.
With that, again in a similar voice to the good luck that you heard from earlier, you hear again, well done. That was quicker than I thought it would be.
Are you watching us?
Trial is always the easiest. And
Wait,
everyone passes.
he is the watcher. How are you watching us?
Good luck in the next trial.
It's
Out the door.
no, it's a snore bubble.
As you look out the
I'm
door,
telling
it's
you.
it's that same windy hallway.
All right,
Is the feather there?
let's go.
The feather is still there.
All right.
All right, X-ray.
Okay, so as you go back out through the,
I thought there was
as
only 2 doors.
there's only 2 doors.
Oh, so I have to go in the other door past that trial.
No, there's
Third door
3.
spawns.
No, there was 3.
I mean, if 3
All
doors
right,
is
I'll go
the
ahead
door you
and
guys
follow
came through.
Zephyr.
There was not 3 additional doors though.
I thought the way you described it was there was 3.
There was only 2.
Oh. More battle maps. Ooh. More battle maps. That's not how it goes. That's not how it
I
goes.
was moving it so Hiram could place it there.
It's
without-
dual-dimensional. It goes however they want.
I know how it goes. Does not go like that.
We're losing everything.
Something just fell. I don't know what I just hit. Something fell. Technically, this is what we're looking at. My coffins.
Zebra.
All my shit fell over.
That black thing fell off.
It was these. It's fine.
Where's
It's
the boy?
fine. This is Ow. I did this wrong. This is technically how it was.
So it wasn't the winding hallway.
I did technically mess that up.
No, I did.
No, I did have it right. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
yeah, yeah. No, you had it right.
Alright, I did have it right. You're right.
At the end of today, it doesn't really matter.
Yes, that's right.
What it is this is spawn.
Yeah, that's fine, for sure.
Probably happened when I hit the wall.
What's this before?
My music stopped at a very inconvenient time.
It's still playing.
Really?
It's super quiet.
Modular stuff. I don't know what to do.
This is the part of the stream
That's how
where
it
we
was.
would talk about our sponsor.
My bad. My bad, okay? It's the first time I've actually built a map that's
Raid Shadow
modularly
Legends.
assembled. Okay, so with that, as you guys head back down the hallway, back into this first room, and open the door, you're kind of just like in thinking, okay, we're gonna go through this. We're going quick. We're gonna go to the next door. As you were the one holding the door, I'm gonna say you were at the front.
actually wanted to be stealthy in case that we met friends.
Do you want to communicate to everyone? Is everyone being stealthy?
I would have said, like, there's no harm in rushing. It's a short distance. Let's just be a little quiet.
Okay.
Okay, this is a group stealth check then. If we are proceeding stealthily, I need a group stealth.
Oh, why did I roll? Advantage.
I fucking hate disadvantage so much.
6.
Fantastic.
That is the lowest I can get. No.
20.
16 dex?
Stealth? Yeah.
Oh, you're proficient and stuff.
Well, I'm probably not gonna roll than that.
5.
Never mind.
Well, God's ever.
It would have been better just
Clang,
not
clang,
even
clang,
bother.
clang, clang.
As you guys are, actually, I guess I technically should.
He now won it.
Perfect. As you guys are walking down the hallway, and like almost like having a little bit of conversation about that room being a little bit weird or interesting. You guys get to the door, and like right as you get to the door, you're kind of walking, especially the two of you with your armor, And then the way that I'm gonna interpret this is you, Gurgle, as you get close to the door, you hear conversation, like low whispers, and then you, being a little bit more stealthy, you're just like, wait, shh, shh, shh. And as you guys get to the door, you can hear on the other side of the door, and you hear someone say, that was harder than I originally thought it would be, but it's okay. We'll be fine. And at that moment, as you kind of like open the door and you look at this hallway, you do see, you catch the tail end of what appears to be a couple people walking into the room. And then there's one individual who seems to stop kind of at the end of the door. He's wearing a black robe. However, his hood is currently down. Most of his body is covered. The black robe kind of goes down to his feet. And as he kind of like turns and looks back at you, he has like green scaled features to his face, and he very much so seems to look at the door and seems to smile, and as his tongue comes out, the tongue is split in the middle of it, almost farther back than you normally see, like halfway down the tongue. It almost seems like he
Similar
can.
to Mercy?
Wait.
Yeah.
He smiles at this door.
He's
Smiles
in front
at
of
you.
this door, but he turns and looks at the door as you're kind of like peeking through it. Face is a little bit scaled, but overall still humanoid in feature. His nose seems a little bit more pronounced, almost like it's slightly going to a snout. And he has, in his left hand, he has just a staff that has what appears to be some kind of a green, like a green flame almost is what it looks like, but it's a jewel that seems to be frozen in a green flame. As he looks over at you, he goes, hurry. And then he walks to the door.
The door we're heading towards?
What did he just say?
Hurry.
Oh, I rush.
Terrence just immediately runs over, and the door itself, he had shut the door behind him, and you
I
kind of like
follow.
open the door, swinging it open, expecting to see someone, and you see an empty hallway.
God damn it.
Oh, he's a.
I just head through the door.
Yep.
Okay.
Go through swinging.
Slight spoilers.
Swinging.
For the sake of this, I'm just going to grab the other one. Rather than fully explain the room, but then I'll also explain it.
Wait, there's a room at the end of that hall?
I will admit. You cannot.
Did you die?
carry anything.
That fell apart. That wasn't me. That was the thing fell apart. I need to reconstruct that. It was unfortunate.
Yeah, cages.
I got sabotaged this time. This is also really hard to build.
Maybe you should go over to Nate.
Probably should have.
Too late now?
Commit.
There we go. Fine. You want to move your guys over there?
I will say this.
I assume he's
he's
an unfamiliar one. I don't recognize this one.
No, you do not recognize him. He definitely has Yuan-Ti features.
T. I always think of capital T, as in like that. So
Well,
when you say
I
T, or
corrected
say
to cross.
Oh, I didn't hear.
I changed it afterwards. I said cross. You must have just missed it.
Because like I was like thinking T, and then he pulled that out, and I was like, oh, that is not the T I thought of.
Yeah, I corrected to cross, but you're correct. I originally said T. So, opening up into the room, that's the design that you guys see. It's kind of curved on the front end. To explain those stations a little bit better, that is a weapon rack that you see. Inside the cages, one thing that's not there is, or here, why don't you do this? Put this guy in that far cage.
Is that a grung?
Yes. That cage, over there.
The circle cage.
Yes. That station you recognize immediately. That is an alchemy station. And then lastly, this table right here that is a little bit more hard to see. You would recognize that, Zephyr, as effectively a mage's station. It has again what appears to be magical ink with a pen, except for it seems to have scrolls that are readily laid out. In fact, it seems to have scrolls that are readily laid out and created for some of them. There seems to be effectively spell scrolls there.
I go over to the table and start reading the scrolls.
Okay. As you move over to the table, check out the spells. What'd you say? Sorry.
Read the obelisk.
Okay, so you move over to the obelisk. Let me first give Trinity.
I'm gonna move over to the sarcophagus.
Okay.
I want to move my.
So the spell scrolls that are on the table, there's a spell scroll for air bubble. There's a spell scroll for absorb elements. There's a spell scroll for animate dead. And then there's a spell scroll for... That's not the right one. It's the spell that heals disease, but I'm trying to remember what it's called.
Cure disease?
Cure disease. Yes. I have healing word down for some reason, but that's not what it was. And there's a spell scroll for cure disease.
Okay.
All of these can be cast, but also for what it's worth, if you would like to, and you don't have any of those, they are in good enough
You can copy
condition that you also could copy those, given enough time.
Doesn't take too long.
Do whatever you want.
For it takes minutes.
I was just letting you know what you're kind of looking at.
So we have air bubble, absorb elements, raise dead,
Animate dead.
animate dead, and cure disease.
Yes, those are the 4 spells.
Don't tell
I go to the alchemy station.
The obelisk for you, Gurgle, as you look at it.
Any of these.
The obelisk
I'm just
says,
reading them right now.
the obelisk says, "Welcome, travelers. Find ye here a place to test your skills. Cure my friend and be rewarded." With that, as you kind of like look, and then you look about the room, and then one creature that's in here, you see a grung in the cage who's currently in the corner, kind of like curled up, and he almost like he like seems to be rocking a little bit, and kind of as you kind of like get a little bit more of a quick a look at him, you notice that he seems to have like foam at his mouth, and seems his eyes are bloodshot and wide. He very much gives off like a feral vibe as he just kind of is rocking.
Hey, Terrence, right here. Eyes on me. No kill.
Oh no, he's alive. I'm gonna kill the undead that's in this coffin.
Do not kill the
I'm going to attempt to pry open the coffin.
Okay, go ahead and make a athletics check then.
Not raging, but still pretty damn good. 23.
23 is not enough. As you are trying to finagle this coffin, this one's a little bit more sturdy than the last one. As you're pulling on it, you actually still have a piece of the wood that like chips off. But unlike the other one, the door itself doesn't break. It's like you broke a small piece of it off. It very much so does seem magically sealed.
We're supposed to heal the frog.
The alchemy station also has an assortment of different liquids that are in containers. Also, for what it's worth, upon a little bit more of a quick glance, looking at each of them, each one seems to be a station with the weapon rack effectively being torture tools.
You torture him to get his sanity back.
Imagine if the frog is the crazy one and the dead person's who we need to heal, huh?
Oh, the friend isn't in here at all. I want to investigate the square cage. Is there anything in there?
Yeah, you're going up to it. So worth noting, these do go to the roof. So if you want, you can't go over it because Terrence looks taller than it, but he's not. For one, it is locked. There is a bed. I think there's 2 bed cots in there, if I actually recall. One of the bed cots looks freshly used. It looks like almost like someone woke up and moved stuff out of the way.
Hey.
The second bed cot looks just completely empty.
Hey, Terrence. You want to open this door for me?
Oh, sure.
Okay, so again, another strength check to instead of.
Lesser restoration. Yeah.
I didn't even double check. I just assumed you guys were correct.
You also have cure disease.
16.
16 is actually still enough. The lock is not it's not super intense. In a little bit of your frustration, you come up to it expecting it to be a little bit more of a challenge. As you grab it, and just the lock itself kind of like bends until it snaps and breaks, and you open the door. That's the alchemy station.
stupid.
That is the
Can't be
mage's station where the spell scrolls are on with the spell ink. The weapon rank is so that section is like torture set almost.
Yeah. So it's lesser.
That is the alchemy station. Yes.
I guess you're right. Yeah.
What does the frog look afflicted with? Like medicine check?
At disadvantage, as
Yes.
that is why you don't bump the table.
Oh, I didn't do
The
it.
table.
Yes.
No, the table definitely shook. Someone bumped it. I
No,
don't
I
know.
pulled the.
Cable.
Ah. Well, you would have disadvantage because you're not inspecting him. You are looking at him.
I walk towards him and see what he does.
He's in a cage. Do you walk up to the edge of the cage, or do you want to try and open the door?
Close enough to the edge of the cage.
He seems to completely ignore you as you get to the edge of the cage. Not ignore you, but doesn't seem to notice you.
I walk close enough for him to touch me.
You can't. He's in the corner.
He's in the
Cage
far
is
corner.
shut.
He's like 15 feet away from you.
I
While
walk
you're
over to the
thinking,
lock. I walk over to the lock like I'm going to break the lock and then see if he notices me.
he does not.
Terrence broke the door, right?
Yes, that door is very broken in
I
it.
want to enter and I want to do a perception check looking for like a rat or something alive inside of this cage.
Make an investigation. Oh, not an investigation. Make a perception check.
What exactly did the
21.
obelisk say?
So the obelisk said,
Cure my friend.
that is effectively what it said. It said, "Cure my friend and get a reward."
What did you say about like being like an enemy?
What?
He was telling Terrence not to kill him.
Oh yeah, because Terrence would definitely kill him. I feel like.
Well,
What'd you
Paul
get?
Said, like
21.
21. As you're going through and you're starting to inspect everything, as you pick up the bed cot that seems freshly used, you do notice that there's like a small ball at the bottom of it, and you kind of like open it up and kind of like prop up the bag. There does appear to be a small hamster at the end of the bag that's like fully like curled back, and as you reveal it, it like tries to dig more into the sleeping bag.
Is it injured?
It does not seem, but it seems extremely frightened.
I spend 4 minutes writing a spell in my book.
What is it? A creature, you said?
It was a hamster. Small hamster.
I think I found the friend.
I speak with animal.
That works.
I have a specific ring for this.
Okay. You're inscribing a spell.
I have like an animal here. I'm pretty sure this is the friend.
While he's casting Speak with Animal, you're at the edge of the cage. What'd you get on your medicine check, by the way? With disadvantage. Rabies. I'm pretty sure that's rabies.
I gently throw a rock.
Terrence, I know the door's broken. But could you like?
Hold that thought for a second.
Actually, never mind. It's too small. We have a hamster in here. I assume this is the friend.
Gurgle
hamster?
casts Speak with Animals and like comes up to you. You guys are like starting to inspect this. As you starting to inspect this, you hear like a as the grung in the corner lunges at the edge of the cage, which you were standing right next to, and he's going to attempt to attack you through the bars.
Would he have disadvantage attacking through the bars?
Yes, he will. Doesn't matter. 34.
Holy God.
Lucky. Roll.
16.
I don't use my roll.
Roll the same thing I did.
Triple 16?
No, 19, 16, 16. Because he was rolling with disadvantage.
34?
I don't like that guy's plus.
That's a plus 18 to hit!
Don't
That
let the
man
frog
could
out.
roll a 2 and hit me!
I'm missing a D8.
Don't fight him.
D8? Jesus, what is this frog?
He's diseased. He's got rabies.
Rabies don't give you superpowers.
Okay, so
You've got
as
clearly
this
never been
frog
in
just
rabies.
lunges at you, like you throw a frog and it's like almost instant. It hits and the frog just like shoo, and hits the cage right to your throat.
Dude, this was
jumping
Kogal's
up.
pet frog, okay?
As soon as it touches your throat, it's not like you're expecting like pain, the slicing of the skeletons you hit from before, but it hits and you just like feel your throat start to, and almost like the life is being sucked from it. You take 45 points of necrotic damage as it hits, and in an immediate moment, you now lose the ability to breathe, and you are grappled.
Fuck!
With that,
Roll initiative.
I do need people to roll initiative. It's probably not going to be combat. I just need to see how people react.
Well, shit. I'm way busy with this hamster. I don't give a shit.
I'm very busy writing my
The
book.
number to beat is a 14.
20, baby.
23.
Okay.
I'm also higher than that too.
Okay, so all three of you, you're over there casting speak with animals. I'll say you cast speak with animals, and you're like, all right, time to talk to a hamster. As you just see the frog just and just latch to Razu, and you immediately see the feathers almost start to crinkle and dry. It's almost like they're turning to dust and start to just fall from his neck.
I'm gonna counter grapple and try and get the frog off of Razu.
Bears off the curb.
Bonus action rage.
Okay.
Isn't that just a help action? Can't you just help action?
No, if you can count, he's
You
breaking the
counter
grapple.
Help
Yeah.
just gives them advantage. Counter grapple is to help. Like,
As a
That would be
yourself.
a 28 athletics.
20, that is definitely plenty. That said, you do need to make a Constitution saving throw as you touch the frog.
Well, I'm.
Oh, I know. I don't need to roll a d20. I just need to roll.
You don't need to roll for that saving throw.
I just wanted to see if raging gave me advantage on Constitution saving throws. I know my Constitution's pretty hard.
Usually, yeah.
What we got?
Yeah, I just straight stakes. That fell out. Which I wish I used it. 9.
9 is a
fail.
9 is a failure.
Not only did he fail a
Even though
con
that
save,
was possible.
but if it's
Isn't
the
that
same
one?
con save as mine, he failed a 12 con save, which is pretty low.
So that's 31 points of necrotic damage. As you touch it, you immediately feel your hands in a similar way. It's almost like the moisture, blood, and everything is just, and it's just sucking, man. You're able to pull him off, and technically you have him grappled. Would you like to continue to hold him, or do you just like throw him off?
I would like to throw him down so he's in the prone position.
Okay, easily enough. You throw him down onto the prone condition. As he hits, he just like immediately just like is starting to look at each of you and just technically you're away from the cage. I just mainly for initiative I needed to see if you get hit. Do you guys stay adjacent to the cage? Do you move back?
Would that provoke opportunity?
Can I?
No, he was just thrown away.
If I hit him, will it provoke opportunity attack?
Yes, because at that point you'd be in
Wait.
range.
I said, "How are you doing, little guy?" And nothing.
Oh, no one heard that.
No, I heard that.
Oh, I did not.
Shoot him. Bug him with a stick.
So do you move back or do you stay
I
adjacent?
literally said, "I'm afraid."
What do you do?
Little guy, what are you scared of?
Get
And
the
friggin-
fuck out of Dodge, yeah.
Okay, so you take a step back. I assume you do the same, Terrence, or do you want to stay close to the cage?
No, I'm staying close to him to
Shoot
stomp his ass if I
Kill
need
it
to.
dead.
So he moved away from the cage, and I kind of had that you like kind of threw him a little bit back from the cage so that you could step
okay.
back if you want. If you don't want to do that, and you just want to throw him right at the ground, just prone. You could do that.
I do, and I draw out my sword.
All right, so you're still engaged in the cage. That means that initiative does matter.
And I look down at him like that meme with Homer looking down at, I can't remember
I don't know that meme.
Wait, he's staying?
However, what as you look down at him, and you're used to like with the strength that you exude, you
Hold on,
at
why
least
didn't I
seeing
get a
like
con save?
surprise, or because it attacked you, he touched it. While you're used to seeing like surprise or scaredness from it, all you see is just like
Rabies.
hunger. It literally, like the creature literally looks like, as it looks down and you like pull out your sword and you look down at it, it just like looks up at you. It just like teeth very much so flared, just and like it puts its hands on the ground like it is gonna jump up as soon as it has an opportunity.
Most frogs don't have teeth, just for record.
I know.
It's already weird.
Okay, so I have a plan. So instead,
I was just pointing that out for pointing it out's sake.
I have a plan.
Okay, so that if you're still next to the cage, it is going to jump onto the side of the cage because it would be next. And you guys, what are you doing?
I told you already.
He's talking
All right.
to the hamster.
I guess I will step back out of the cage.
We're friends.
Oh, you're talking to the hamster. Sorry. What did you say?
Actually, I think I will step back out of the cage and close the door.
So you guys never even went into the cage.
Oh.
It jumped on the side of the cage and grabbed Razu. And
Oh,
the way
it's
that I had it
through
is,
the cage.
yeah, and then you just grabbed it and kind of like threw it to the floor inside of the cage again.
So you guys are still on opposite.
So if you back up from the cage, it literally physically
Okay, I'll
could
back up
not
from the
get
cage.
to you. It'd be
Unless it can go
impossible.
through the cages.
Okay, so moving back from the cage,
Literally.
that is what I needed in order for initiative to not matter anymore, actually. So as soon as both of you step back, effectively how it would respond is it would just jump onto the side of the cage and just start like trying to pull it apart.
I aggressively throw a rock in its face.
Doesn't even seem to phase it. It's just like this thing looks like it's feral and
Maybe
trying to
don't
eat you.
piss off the thing that can.
That said, as you talk to the hamster, as soon as you talk to it and it understands you, it kind of like it stops. Oh, it stops like shaking for a moment. It goes, and it almost like starts to look around and says, "Are you like the frog?"
No, I'm the good frog.
Make a persuasion check. With disadvantages, you are the same race as the thing that it feeds.
It's like mucus? Is mucus still in my throat?
I guess that's true. I'll say that you can have a straight roll from it.
Is this mucus still in my throat?
There is nothing on your throat, including almost no skin. It just like it's almost like think like extreme cryo burn that just burned down to your throat. Like it makes it like a little bit hard to talk right now.
Can I grab a vial, change my weapon
16, I'm pretty sure. Plus 4.
into?
There's not a weapon that shoots vials. If that's what you're wondering.
Oh, you're
No.
So it's a dirty
Like
20?
a halberd?
I was not expecting
And I'm
you to
gonna
be expertise
Jimmy
in
rig the
persuasion.
vial to the halberd, 10-foot range, like scoop some of its.
You isn't the same
Mucus.
persuasion?
There isn't actually vials in here either. There's bowls of different liquids.
I'm saying I grab one of my vials, use a halberd's 10-foot range. The
It's just funny because
stick
like, you
scoop
with
some of
zero
its mucus
persuasion or
off.
0 charisma. Just as much persuasion.
So you're able to hold that thought. For now, you said you so 20. It seems to calm down a little bit, and it kind of crawls out of the sleeping bag towards you, and it kind of like looks past you to the side of the cage where the frog is just like freaking out on the side of the bars, and immediately upon seeing it, like cowers back into the sleeping bag. And says,
What's wrong?
Is it alright?
Is it trying to kill you?
It's got rabies!
I tried to help it.
You can't understand. I'm talking to an animal. I sound like hamster. I'm like squeaking.
I'm pretty sure your voice doesn't change.
Yeah,
It
you
makes
understand.
understand you.
It just
Oh,
it sounds different. In
Not
response
the
to you, it says,
friend!
I tried to help it. The first vial was not. It wasn't good. The best I could do was to put him in the cage, and then I tried another one on
You're
myself.
an actual hamster?
No. I tried another one on myself, and it had a poor reaction.
Want me to fix you?
You can't understand the hamster.
Why is it scared?
I don't think it's a hamster. I think it's polymorphed or something like that.
like a guinea pig.
Can you just spell polymorph?
I can.
If
P
it's a potion, does the spell work?
If it's magical.
Rouser, is it magical?
Ask him!
Oh, yeah, I got something in my
You'll
throat.
know.
I apologize. Okay. Need water. Is the potions magical? That you drank?
He kind of like looks over at he comes out and peeks at the frog and he says, "Is there any here that makes sense? I'm not a hamster. Potions don't turn people to hamsters. Only magic does."
Ask him about the message. Ask him about saving his friend.
Isn't I've heard of magic that can do it? Why couldn't the wizard just put the magic? If he can put the magic in a piece of paper, can you put the magic in a potion?
Yes, there are magic potions.
There are also non-magic potions.
Apparently, magic can be in potions.
Then yes, it's probably magic.
That's not helpful. You don't have any idea.
Ask him,
I know I drank a potion and I turned into a hamster.
ask him who his friends are.
Well, a Polyjuice potion would basically be magic, right?
Yes,
I
100%.
would say that's magic. Yeah, you can dispel it.
Are you not going to ask him who his friends are?
Why are you trying to cure the frog? Is that the friend? Or are you the friend?
Looks over and says, he was my friend.
What's wrong with him?
He like again peeks out of the cage and says,
I have no idea.
What the fuck do you mean what's wrong with him? It's a demon!
Well, it's apparently the hamster's friend.
I think I've seen this disease before. Yeah. Super rabies. It's not like regular rabies. It's like super rabies.
Bro,
You gotta get
It's
shots.
magic. I can return the hamster to its original form. However, that will deplete me.
What if... Oh, but that's a big problem, though, because what if the frog also needs to dispel magic? Who do we dispel magic on?
Probably the one who needs to be cured. The one who's trying to kill us all. The hamster is, while in a picky, sticky situation, is not an immediate threat.
guys,
Or danger.
Frog, ask him if he used that alchemy station to do it.
Am I done with my spell?
Yes,
Yes,
you did. We already know that.
in fact,
I
at this
can
point,
probably fix
you
it with
probably
the
have,
same
you said it takes 4
station.
minutes.
Yeah.
You could probably have 2 of them because you ended up being quiet for a bit
I need
longer.
6 minutes for the
So,
other one.
I'd still say you could have done 2 of them in that time if you
how
wanted.
did the vial thing go?
You got into it, and then you just kind of kept going. Sorry, one more time?
How'd my vial thing go?
Oh, yeah. So, how that went is you put as you take your weapon and you put it in the cage, it immediately grabs it and it's going to strength contest to try and pull the weapon from your hands.
Okay.
Wait, that's your alchemy thing?
Kenku recall.
28 to beat.
Yoink!
It's not looking good. What is this guy's fucking strength stuff?
I'm pretty sure it's like, wait.
I don't think you'll get
You
your weapon
literally
back.
can't beat a 28 with a strength check.
Lucky. I'm rolling for you.
Well, it's athletics.
Is it athletics?
It's contested athletics, typically.
He's 15 worse.
Yes, he rolled an natural 20. It's 23.
Boom! I win those. Easy.
What's your total?
24.
As you go to put your halberd in to try and get some of this, it just like and just starts to pull it, and in that moment you're like still trying to do it, and then when it notices it's no longer it can't take the weapon from you, it like turns to it and just like and goes to try and like bite it as you're able to quickly wrestle it from its hands.
I don't know what steroids that on, but no frog is touching these muscles. But it's touching these muscles, and that's a problem.
I use the spell scroll for lesser restoration
Wanna
on the
bet?
frog.
Go give it an arm wrestle. See how it goes.
Good call.
As you use
Did I
utilize
get
the
some of the
spell-
juice?
Chill, you know you did not. As you utilize the spell scroll and you cast it on the frog, as you basically I was going to say recant, but that's not the right word. As you recite the spell from the scroll, and the words themselves seem to burn off as you read them, and as you finish it, the scroll itself just kind of.
What did you guys?
And as soon as you do, the frog actually just like it being on the ground, just having tried to bite it, like it pops up, and then you cast the spell on it, and it kind of. It just wipes its face off.
I'm like, you're right. My spell. I'm like, hey, done. Cool, done. What the fuck's going on over here? All right.
Who casted something like that?
There's
You cast-
there's
you-
a spell
you cast
scroll.
lesser restoration.
As you finish that, it wipes its pants. It seems to like wipe its clothes off. It's very
Mage hand is
raggedy.
vile.
and
Take
it-
its mucus.
It stands up and just. "Oh, I apologize for my unsightly behavior. I was not feeling as myself.
Hey,
Give me your mucus, please.
Good.
No,
For goodwill.
Hell,
Put your
hamster.
mucus in this vial.
you threw a rock at me.
You sucked the life out of my neck.
I wonder if you didn't throw a rock at me. You showed hostility first.
I don't believe you.
I get that I was in my wrong mind. However, you showed hostility first. Mind your
believe for it.
manners.
Hey, Mr. Hamster.
I'll pay you for it.
here.
Does your
Trade.
hamster friend...
As soon as you see that, the hamster just kind of it kind of comes out of the sleeping bag. As soon as the grung in the cage. By the way, for what it's worth, this grung is blue.
Wait,
I didn't say
are we
that
talking
before.
to the hamster?
As soon as the hamster
talking to the
comes out,
hamster?
the grung looks
to
over
the
towards
hamster?
it and it says,
Oh.
"Ah, the rat shows its face."
You can talk to hamsters?
I can talk to him.
It turns to you and it says, "No, dear."
This ring
Kill the
that you
hamster.
gave me? Just let me
And yes,
talk
I will
to
give you the
creatures.
mucus.
Wait, I thought you guys were friends.
Why would I be friends with something that cursed me? And the hamster at this point just kind of like looking at him. Just, roll initiative again. As this
Wait,
hamster,
we're fighting a demon.
We have to fight a
Fighting
hamster.
a demon hamster?
That's cocked.
What the fuck?
Murder the hamster.
The hamster was the bad
Dude,
guy
we
the
chose.
whole
No, we
time.
chose. We chose correctly
response
though.
to this, as it seems to squeak, it and grows into a very
it.
large hamster, which I don't have a mini for.
Into a mega hamster.
So as it came out of the
And it too has rabies.
Hey, we actually rolled with all of you.
One initiative.
Alright, let's do this.
How crazy is that?
Alright. Decent.
As it seems to turn, by the way, as this hamster seems to grow in size, it doesn't just look like a hamster. Its teeth, rather than being like the two little, almost like buck teeth that you'll typically see on gerbils and hamsters, they turn into two like large canines, similar to like a large rat. Its fur begins to grow matted and turns gray in color. Both of its eyes seem to go into a deep red. As this hamster very much so does turn into a demon hamster.
Wow.
Fucking hell, dude.
Jeebus!
Why were you hiding from me?
My initiative roll.
No, you have to roll a new one.
21 to beat.
Damn.
Well, that's good because
I guess I need a reroll anyway.
I didn't win.
I won.
All right. The hamster comes out of the cage, and apparently everyone else was trusting of this hamster. And as the hamster comes out and goes up, and you're like, I knew it was fishy. Whoosh, what do you do?
What?
Drown.
You
Drown the
hide from him
hamster.
if you're a giant demon
Flush
hamster.
it down the toilet.
As you ask it, it kind of like looks back at you and almost just seems to snarl, just like. At which point the grung responds to you, and he says, "It was a trap set up. He was at one point my friend. However, he was cursed by," and he looks over at the table. And at this point, you notice as the grung points this out, you see one of the papers. It seems utilized but not burned off, like a spell was cast with it. This is. There was a spell. We were trying to learn spell crafting. We've been trying to learn a few arts, and we read something quite literally cursed.
So why do you want us to kill it? Why not cure it? Because it's your friend?
We can save him by killing it. With that, what do you do?
Fair.
Has the words on the pillar changed?
Nope. The words have stayed the same.
What the fuck?
Can I? Is it? I don't know if it'd be like passive insight. Can I insight the grung?
Yeah.
I mean, at least the coffin didn't open up and spawn a skeleton, so I guess we're okay, right?
16. He doesn't seem to be lying. He seems remorseful as he's talking about this demon hamster.
My mic. My mic is tilting.
Tighten it. Bottom.
Can you still do that necromancy shit, Frog?
He kind of like looks at you. I am quite powerful, yes.
Do you need out?
He kind of like looks at the cage and goes, no.
Okay.
It's like I'm finding here.
I feel like we should
Wait, where I?
He does look at the hamster is, by the way, focused on him,
Alright.
but seems discouraged by the cage. Fun fact, if you guys would have opened both cages, that also would have been fun.
I'm the only one in the cage with it, right?
It's not in the cage. So it went in between the bars to go out towards the other thing, and then in the middle of the room, where it is right now, that's accurate.
So I'm in the cage.
Yes.
It's not in the cage.
Correct.
You could also take one step and get in melee range, though.
And I assume this cage goes up to the ceiling, so I can't jump.
Yes. It is currently open, though. Terrence broke the door open.
Don't get bit, you'll get rabies.
I will stop this rat.
I'm gonna go out and win it.
You went out.
Okay.
Watch him whip.
Watch him, Nene.
Oh god.
24.
24 hits.
I want to
Watch him weep,
Or do I want to fire whip it? You know, I think it's not going to attack me, so I'm gonna go fire whip. Alright, so we've got 4 to 10, 16, 16 slashing,
16 slashing.
7 fire. Yargle! You're talking!
What'd you bonus action?
Fire.
No, what? Oh, you ignited? Okay. As you're the first one to hit it, and it can't go for the grung, and it would go next, it immediately turns to you and it says, and it's going to attempt to hit you. It has 2 attacks, actually. It has actually, it can't hit the same target. It has to whip something with its tail.
You told me.
Yeah, it would be Terrence, because you're opposite. So it's going to whip you with its tail, and it's going to try and bite Gurgle.
You told me to heal your friend.
I need to roll a different dice. This thing's loaded.
Doesn't somebody have remove?
Fuck hell.
That's
Somebody
a,
have remove curse here?
Yes.
that's a 22 to hit. Or, sorry, a 32 to hit.
Oh, because that 22 was gonna miss. I'm glad you got that 32 in there.
That was a crit on you,
just
yes.
in case, you know.
And that's a 20 total to hit you. So rebarbs for the first hit. 15?
That's a miss.
20 to a 3. How sad. So you're the only one who gets hit, and you get hit by its tail.
Wait, what is
Sweet.
it getting? How much is its hit?
Oh my god.
How much over your AC is its hit?
Lot.
Okay.
Well, it got a crit, so it's.
It's.
No, he still rebarbs the
he
crit.
crit,
Oh,
he crit
okay.
me.
Yeah, the to hit you was a 20.
Oh, it's confusing when you're.
How
at a
much
point
over?
in your
That's fair.
crit.
I apologize. So the
Sorry.
tail attack on you
Oh,
was
how much over?
I don't know. What was the tail attack?
What's your
So
AC?
it's 20 total. That is.
Yeah,
the
sorry,
hit
because
on
I thought he was pointing at me when he said crit,
What's
so I
your
didn't
AC?
get.
Did you say it's a large
What's
rat?
your
It
AC?
is a total.
It's a total of 17.
So
it's by
he
3.
3.
Alright. I blood curse of the eyeless.
Is that a reaction?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it a d20?
I
It's a
remove
D6.
D6 from its attack roll. It missed.
Ooh, that's sick.
As it goes to bite you, Gurgle, and at a quick, you're just like, and you
If it's
quickly
immune to-
incant a spell as it misses
sure
the
it can
bite.
be blinded.
It swings its tail backwards,
If
and
it's immune to the blinding condition, he can't do that.
it is not. And at that same time, as Razu curses the creature, its eyes kind of fade for a moment, and instead of swinging its tail back to hit you, it instead almost like goes up at an angle and just and slams its tail
Did you say
down.
it's a large creature?
It is a large creature.
It's a tight room for a large creature.
All right,
Look, it is tight.
I'm gonna go ahead and bonus action rage,
Okay,
and I'm gonna swing at it twice.
go ahead.
Swing
It is
recklessly.
your guys' turn. You guys are fighting a demon hamster.
I'm gonna action cast a spell curse.
No, I'm not rolling a
Okay.
fire. 17 to hit.
Or remove curse.
17 does hit, yes.
Okay, so that's 5 radiant and 21 slashing.
Killed it.
How much slashing? Sorry.
21, and it
Very
is
nice.
magic.
Got it.
And then the second swing. Is a 15 to hit
That also hits.
for just 20 damage.
Just 20 damage. Just 20. Just a small 20. You said you remove curse it?
I'm casting remove curse at 5th level.
You need to roll.
What?
Win.
19.
Jeebus! Well, fuck. I didn't want to use my demon hamster anyways. As it swings its tail and hits Terrence, and then...
What did you say?
What?
You said, well, fuck, and then you said...
I said I didn't want to use my demon hamster anyways. But as you do, and then you cast your spell on it, the hamster almost immediately is like, it goes and it's blinded and it's like, and then you cast a spell on it, and then it seems to almost like start to, and starts to shrink on itself.
Basically, I just summon the blade to my left hand and just point it, and then the serpent expands out and almost like clamps on it, and then sucks the magic out.
I'm sad. That thing can do a total of 10d10 in one turn. Not to the same target, but split up.
And probably infect us.
Perfect.
Well,
this is what we wanted.
that was short-lived. As it seems to turn into an additional grung. This grung is also blue.
Creative problem solving. Good job, team.
The grung in the cage looks over.
I just dismiss my blade.
That was not on the table.
You said to kill your friends, so I did.
Oh, dude.
Indeed.
What
I
do
appreciate it.
you mean? I'm
And
the
he
one
seems
that
to almost
told
like
you to
reach
do it.
behind his back and then just pulls out a green gemstone. And just,
I'm in the cage, so someone else has to grab it.
he literally just holds a
Take
green
it.
gemstone, kind of puts his hand to the bar.
I got the other one anyway.
Get the mucus. As soon as you take the gemstone, in a similar fashion to the skeletons, you take the gemstone, and both the creatures seem to.
Fuck!
And
Damn it! I needed
sad,
that
man. That rat,
Put it in my satchel.
I'm sorry.
that rat can do damage.
This was. How come he gets all the credit? It was my idea.
There's actually multiple
I
ways
literally
to solve
thought
it.
of that when the hamster was first cursed.
But I'm the one that found out that he was cursed because I was talking to
Who
him.
found the fucking hamster?
Is there liquid at the alchemy station?
No, the
Girls,
liquid that was in the bowls, they seem
Bro,
to empty.
no.
This
no
room seems magically
credit.
attached to the solution that you guys were doing.
God
No, we-
damn
It's
it!
giving me any credit either.
Listen.
I wanted to put that in the fucking arrow.
Girls.
Necromancy
Girls,
arrow.
Listen.
I'm
Well,
out of spell slots.
the creatures in the room have disappeared.
Hey, dude, that was a worthy use of spells, okay?
It was.
Correct.
Yeah.
Spell slots.
Now we gotta go do the big room.
Unfortunately,
Good thing you have that.
The door
pointy
also
thing.
would have popped
What?
open.
Good thing you have that
Again.
pointy thing to use.
Oh,
unfortunately,
back to the main room.
fortunately, I think we're going faster than them. Unfortunately, I think we still have a third room somehow.
I think we have to fight
Wow, it's
them.
almost as if there was 3 gems. Who would have thought about it?
Well, but one of them was already lit up, so I'm like,
No, one
do
of them
we
was
have
lit
to
up
do
and
it?
they already solved them.
I know, but did their solve work for
Oh wait,
us or
Terrence,
this?
come with me.
No.
Terrence,
Or do we
Yes.
have to solve all three?
We have
Come
to solve
with
all
you.
3.
What?
we're going back to the main room.
Oh yeah, we gotta hurry,
Victory.
guys.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to
You guys-
Wait, can you pick up Tiku?
I've got a snake to kill.
Tiku needs to be up.
10.
10.
Tiku's asking for upsies.
I have disadvantage
I pick her
and a
up.
+2. Like, what do you want from me?
Yes.
Stiku's like, yeah, and just punches the roof by accident. Because the roof in the hallway's not
Put her on the
terribly
shoulder.
tall.
Put my hands.
Well, I mean, neither is she, though.
Your head is still
She's
kind of
on
like,
top of there.
Oh.
you're like almost like slightly, for a bit, you were like kind of dragging. You're like, this is what it feels like. And then you kind of just kind of slouch just a little bit, so you're fine.
While we're walking to the other room, I'm just gonna drink a potion now.
What other room? That's the problem that I'm having.
Bro, we're gonna
When we
fight the
head
other people.
back,
I'm
there's
just saying.
going to be a third door, almost guaranteed.
There's a third room, and the other people are gonna be in it. I guarantee they're gonna fight us for victory. Okay.
The third room is the main room.
And I just got hit for like 45 damage.
They didn't expect how
The
fast we
third
went,
room
dude. We're going
is the
faster
main
than-
room.
They said it was
Be
hard, and we
prepared.
solved it in like
Words in water.
5 minutes.
Tiku and Terrence, you guys being the first ones to go through, you make your way back through the door and kind of open the door up, ready for the next thing.
What? We are in the second room.
As you open it up, Warts is awake, actually. He is standing on his chair, kind of like looking over at you. And the half of his face that had kind of grown and had the warts and almost like the bulbous is now his full body. He now very much so, he almost doesn't even look like a grung anymore. He looks like a large toad. With that, as you walk out and you're like,
now both of his eyes are big and
as you walk out and you're like, "What? We solved it." And then he seems to respond and goes,
I know. You've done well.
Guys, I don't like the way Watts is looking at us.
As you kind of walk in, and then the next one comes in, and he goes,
Now, this one is the simplest of all of the rooms.
Beat you.
he pulls out an emerald. He says, "Come get your crystal."
I
And
run
yes,
over to grab
now
the
we get to
crystal.
roll initiative again.
Tyr doesn't like it when Watts goes so.
Cause you're so weak.
Mother of I cannot roll initiative for shit.
no.
What happened to
Oh
Watts?
no. He's resistant to bludgeoning damage. We fed him.
Oh, he is.
Does that matter? Do you
I'm
guys
just
have
saying,
bludgeoning damage?
we made him stronger.
Razu does slashing, Tiku does slashing, you do lightning, he does slashing, he does piercing, I do slashing. None of us do bludgeoning.
No, he has a sword. He has a great sword. He's also slashing.
I could start punching.
That's what I said. I said he's slashing.
I can start using unarmed strikes if you need me to do bludgeoning.
Go on, no whip.
Oh right, whip is slashing.
Watts is betrayed. I thought only dragons did that.
Initiative beat.
Holy shit!
Well,
I fucking lost!
I thought you said the lowest you could roll a 6.
Alright, I made.
No, that's on a stealth check.
I got a
Action
16.
mage hand, sleight of hand, steal a gem from
Is
his hand.
Razu the only one that didn't? win?
Wait, no. You got 3.
I don't know,
That
I
means
got-
you beat him.
I got a 16.
I got
Yeah,
2.
so everybody
I rolled a
got-
1.
What did
and I
he
have a
get?
+1.
Caleb.
Then how do you have a
What did he get?
+5 to it? Right.
He got
Oh,
Stealth.
3.
3 to beat. Caleb, give me the beeples.
I am not capable of being under 3.
Like, I rolled the one number possible to
Caleb's gonna
lose
break
this
the phone.
initiative.
I mage hand of Lather.
That video is gonna be kind of funny. Just like every single time a combat ensues, just knock the camera over.
I invisible mage hand steal the gem from him while he's holding it out.
Just get the gem. Shit. Man, we just do not like treating our stuff with kindness.
Dude, I gotta cheese these encounters, dude.
No, I was talking about him throwing minis.
I need to employ like
Hold up.
whacking them.
Did the other team already lose?
If I succeed
Or
this,
they haven't
then we
solved
have
their
all-
room yet.
if we
It's
have
because they all
three-
had bludgeoning weapons.
Wait, no, because they completed the second room as we got into the second room.
That could have been their first.
no, I think they went into the second room as we were going into the second room.
No, they were going
No.
in. they
Okay.
should have been
No,
doing
because
the
they are
third.
one of the clusters were already lit up when they were in the challenge, which means
Which means
they had already
served-
completed a
solved
room.
the first room.
Maybe. But also, he did say that the temple's not that the temple didn't accept them as a challenger. So maybe it's different.
I will also say timey-wimey bullshit.
Wibbly
I
wobbly,
don't,
timey
I don't think
wimey.
this is a timey-wimey situation. I'm pretty sure this is a they didn't get accepted by a trial situation.
Can I make an observation? Is there stuff still in the room?
Yes.
Yes.
So there.
It is very much so still in the room.
Weird. They just got a
Alrighty.
different trial, or
Okay. So
I yoinked it.
it's too much. Okay, so I'm gonna make the changes. It's gonna start right here. We're gonna do the individual turns.
Okay.
It's just you guys all go, but then we're gonna go through the individual turns. So you
Okay.
did say that very quickly. So you can go ahead and attempt to make a sleight of hand check.
Over 30.
What's the total?
17 plus 16.
33. You already have a plus 17.
Rogue expertise.
But like with expertise, that's with maximum proficiency bonus.
The thief glove thing that we got.
You guys also did get a magic item that increases it. Yeah, sure enough, he kind of held it up, and he's like, in his mind, he puts it back in his pouch to his side. He like, and like in this moment, it's just gone. Your mage hand, like fairly quickly, you're just,
And none of us saw it.
Zephyr.
true. You actually would spawn your mage hand, and it would steal it, but your mage hand's still by him.
Zephyr, which grung are we attacking?
The toad one. The
Gotcha.
fat
No, I
one.
can use I can spawn it 30 feet away, and then I can bonus action to make it move 30 feet towards me.
I'm gonna bonus action raid.
Isn't it a bonus action to use? No.
That's how it works.
Yes, but you have to use an action to cast Mage Hand. Then you would have to action to sleight of hand him.
I mean, that does make sense.
Unless it specifically states that when you cast Mage Hand, you can attempt a sleight of hand check. That would actually be 2 actions.
Yeah, that's gotta be 2 actions for sure.
I just thought about the mechanics of this. Okay, while he's reading that, what would other people like to do?
I'm gonna bonus action rage and move over to our toad friend.
How many rages you got left?
This is my last one.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
I got 4.
Oh, I've only used one. I guess I just don't rage.
Okay, easily enough as you run up to him and you go to swing at him.
And I'm gonna
and he
reckless.
looks
By
at
the way,
you.
are you still on my head?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, actually. I'm not even going to say that you hamper his movement either.
I will
So
say
that's a 26.
I'm not saying he hampers your movement. That is not going to be a permanent thing. I'm just saying for this.
That's a 26 to hit.
No, he would. It does hamper his movement. That does hit. However, he has boots of speed on, so he still makes it. So it does hamper.
For
He's just
18,
moving half speed, and then that's fine.
18 slashing and 2 radiant.
Sorry, 1 sec. I didn't write down how much health he had. There he is.
Okay, so Mage Hand, it is an action to cast Mage Hand, just for the record.
Sorry, one more time. Can you give me your damage? Hold weight on Mage Hand.
18.
Okay.
And then 4 radiant.
Okay. Attack again.
Yep. For 21 to hit.
21 hits.
For 13 damage and 2 radiant. Oh, sorry. Just 13 damage, I forgot.
Yes. Marvelous. Okay, so first.
You are normally correct. However, an arcane trickster can control it with their bonus action, so they can summon it with their action, and then steal and move with their bonus action.
I was just going to read it for you if you wanted to hear.
Do that.
So, starting at 3rd level, when you cast Mage Hand, you can make the spectral hand invisible, and you can perform the following additional tasks with it. You can stow one object the hand is holding in a container worn by carried or by another creature. You can retrieve an object in a container worn. You can use thieves' tools to pick locks and disarm traps at a range. You can perform one of these tasks without being noticed by a creature. If you succeed, a dexterity sleight of hand check contested by the creature's wisdom perception check. In addition, you can use your bonus action granted by your cunning action to control the hand.
So you could action bonus.
So you can action summon it and then bonus.
It's still a bonus action to move.
No, you can move it at the same time as you do the action. That's part of the Mage Hand spell.
I mean, I guess you could make it. I mean, if you want, it's really ambiguous how it reads.
For now, I'm just gonna go with that. It's fine. We'll say.
But it does say you can perform the following additional tasks.
Mage Hand concentration?
It is not. Actually, it's just a turn limit.
Yeah, it just lasts for a minute.
Oh,
It is a
okay.
cantrip.
So for the time being, we are gonna say that you stole the emerald. That does not end combat though, especially because he doesn't realize you took it.
You can move the hand up to 30 feet each time you use it.
Yep.
Okay, that's fine. So that would be your action and your bonus action. You would have your movement should you choose to, Gurgle.
Where did you move the hand to?
No, he's just Mage Hand.
Are you gonna make the Mage Hand take my movement if I move it?
No, for now I'm just going exactly as I said. You use your bonus. That was your bonus.
Okay.
You have movement.
It's your bonus.
You can move if you want.
Where'd you move the Mage Hand to?
To him, he brought it back to him. He spawned it over here and then he moved it back to him.
All right, then I just hold it in free action. So I got your jam.
As soon as you do it, he looks over and he goes.
I just like really nonchalantly.
He looks over and he smiles and says, "Impressive. However, you must still prove yourself, or it will not shine." As you do see that it is dim, unlike the other two that you had
Hey,
gotten.
that's
that had
going
written
back
out.
in the word. You just said we had to get it.
No, he said.
No, he said
No,
come
I
and
said
get it.
come and get
That's
it.
it.
Yeah, he did not say we had to.
So it didn't
Let me
specify
come and
anything else, technically.
Okay, that's the two of them. I still need all four of you. No, not you.
Thanks for the
Razu.
lift, turds.
Bruh.
Doesn't crawl down the.
I assume you want to run to the other side of him. I'm probably going to adjust flanking, but for tonight, it's going to be the same.
Bro, I robbed myself.
That's fine. I'll go
We're
to the
definitely
other
going to play a little bit late, because I know where I want to leave.
I cast Chromatic Orb at 4th level.
All right. So roll to hit, and then sorry, Tiku. What did you say you're doing?
It's okay. I'll just hit as well. So.
That's true. If we're gonna do it by
a dirty 20.
That hits.
I'm just going to do D&D Beyond for rolling.
17 hit.
27 lightning damage.
No. 27 lightning damage. Not bad. Okay.
17 again.
17 does not hit. Okay, so technically it doesn't matter which one of you. We'll say at the end of Tiku's turn because you both just went. He is going to use a legendary action.
Sheesh.
Legendary.
I do not standing next to
3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Imagine if we just let Terrence kill this guy before.
He is going to legendary action to shell. And effectively what you see is as Terrence comes up and gets a solid hit on him, and I'm going to kind of contribute this narratively into how you went. And then Tiku, you come up and you go to hit him. As you go to hit him, he looks at you and he goes, It's kind of hard. And he seems to almost like tense for a moment. It almost looks like he like flexes for a moment. And all the warts on him, like blisters, pop. They just and then start to explode all around him. As they do, it seems to coat him in that mucus-like substance. It doesn't actually hit each of you, but as it seems to coat him in this substance, and you go to swing at him, it's like your blade just like and slips off rather than finding hard purchase.
After all the things that I've seen you eat, how is that bothering you?
As he coats in this liquid, and now what was a dry like toad grung before, how I described when you originally met him, now he has that almost like glossy look. And as he does, and he's standing there, he like slips and sits on the chair and, and kind of like gets up off of it. He doesn't go prone, but he just kind of falls on his feet before kind of standing up a little bit.
It's like, different. Ow. It's like an infection.
Okay, what are you doing? You're the last one.
Says the lady trying to cook literally poisoned meat.
No, he's still a small creature for sure.
Okay.
And then I want to try
No, we're gonna say he's a
something.
medium creature.
Okay.
I want to cast shape water.
Pretty sure she found a
on my
diseased
blade,
person on the ground.
and I
She
want
tried
to
to cook
try
it.
and, you know how like when I make an attack with the blade.
Yeah, this is fine.
Oh.
Yeah.
When I make the attack with the blade, I can make them make a DC save or be
Yeah,
frozen.
you, like, cook it and then the
I
heat
want to
and
use
the
shape water to
chemicals,
essentially
like,
do a
da- da-
ranged
da- da-
version of that.
But like the pussy stuff, ooh.
You know what this is like?
I would say you could do it as a 2-part attack, but casting shape water is an action.
Yes.
And then
But like that freeze is just part of the attack, so it's free. It's not an action in itself.
read me the trait,
It's,
the feature.
It's your trait, so I don't exactly know how you worded it, but I basically put freeze DC 14 because it's a Constitution save.
Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about now. Sorry,
it's part
I was.
of my weapon.
Yes, it is part of your weapon. That is on attack with your weapon.
I want.
Yeah, I know you want
to shape water as an attack just because it would be cool.
No, I'm actually okay with that. Almost like water bending, like you take some of the water off of the blade, and very much the water bending style, saying it at him.
Like, similar to like Razu of like cutting himself, sit there and just runs his hand along the blade and like almost like throws it at the grung trying to freeze him, and it's a Constitution save DC 14.
That's as he natural 17s. You watch as it hits and it finds the purchase and the water hits and starts to freeze. But luckily, he just coated himself in a slimy liquid, so the slimy liquid on that part of him seems to like freeze from him. He's like, what the? And shatters it off of his shoulder.
And then I'll bonus action. I'll gain a thing back.
Okay. His turn.
Good luck.
Just saying, you're kind of like a septic tank cleaner. That
He actually asks.
got really
so he actually,
disgusted
for a
when
moment, he
saw
looks
baby
around.
diapers.
He says,
That's all I'm saying.
You know, I'm feeling gracious today. Who would you like me to hit?
What?
What's it, Terrence?
The bull likes to get hit.
Terrence, you got this, right?
You got this, Terrence. We believe in you.
Go,
You got
Terrence.
this, big guy. You got this.
See you in the afterlife.
Wisdom saving throw.
Oh, hey, that's like that out of the 3 non-physical traits. That's my best one at +0.
You're like, hey,
Don't
it's
you
not
have
a
like a
negative.
currently like a +3 somehow or something?
Nope.
No, I didn't do the food that time. I haven't done food like that.
That's a natural 2.
Hot damn, with the +0.
Okay, so as they all point at you and you're like, yeah, your sight immediately seems to almost like enclose to where it almost feels like as if so the way that it actually looks is the slime from him seems to and pull off him and seems to form in a bubble around you, now encasing you as you start to look around and you're trapped inside of this orb, and you're like, what the heck? And then you go to touch it, and it's like, and it immediately it's like a very, it doesn't necessarily look like it, but you realize the water seems to be moving at insanely high speeds to where if you were to try and exit this sphere, you would definitely get hurt. Now, do you remember what the spell is based off that description?
I do. I don't know what it is.
Oh,
You did it to me the first time I experienced this spell.
I'm just trying to remember.
said that it would.
I know what the spell is.
Said
what
that
it
you were
does.
gonna
I'm just trying to
attack
remember
him. That's
exact
not an
name.
attack.
Tico is really glad she got off turns his head.
I don't remember the name. I know it's illusionist magic though.
Like, what does it do?
We can't say that because
I don't want to say it.
Yeah, we can
Good.
spoil it.
That's the end of its turn, though. It's your guys' turn.
So, do I really have
It
to?
also has blocked sight. You can no longer see the creature. You can only see the inside of this orb.
Do I really have to
What
hit
does
you?
Terrence look like from the outside perspective?
From your guys' perspective, he looks like this.
I'm pretty sure you can't hear either.
Oh, so we can't. So okay. So it's just in his mind. Got it.
Are you sure you want me to hit you?
I'm going. I'm smacking the fool.
Go ahead and roll. As you ask, he says, "I want you to try."
Oh.
I'm really good at
I'm
hitting
not
things.
going to use Great Weapon Master on my hits this turn. Being as a 17 missed.
I assume Ross was adjacent.
Yes, go ahead and move him up, assuming he has the proper movement to do so.
First stack
Unless he
myth.
moved up last turn, he's like 45 feet away.
He didn't have a last turn.
So you're 45 feet away.
What's your movement right total?
30.
I don't think he can move up.
You actually don't have enough movement to get adjacent to him. Unless you want to attempt to jump the pool.
I can do that. How big is this pool?
25 feet.
How much of an athletic save would one?
So,
So how many feet away are you?
You can't
5, 10,
hear or
15?
see
You'd have to
anything
jump
beyond
15 feet of it.
the spell.
How much of
Yeah.
an
And you are
athletic save would you think that would be?
Yep.
What's your strength modifier?
Score.
It's
I was
5.
plus
Modifier.
9.
What's your score?
Modifier.
Plus 5.
Modifiers of 5.
Plus 5. Your long jump is 15, so the answer is DC 10. It's actually fairly easy for you.
I literally could not mess that up.
No, I'd still make you mess it up if you rolled a 1.
Okay. Sure. I can't recall be safe, but good thing that
You can roll up.
You have no idea how bad that would have been if you rolled a 1.
we're fine.
You would have actually got sacrificed to Shebalba.
So with that, you are able
I survived. I'd be fine.
you are able to jump over.
I missed the first hit. Second one is a 30.
Did you actually watch Elder?
Oh, that's a crit actually. I crit on 19s. Let's
do.
go.
What?
I said, did you actually watch Eldorado? Yes, he survived, but that's only because he's a cartoon character. If you actually look at the physics of what happened to him,
Oh, that would have
there's
tore
no
him
human being
apart.
through that.
Also, why would there be a random underwater passageway that just?
Oh,
that does not.
Roll your damage.
That does
All
not.
right.
That
that's
does not.
currents and stuff,
Yeah,
and that does
actually makes sense. That just
happen,
that,
but-
that makes plenty of sense.
But it also turns you
Gross.
up.
Getting sidetracked.
Does fire damage matter?
No.
Okay. So
Bludgeoning does though.
I'm gonna work.
Really? Just a DPS check?
Sure.
I don't like it.
We must prove ourselves.
But prove ourselves, because like there's always been like an outside the box thinking in both rooms. First room not so much, but
Maybe this is Hiram being
38
like, you
damage.
avoided my combat, so now I need to make
How much?
this
Sorry?
combat.
38 damage. I'm gonna use bonus action.
Hiram likes it
Hit
when we
again.
avoid combat, though.
Was he?
Not when you ruin
if
his
he has something
rat
he really
or
wants you to
hamster.
fight, I don't think that would be true.
20?
necessarily.
Like
The
a
amount of times Hiram says, do not.
Oh, great
always
weapon.
initiate
20
combat.
does hit.
like a diseased hamster.
Yes, but a diseased hamster is like I think that's a pretty clear like I want you to fight this thing
So then why didn't you want me to fight it?
because
21.
it's fun to thwart plans.
21 damage?
That's
Okay.
the point.
Who else? Who's next?
You know when
I'm done.
You know
It
when
is
you
all of you guys
capsized
right now.
Matt's boat in Critical Role. The pirate
So,
boat that was chasing him. They
The
capsized
answer
it.
is you're currently
It's
just
just fun.
entrapped in this
It
orb. You
sucks
can
for
attempt
Matt.
to leave
He
it,
planned it, but,
or
you
you can spend an action to attempt to discern that it's effectively. Actually, I think it's at the end of your turn. Wait, sorry. Let me click on it.
If it's an illusion, it's an investigation check, and it is my action.
Yes. So you could attempt to do that, or you can just choose to leave. You are confident that you could walk through it.
I'm gonna, I'm gonna burst through it.
Okay. I just heard myself.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and burst through it, and
Okay. That actually, you are able to just break through it. That is a solution. However, you need to make a Constitution saving throw moving through
oh,
it.
cool. That's like one of my.
Oh, sorry, no. This is another Wisdom saving throw.
Oh, cool.
I apologize.
That's out of all three of my non-physical traits is my best one. Ooh, 12.
That is a failure.
Uh-oh, psychic damage incoming.
Yes, 32 psychic damage to be precise. That said, you are able, as soon as you move through it, it does still end the spell. As you break through it, and it like a shattering pain through your head. You're expecting physical pain, so you were like really ready for it. You're like, I got this, and then you jump through, and then your head just like, oh. That said, that makes so it only takes your movement. You are able to move outside of it.
Toll of the
Is
dead.
the grung still there?
Yes.
Oh,
Effectively, all you did was.
Why'd you roll everything all at once? That's crazy.
To save time.
It is something recommended. It does save time.
12 to hit.
12 does not hit.
You saved so much time.
Advantage roll I've
I know,
ever seen
right?
you roll.
25 to hit.
Yes. You do get your radiant because this is the first one.
So 15, slashing 7 radiant.
All right.
Yours was Tor?
That's Terrence. Who else is going?
I guess I'm a flip over the thing.
It's a flip over tanks.
And then I whip him while I'm flipping, just for kicks.
Tiku, because she is kind of grossed out by this thing while you roll your damage.
22 is within.
That does hit.
While you roll your damage, Tiku just says,
Dude.
Tiku doesn't know about this. And then Tiku's gonna look around the desk where he's at for words.
Make an investigation check.
I actually was gonna try and pry open the coffin near me.
Check the book.
'Cause I'm curious.
Check the book that we all were in. Yeah?
Tiku can't read.
You can't read common?
No, Tiku can't read at all.
You understand 0 languages?
Very
Oh
nice.
no, Tiku can speak many languages. Yes.
I got it.
Tiku cannot read
Oh
though.
no, I did not get that actually.
Not
Why are you
37
looking for
damage, just 30 damage.
Tiku knows
7
how
of it
to
was
see
fine.
recognized symbols.
Okay.
Tico understands symbols together equals words.
So you can make an athletics
learned
check.
this last
You're an
time.
investigation for what you guys are
I was
doing.
going to try and use my sword to
Wait,
turn
what
it into
are you
an
doing, huh?
acrobatics prying check.
That still wouldn't be acrobatics. Prying would still be athletics.
Fuck.
Oh, or you're chromatic orbing as well.
Well, actually, I'm just casting command.
Okay, so hold those checks. Is it charisma?
Wisdom saving throw. Saves 15.
6.
Grovel.
Does
Makes him drop prone.
no? I'm debating.
Legendary action.
Does this refute legendary actions?
So they spend their next turn doing the action. They can still do whatever they want.
So can I do a legendary action now?
Yeah.
Because it's not
Yeah, I think so.
associated with it.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, they just skip their turn.
They just skip their
They
next
just skip
turn.
their next turn.
But I could still legendary action now.
Yeah.
All right, this is probably the most horrible thing I've ever done to you guys. And I'm sorry in advance. He is going to use Pacifying Presence as his legendary action. I need everyone to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Oh,
Is it a spell?
Everybody?
Yes, to both of those questions.
Ooh, pretty well, actually.
24 is a success.
Let's go.
Dirty.
Sorry,
So
babe.
close.
That is also a
That was
success.
Oh,
Alright,
got it
we're
anyways.
Secret darkness. We're doing one turn at a
You
time.
moved your dice too fast, man. I didn't even see it.
Oh, my
What
bad.
we got?
I was watching
26.
That's good.
Bye.
We got Tiku.
Sorry, what was the check I rolled, but I don't remember.
It's a Wisdom
My
saving
brain
throw.
died. Bless the one. Okay, 17.
Is a success.
10. 6. I'm so glad it was.
That's
a spell.
sad.
Or
turns.
What we got, Gargle?
Ooh. How long did it take us walk through the hallway?
How long did your spell last?
10 seconds?
A minute.
What is this spell?
Silver
Did you hit
bars.
Mage Hand over there?
I'm just wondering how the advantage, how long the advantage.
It lasts for a minute.
It lasts for 1 minute.
You guys did come out and then immediately.
We were in a hurry. I did say we were in a hurry.
I'll give it to you. Mostly because the effect of this really sucks.
Poor Terrence.
Well, I did the same thing Terrence did.
Goodbye.
There's absolutely no way that that's a
Bye.
success.
Bye,
Salute.
Gurgle. Bye,
Pretty sure
Terrence.
this could be a DC 7 and it would still hit me.
Okay, so for both of you guys. Oh God, what have I done? Okay,
Is this
keep
what?
in mind it's not the. We have solutions. However, both as you guys are all sitting there, and
take
he
100
kind of holds his hands out as you say command. He says, "Maybe we should all be friendly." And he's like starting to kneel, which is what he's gonna do. And then Terrence and Gurgle, all of you guys, kind of like your mind,
no.
you like you seem pacified for a moment, and then Gurgle and Terrence are both like, "It's not a bad idea," and they throw their weapons in the whirlpool.
Boomerang.
Nope, sword.
Oh, I thought it was both. I was really
No,
scared.
it's whatever main hand weapon that you are utilizing at the time,
Frespeter, I'm so glad you are my friend.
Goodbye, whip.
And I make a
including
wish.
spell focuses. By the way,
Titanium weapon.
no.
Hey,
I make a wish after throwing
On the
my
bright side,
to the pool.
I'm the one wizard that be okay with that.
He can just remake his book.
reaction feather fall my whip.
I'm okay with that, actually. I'll say your whip is falling into the pond.
I don't want to put a kick in it,
Can
but
you
is
do
that only
that?
on
It's
creatures?
pacifying?
Yes. I'm pretty sure Hiram knows that though.
I'm still okay with it.
Okay.
I'm gonna say yes,
Okay.
just because it's attuned to you. As he do cast a spell, I'm okay with it. I'm pretty sure you technically can't.
I don't think he
It still
can.
falls 60 feet.
Oh, it does.
60 feet.
How
That
deep
would
is
not
the
be
hole?
enough. It's only like 10 feet down to the water.
Okay, apparently don't fall into Shibaba. Death.
It doesn't matter. It's a creature.
As both of you offer up your weapons in peaceful compliance. You do still take your turn as normally. It is simply that anyone who fails will throw their sword or their weapon, main weapon.
You do realize that that this frog is just like signed his
Tico
death
is like,
warrant,
"Look at
right?
The gods decided they would like
That's-
to take the offerings to the.
That was its legendary
Well,
action. You commanded.
Tico
Um,
is investigating.
You
secrets
can
in
now
my
take your action. You just throw it in, and then it's like a temporary thing, and then you're like, "What the?"
Well, I'm gonna grapple him.
Okay, go ahead and make a grapple check.
You wanna go find my weapon, don't you?
So that's a 22 athletics.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
As you just easily
from the
enough,
hole.
you have him very grappled.
Do it.
I throw him in the whirlpool.
As you grab him, and just like, well, more.
Is it still
It's awesome.
Because he's trying to chuck him now. I'm like,
There's gotta be some way he lives through this.
Actually, no, I'm not gonna. That's kind of stupid. He's an amphibian. I'm not gonna like throw him in water.
No. It's
Is there
I don't
someone
know if
else
that's
to
it.
attack?
No, it's just
because is
Oh
it-
damn.
not that
Well, I'm just gonna grapple him for everybody else to hit.
Amphibian.
All right.
Water.
Okay.
Like hold him up like.
That's a lot.
Grapple
Full
does only
Nelson.
count as one of your attacks, so technically you could like make an offhand attack if you want with
Okay.
your fist.
Horns.
He's not super young,
Yo!
I would still say that works.
Are you scared of the whirlpool?
but not to think that-
As he's kind of gripped, you just
I just like to be the
Not really.
Inside check?
go for it.
A dirty 20.
Plus-
Dirty 21 to hit.
Yep.
16?
Oh, and since this is my first attack for the round, that deals damage.
16?
Hard attack.
Bah. The only like 5 above that I could have gotten was 20. No.
6 radiant
I should stop.
and 14 piercing.
Okay. What'd you do?
11 for my investigation for words, symbols.
Okay, as you go through and you investigate on the table, you do not find words. You find the books. But you also notice all 3 gems are lit up in his little mural that he has.
But the one in his hand still isn't.
I don't know, he pocketed it. Yeah, he pocketed it.
Mural?
Is it next to the other people?
So
What
his
does the mural look like?
So to quickly remind you of this, it's the 2 books and then a stone that has 3 emeralds in it. One of them was lit up, and now all 3 are lit up.
Is there any stone like the one depicted in the mural?
So each of the emeralds actually looks the same.
Yeah, but like there's 3 stones inside the stone, like a bigger stone, right?
It's more of like a almost like a stone tablet, but yeah.
Yeah, is there any stone tablet, like big stone tablet?
As you go through and you take a quick glance, not that you can see right offhand.
Anybody see a stone tablet?
Duke says.
There we go. That's the action. What'd you get for your athletics?
If it's athletics, I mean, it ain't worth the try. With a passive perception of 21, can I see where the weapons went?
He just got thrown in the pool.
No, I know, but like, did they instantly disappear?
Not instantly, like they hit and start to get pulled around.
So
You
I can
the,
still see
the
them.
edge of the whip kind of pull out for a bit.
So I can still see them.
For a very split moment, if you have an action you want to
I
do.
cast Shape Water, and it's 30 feet of range, so I just pull them out. As I can occupy.
One?
or
It's only
control a
5 feet,
foot.
though.
No, it's a 5-foot cube.
Yeah,
up to 30
but
feet
even
range.
So I would let you pick one of them.
still, It would only probably be one.
So I can only choose one weapon.
Yes, because they did. You know what? We'll roll for it. I'll even let you roll for it. So I'm gonna say it's separated into 9 quadrants. Roll a d8, and you have to roll the same number twice. I'll even say you have to roll within one of it.
8 and 2.
You can get one weapon. That was just rolling for how they fell.
I'll get Rosin or Gurgle's whip.
Okay, so you're able to shape water and just kind of almost like a beer pong, just using your spell as almost like
Like
a serpent of water seems to. Where do you want it to land?
In my hand.
Okay, so you see your whip just, and he catches your whip as it like splashing water.
I mean, I could technically do the same thing.
But he said it first.
No, I'm saying
is
I'm
everyone
saying I
going
could
right
do the
now?
other one.
Do you
Oh,
have
it's
Would
your
you
turn.
like to spend your turn doing so?
And I have a 19.
Is it your turn? Or did
I mean,
you
it
already
is
move?
your
It
guys'
would
turn.
be
Didn't
both
you
of
already
our turns.
move though? I wasn't sure.
I haven't done anything.
No, he hasn't gone. So he hasn't gone.
I mean, if he's gonna
and
let
you
us
haven't
do that,
gone.
that's
I would-
probably
No,
the
you did.
smartest
So
thing
it's
to-
literally just Gargle
If
left.
he's gonna let us do that, that's the smartest thing to do for my action.
If you would like to, I would say you can. Good thing more people didn't drop. Is that what you would like to do? You're gonna pull Terrence's sword?
I guess so. Yeah.
Okay, so you shape water and pull the sword to you. With that, it's his turn.
I could also just use my mage hand because it's still up. So I could actually kind of.
Mage hand can only do 10 pounds. There's no way his sword only weighs 10 pounds.
If you were going for your whip, I would probably say yes, but you're going for his sword, I would say she's right. With that said,
His sword is massive.
it is technically its turn unless you guys would like to
There's no way
move.
it weighs 10 pounds.
There's no way it would stay.
I mean, he's gonna grovel, so.
Yes, but he's also going to say something.
Whirlpool, maybe.
Do you want to move Gargle or are
How
you
fast the
chilling?
water goes, maybe.
I mean, I'm just saying if you're gonna argue semantics.
Gargle, do you want to move or are you
No,
chilling?
I wouldn't
Okay.
move.
Okay. As he grovels, as you say it, and he attempts to grovel, but he's currently grappled. So he just kind of like lifts his feet up for a moment, and as he lifts his feet up, he says, "Come now, think. You're missing something."
No
and that's gonna be its turn.
Tablet,
It's back to
I
you
said a
guys.
Tablet. There's 2 books and a tablet and a. Tiku starts describing what she's seeing.
All I'm gonna say is that coffin, I don't know if it's on purpose, but that is in vast disrepair. And every single other coffin is in, well, at least semi good. Oh, I can't even see that coffin.
Did the names in the book change?
So, that's all I'm saying, is that coffin, out of every single other one I've seen, is the only one that looks
all I
ruined.
did was buy us another turn.
What are you guys doing? Who's for what first?
I'm gonna go
Gurgle
ahead.
does have your weapon now, and he is close to you.
Tiku holds up the
That's
picture.
That
fine.
is correct, right, Hiram?
I'm gonna go
That
and
coffin is in
move.
disrepair, and all the other ones are actually good.
I'm gonna move Wart over to the coffin that's in disrepair.
Easily enough.
He got the movement.
Drag him over here. You have moved him more?
I'm gonna throw his ass in it.
You have to open it first.
He's currently shut.
Oh, it's going to. Who's standing there next to me? Cytherin? Cytherin,
Going at swords
can you
and
open that casket?
No.
Damn.
So you've technically only moved.
You have your
We're doing one turns at a time.
I'm gonna go ahead and reckless attack with my horns at him.
Okay.
You could open the coffin.
No, I'm
Not while
No, he's
holding.
grappling. He would let him go if he did that.
Not using his horns.
I mean, you can make an attack on the coffin and hope that you break it.
17 to hit.
17 does it.
Does it for 8
Wait,
piercing
17
and
hits?
2 radiant.
No,
flat?
no, sorry, it's 18.
I was gonna
It's
say,
18.
I think I
Oh,
missed
never mind.
twice on that
I apologize.
For the second.
It's for sure 18.
Oh, then that's gonna miss too.
Unfortunate. Okay, that's what he did.
Does anybody see this thing? Next
That coffin.
book and a book and a thingy with the thingies.
Wait, did you point out any writings?
I pull out
No.
the emeralds.
As you pull out the 2 emeralds, both of your emeralds are glowing.
Place them on the fucking table.
Between the books. On the mural itself.
Maybe. Wait, what mural?
There's a mural between the books.
So it's not like a picture. It's like a stone sculpture. So think like
Oh.
book, stone tablet that has 3 emeralds in it. All 3 of which are currently glowing.
Is it the same size as the emeralds we have?
The emeralds are, yes.
How far do I gotta walk?
If you want to get to the table, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You
So
have
you
all your
could make
movement to get right in front of Robbie.
I'm gonna frisk gurgle again.
Walk over there and
I'm gonna frisk gurgle again and get the.
try to do something with the chips. Try to place the chips.
As you walk over with the gems, and you're just like, I don't exactly know. And as soon as you hold them too close to him, almost like magnets, just, and both of them seem to and connect to both of the emeralds on the table.
Tiku's frisking gurgle for the last orb.
The emeralds were full. Not the because when you said they were going, I thought they were like filled with current
I
emeralds.
thought so too, but
No, there is current emeralds there. It's almost like the emeralds in the stone tablet are working as magnets for the ones in his hands.
so there's gonna be 2 emeralds. On
So
top.
now, instead of them being worth noting.
So there is an emerald in the slot. His
Yes.
just
I mean,
So now instead of it being
Could be
like
made out of
flush with an
emerald.
emerald in, it's almost like the emerald's on the outside of it.
I mean, it could be.
I didn't actually take the
Yeah.
thing from
And
girl.
the mage hand will be
No,
able to
I
pick
already
it up.
said
already yoinked it.
Tiki.
I mean,
Tiku
this is
frisking
all of our
again.
shit. Real life greatswords.
As
Yeah,
Tiku
I'm
goes through
Even
and
a
she
real
takes
life
it
greatsword, even nothing-
easily enough. He's also fairly close. And you
Tiku frisks
I
him.
mean, it depends on what
take
it's
it,
made out of.
quickly go over.
Like, this is a fantasy game, so it's not a real life great
As
sword.
as soon as you do that, you hear like you
It's a
especially
plus
you and
2.
Terrence hear as the coffin doesn't have something special. Behind the coffin does.
As the door moves, or the wall
As
moves right next
the
to
wall behind the coffin just and the coffin itself almost
much can it
almost in
make-
unison with
make-
it kind of
change-
moves to the side.
How much can it-
10 pounds.
Terrence currently holding
Totally,
him.
it's-
He goes,
It's 6 pounds.
That is
full
one of
blade.
the solutions.
Wait, who's saying they can't?
no, yes, you also could have just found the door.
Way more than 10 pounds.
Marvelous, marvelous.
I don't know about that.
Hey, Kayla.
That is also a
Kayla?
solution. However,
My fool's
you were
blade
not
only weighs
even
6 pounds.
close.
I wrap,
Also, just for the record,
Goggles
even a
pass
medieval
around his
greatsword
horn,
can only
and I
weigh
just
up
put
to
it
10
on.
pounds.
There's
Okay.
no for like how big they are though. But like the creatures in this world are different than like a classic medieval. I still feel like they would be bigger.
Have you seen a real life greatsword?
But
they're like
Kayla,
7 feet-
they have to
7 feet
be
long.
they have to be wieldable by actual people, so they can't be extremely
We're
heavy.
adventurers. We're god people.
just saying,
What are you
the
talking
average-
about?
the average-
I just imagined your like
let's be
sword like a
honest.
big minotaur. You're like a 9-foot
At
or
this
7-foot
point,
whatever minotaur. So I'm just imagining like
Terrence-
this massive blade.
Terrence could wield a car.
But it's also
That's what I mean.
but it's
Like
also magical.
he's so strong.
Yeah, but it's also magical, and it doesn't matter. The reality is medieval greatswords are typically between 6 and 7 pounds.
Again, that's
Yeah,
for humans.
But
Like,
same proportion of the
we're
creature
adventurers,
too, right?
and he's a minotaur. I still
Yeah,
think
but
This
it's also
one-
also mine's magical blade. so-
There is, as you
Yeah,
come up to
it-
this
it-
obelisk,
it- it-
expecting there to be
which
words,
in real life,
instead of words, you see just almost like embedded in it
Point is,
what appears to be a white orb.
yeah, it would just made sense.
White orb, you say?
Is it similar to the key that we have?
Yes.
Does it look like a force orb?
Go in
No.
the key. We're down in the key.
Where are the others? I'm so confused.
I
So
walk
they
over
found a.
I just
with the
grab
artifact
the
key.
orb if I can.
Okay.
I don't think it's the
For what it's
artifact
worth,
key, I think
he's
it's
actually
the
no
I'm
longer
gonna try it.
hostile.
gonna try it.
You've won his little game. He simply wanted you to discover the door or open the door.
You are deceptive.
So unless you guys choose to continue to attack him, the initiative would be over.
You are a deceptively strong little grug.
Weak frog. Can't move a fucking stool.
Is as you solve trials, I gain strength, and I am not meant to stop you, just to test you.
am I still grappling him?
So can you
Yes.
only move a stool again?
You also have a lasso around your horn.
As he looks at himself, and says,
I think I could manage now. I'm still not that strong, though.
again, he looks and he's just like,
Could I have grabbed?
Curly grapples, yeah.
the key from him.
No, the white orb.
Yeah, easily enough. Yeah, as you go through it, it's in like this like empty slot, and you kind of like grab it and pull it out. It's fairly large. It's like a orb.
I want to walk out and I want to say to Terrence, Terrence, follow me over to this other corner.
Okay, I'd take the guy with me.
And we go over to this other corner and I want to look to see if there's a door there.
Make an investigation check.
I have him just move the coffin.
Make an athletics check.
If
you're dropping-
on.
You set down the frog.
He's
Do I
not
have
hostile
to?
anymore.
Yes, please.
Here, hold him. I
As he
kind
just
of
said
hand
you-
him to Cether.
He doesn't move. He doesn't run. He just, he
like,
stands there.
Back.
Am I still raging?
At this point, yes. Technically, if you, without doing damage this turn, this would be the last one. Though.
22.
That is enough. As you grab it, and just kind of. He's like pulling on it, and you hear like. And again, it's like similar to before, where it's like seems to be contesting it, and then it's like. And the coffin just snaps in half and just kind of breaks and collapses on itself.
Sorry about your stuff.
There is another door back there. That said, I ran out of walls, so for this one, simply. I also can't put this on the map, but this leads.
I will be following it.
Leads to a set of double doors.
What was in the other obelisk?
We
I
haven't
just hold
looked
up
yet.
the orb and
A key?
as I
Holds up a
disappear,
white orb.
That looks similar to your gray one.
So his is like a metal ball almost.
Which is why I said gray.
Yours is so it's like
Are you
white,
talking
but
about
it's
the
also
one
very
that we got
clearly
from the
hollow.
Guardian?
Yeah, the father.
Like if you ever look at a light
Yeah,
bulb
the-
that has like a very faint white paint job on it, to where you can see it's white on the outside, but you also can very clearly see that it's hollow and kind of
So
see
it
through
is
it.
like a force.
That's
like
kind of
a
what you have.
Pearl was a little
pearl is actually a little bit more solid.
So it's like
color.
a force orb because you can
like a
see
light
it and
bulb.
see
Light bulb's
swirling
a good
mist
way.
and shit.
It's like the exterior to a force orb with no magic inside.
So you don't see swirlies; it's just white.
It's just empty.
The shell. Of
Yeah.
the
The
force
shell
orb.
of.
Correct.
I'm technically gonna make a stealth check, but I will be opening the door.
Wait, can you get to give him the white shell? Maybe it goes over the.
I hand it to Terrence. I'm not wasting time.
Is there that was the only thing in that room?
I follow Cythera into
In
the
this
double
room,
door.
yes, it was just an obelisk.
I go to the double door.
Okay, so you go to the end of the room as well.
Technically, it is a 13 stealth as I open the door.
Okay, so he's just moving forward. Is everybody else just kind of chilling in here? Again, combat technically broke. You guys
follow Cythera.
Okay, as you guys
will
are
follow
starting to move
also.
towards as you guys start to move towards the hallway, Gurgle, you being kind of like the furthest one back, just prospectively.
Oh, I'm gonna retrieve my sword, by the way.
Gurgle has your sword, so you actually meet back with Gurgle, and as you go and you retrieve your sword from Gurgle,
He has your whip, which you can just grab.
Wart's actually talking to each of you. He says, "Just so you know, while I don't know exactly how, they seem to utilize your success in your last room, and they have moved on ahead of you. It seems that the snake one was, I don't know how, but he was using you to complete the rooms that they could not. That is to say, I believe that they're ahead of you."
Oh, I knew that. That is
Good
why
thing
I'm
we
going.
have the key of death.
Yes. Well, I wish you the best of luck. And before you, as you like start to go to kind of catch up with your people, he says, "Wait a moment. As an apology, I would have retrieved your weapons for you if you were not so handy yourself. However, I would like to give you my personal blessing or gift, I guess you could say." And he goes over to the table and he seems to kind of go under it. You didn't get a high enough investigation. As he goes under the table, and then he pulls out what is a small book, so it's roughly about this big. And he takes the book and he kind of brings it over to you and he hands it to you. He says, "This is similar to a spell scroll. It is only a single use, but anyone that should read the book should find temporary strength."
Like physical strength?
You are at the door.
Can you go get the white orb from Terrence and bring it to Zephyr to see if the key fits inside it?
So, we have 2 keys. We don't have a lock.
No, not that key. I'm talking about the.
If like the gray
The
orb can
artifact
fit
key.
in the hollow orb.
Again, we have 2 keys. We don't have a lock. You can't put a key in a key.
They could complete each other.
Do I
You can make it.
temporary strength for
One looks like a shell, so.
He says,
Like,
I don't know. It is simply a blessing that I wish to share with you." As you guys all start to leave, he goes, "Good luck." And he sits back in his chair, and then you watch his part of his face kind of starts to. He almost starts to go back into the slightly deformed toad.
That's
version.
why he was half toad. It's because they finished one trial.
Okay, so with that, Cythera and you kind of being the front, kind of Cythera and Razu, as you kind of crack this door open. Yeah, cord. I was like, where'd the mic go? As you crack the door open, you see a much larger room than the ones you've been in so far. These have been a little bit more tight corridors, with this one being a little bit larger. This one is. It goes forward in like just a kind of a rectangle and then opens up into a larger square. There is definitely individuals inside. And then, so the actual design of this, there seems to be chandeliers that are hanging from the ceiling, 4 of them specifically, but instead of almost like the metal hooks that you normally see that come up to lights, they're instead snakes. Each snake kind of comes down into an open mouth with a small flame inside, and that is how the chandeliers are actually lit. In a similar fashion, as you look at the floor, there is different designs of snakes, and the snakes in almost like a repeating pattern all seem to almost be conglomerating towards the middle of what is 4 separate tiles on the floor. The design in the middle of each of those appears to be a humanoid. That it very much so looks like it looks like a human with snake-like skin, a little bit of a longer neck, and then like clawed fingers, and he's kind of holding his hands out as all these snake creatures come up to him. At the end, or just past those 4 tabs in the floor, there's 2 small set of stairs that go up to a small podium with a large black pillar. This is actually more so attuned to what an obelisk would look like, to where it almost like comes up to a point. It's made out of black, a black style of what you would appears to be some kind of metal or stone, with very clearly like just runes wrapping each of the pillars. Off of both of those pillars, there's a set of chains that comes down to each of those podiums. You can see very clearly your wife is chained to one of them. And the other pillar is actually someone you don't recognize. It is a human. Her hair is mostly black with like streaks of almost like rainbow-like colors. She looks to be like 30s. Very similar in age to your wife, and is wearing kind of like a green outfit with like almost like a black Red Riding Hood over what is a mostly green dress. She is wearing a necklace that has it seems to be the symbol of a sun with a bunch of weapons that seem to be associated over the top of it. There's those 2 individuals. Then there's a group of 4 individuals in the middle that all seem to be facing in a semicircle, away with backs turned to you, with one person in the middle who's seems to kind of be holding his hands up in a very similar formation to the snakes on the ground. Behind him is another set of stairs towards the back wall. The stairs go up into what appears to be a large gateway made out of that same black obelisk style metal. And in the middle of it, there seems to be a green essence that is slowly like twisting and almost like formulating. There very clearly is chanting that is going off, and almost in response to the door being opened, like it seems to be recognized, the chanting kind of stops, and the individuals almost like part, and the individual steps forward that you saw from before. This is a humanoid with snake-like skin. Again, the nose a little bit protruding, green in color. What's up?
I was just saying, before he even talks, I want to cast Eldritch Blast on the chains holding Liliana.
With the way, so she's chained, but it's like she's chained behind her back.
Is she not like chained to the pillar?
This sounds morbid, but she is chained to the pillar, but she's like chained to it. Think like people tied to a stake when they're burning them at the stake.
But it still would wrap around the pillar, right?
No, so it's like there's a chain that comes off the pillar that goes, and then is manacled her hands.
So can I hit?
Anything cooked beyond
I mean,
medium
you can attempt to.
is a burned steak.
All right, so go ahead and make a roll to attack.
That is a burned steak. I said anything that's
roll a 1.
more than medium is a burned steak.
There's an 11 and 18 to hit.
The 18
Anything
would
over
hit.
medium rare.
I'd say
10 damage.
I would give it to medium. I think
the
medium
Eldritch
is
Blast
the
as you
absolute
damage. That is, I rolled the D100.
least you can get with some
as you
pink
send
in
the
it.
Eldritch Blast off, it hits the chain and almost seems to just like fade on the chain as it and breaks. And in that moment, as the individual steps forward, he like sees you at the door and you send your Eldritch Blast off, and he looks to his right, and at that moment, your daughter takes the hood off, being one of the people who is chanting in the semicircle next to him, and kind of takes a step forward. And he turns to him and goes, "Is that him?" He goes, Yes, that is him, Malice." He's, "Wonderful." And that is where we get to.
Did you say?
Oh no!
Did you say Malice? Because that's not his name. That's not his name. That's not his name. It's not Malice.
Hold on.
It's
You said one of
Mullis.
the
I guess that's
prisoners-
true. Apologies. She would have said Mullis.
He's back. I should have known it was the Yuan team.
Malice? Hold on. You said one of the prisoners had rainbow hair and the sun with weapons on it?
Yeah.
Yes.
What the freak? I think Saga. I think that's Saga!
Slight spoiler alert. Yes, that is Saga.
That is totally Saga! What?
Wait, isn't Saga like a level 20?
She
Who
was.
knows? And with that
So
is where we are going to end.
just to let
She can't
just to let you know.
She did not get
So
to
is
level 20.
Malice.
Did she?
He was being leveled up the whole time.
So there's
Every time
a
we
it's
level
like chill. I need to end the stream. We can talk about it afterwards. But yeah, for that, thank you for anyone tuned in. Sorry it was so hectic and we dropped the camera like 8 times.
That's my bad.
That said,
We're still working on
I wonder
it.
why everyone's freaking out. Those are characters from a previous campaign. With that said, yeah, we will continue next week.
Hashtag justice for Rickshaw.
And we get to see how we deal with Sitherin's wife, who seems to be being used in some kind of a ritual, and what is actually ongoing with these returning cast members.
Rickshaw did nothing wrong.
So with that, again, thank you for everyone who tuned in. Have a good night. Later.